gozaimasu. Hello everyone and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Championship here in Tokyo, Japan. The wait is finally over. The world's greatest duelists have made it here from across the globe and they are ready to put their strategies, their skills and their preparation to the ultimate test. I am John Lexis and I'm gonna be here throughout the whole weekend to bring you all the action, but I'm not gonna be alone, of course. I'm gonna be joined by the best casters you could ever have dreamt of. I mean, look at him. He masters Sky Striker perfectly, at least in the commentary team. It is Leonard Koenig. We also have one of the best smiling casters, always smiling to bring you all the action. It is Sebastian Lemke.
Hello.
And finally, chill, calm, confident, sharp. We've got Dr. Tom Payne.
Hi.
So guys, we'll be your commentary team for the whole weekend and it's gonna be absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to watch the first games. You were there last year for the World Championship and especially the final, which was absolutely amazing. Leo, how do you feel about this one?
It was breathtaking. It's gonna be breathtaking again. What a tournament the WCS is. We've got plenty of new teams. We've got some changes within the teams. Last time I correctly predicted Team Ragnarok to win. Let's see if I'm right again. This time I think that Scheiber Corp is in such a phenomenal position, but there's so many other good players, and I think that also possibly Tusk's team. It's about time that he wins a World Championship with his teammates. But there is some new cards, of course, for this year. Meta changes and rule changes as well. We've now got 5 shared cards per team.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be a very, very important change, actually, because you can have more cards that you share across the whole team. Actually, we have some new rules and we're going to explain everything in just a second so that you can just get all the information you need to understand the World Championship and especially, yeah, this new rule about the 5 cards. So basically, this World Championship is going to be all about those teams, those decks that you're going to have during the games. Every single player will have 2 decks that he will be able to bring to the table, and that is actually pretty cool, Beric, because there is a lot of strategy revolving around that. And actually, you can see that right now because we will be on the Master Duel section, but there will also be some other games. Speaking about the regulations, we will have some round robins first. So we will have 2 groups, Group A and Group B, with 6 teams in each group, but only 2 of them will be able to go through the stage and to go into the semi-final. Of course, the teams will do their best to try to do so. So we can see that there is a priority in the ranking. So the most important thing is of course the total rounds won, but you also have the number of duels won, which is very important. So every single duel matters, and I think that it brings a lot to the table because you cannot just chill and be like, oh, I mean, we won the game, but we lost a couple of games. No, it will matter in the end. We can see that the 3rd and the 4th points are also important, especially the number of duels won by the team leader, which means that you have to choose a very good team leader, otherwise it might be a problem.
I mean, the team leader kind of chose you because the captain, of course, invited 2 players alongside him to be representing the entirety of the team here at the World Championship. And then, of course, last, we have the winning against a team with the same criteria above. So then it could even come down to the direct comparison. But let's look at some more rules here on the next slide, because decks are special for this very special tournament of the year as well.
Yes, of course, every player brings 2 decks, not like in the TCG where you only have 1. No, you bring 2 decks. Of course, they have to be according to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rules, 40 to 60 cards and 0 to 15 cards in the extract. No side deck here. You have to follow, of course, the Forbidden and Limited list as effective of August 6th, and all of the cards have to be in Master Duel. I think that explains itself. But yeah, having 2 decks really opens up some possibilities. There is possibly a main deck for some of the players who are saying, okay, this is my best deck, I'm going to try and bring this as much as possible, but it maybe has a difficult matchup here and there, and then you could bring counters.
That can definitely open up some options, and then there also, of course, with the shared cards that we see here, we up that number to 5. For previous World Championships, it always used to be free, but now with 5, that's a lot more options opening up into the schedule. As you just saw there, we are going to go into the action very, very, very soon, as first round is about to begin. And the first round, of course, will feature the reigning world champions, Team Ragnarok from Europe, which in a crazy finals last year got that crown, got that title of the world champion of all of Master Duel, are going to be in that.
Yeah, as is tradition in every event, we always like to start with the champions of the previous event. Team Ragnarok won in a very epic final, and yeah, it's got to be such a cool thing to come back as the world champion. You've known the whole year you're going to be in. You can prepare, you can talk with your teammates, you can come up with your strategies for a lot longer than maybe the other teams just putting together a lot less time. So we will see how they do as the reigning champions, but we haven't had a back-to-back champion just yet.
That's true, and there we see the other side of the table as well, and some other teams just having a little glimpse into the players' room, which of course is always special, because where do you even get to play in those 3v3 environments? They qualified on their own, they won Duelist Cups, they won regional qualifiers, but here they come in as a team, playing together, as friends, as cool as it gets, right? Sharing that experience together with your teammates.
And you know, we've played some 3v3 tournaments together in Master Duel, but we could
It's
never
lovely.
sit aside from each other, right? We were always online, talking to each other, of course, but sitting next to your friends,
It's great.
looking at their screen perhaps, and then maybe trying to help out, that is so much cooler.
Yeah, I really like that, the fact that you have the ability to just watch at each other and, you know, being near them. And I think it brings something more. On top of that, there's also a lot of, you know, a lot of stuff that you can see when you are next to each other. There is also a lot of things that you can share just watching at the guy next to you, and also watching at the opponents. It brings a lot of pressure on top of that, and that might be a decisive factor, because if you are not used to be next to each other and you are not used to this environment, maybe the pressure can get into you.
You speak of sharing, and that sharing is really important, as with sharing, you do not know at the beginning of the tournament what the shared cards are from the other team, because all of that is secret. Nobody knows what the decks and the shared cards are. Therefore, when you see something in one deck and the other, you're like, oh, they are sharing that card. And then, of course, you're sharing that information with your teammates so they know, hey, it will be in the third deck as well, possibly.
Yeah, every team is surely more than just the sum of its parts. You're not just 3 players, you're together as a team. You can watch your friends, you can help your friends, and you can see what is in the future for you. You know, you look to your friend, you're playing against whatever deck, and then they see, oh, maybe I'm going to be playing against that deck the next round, unless, of course, they choose to queue their other deck. So that's one of the most fantastic things about Master Duel. You don't get to turn up with one deck, you get to turn up with 2. So there's so many different matchups you have to think about, so many different strategies you can come up with, unlike just the normal TCG, OCG, where you just bring one deck, which everyone's probably used to.
I think also there's another side to it, and that is the human side, right? Because if you are sitting next to your teammates, you can see, hey, maybe we've lost the last round. Is any one of my teammates tilting? Let's maybe have a little bit of a conversation.
Let's bring it together.
Let's chill down, have some good time, good vibes.
For sure.
Build some more of those friendships, and maybe that can also help you overcome some hurdles. Because last year, Team Ragnarok won, and they were the team that has practiced the most together. They have played 3v3 tournaments all year together, and I think that is what led them to victory.
Yeah, actually, that bond is very important, and that's why playing as a team brings something to the table. You're not alone. You have some stuff to do together, and you can literally have the power of friendship. Literally speaking about that, what I would like to put an emphasis on is actually the fact that we can play 2 decks, and I think that's very, very cool, because being able to just switch strategies, being able to just mess it up a little bit with the opponents, they are waiting you to play a special deck, and all of a sudden there is another deck that you are playing and might be very, very good, especially considering the fact that you can take a deck which is very good going second, and that could bring something to the table. We've seen some strategies like that, and I think especially about, for example, the Lunalight strategy, which is very, very good. Will we see some of those mind games? I actually hope so, because we are minutes away from the start of this World Championship, and guys, I can tell you, I am so excited about that. I've awaited that for so much time.
Same.
Now we are almost there.
That's true, and I mean, it can be a factor. You can hide your second deck until very long, because, for example, last year, with the World Champions, with Luca, he was playing Malice non-stop, and we were saying, it doesn't seem like he even uses a second deck. He's not considering it even, and then in the semi-finals, first game of the second day, he immediately brought out a second deck, which turned out to be Mermail, and he took that game by storm, with having that hidden deck until that very late stage of the tournament.
That's so crazy. Two big combo decks, right? That really want to go first.
True.
It's really interesting. But of course, Malice was a deck that, while it was the best deck in the room, it was very not easy to counter, but there were some hard counters.
They were clear counters.
Funnily enough, an Artifact Lancea also does some damage to a Mermail deck.
It's alright.
Kinda. I mean, it's better for Mamel than from Malice. I can think so. But yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. I can't wait to see all the strategies that the players will bring. I mean, they are all prepared. It is the best duelist from across the globe, literally. And I think that we will see literally the best strategies we could have ever dreamt of. I cannot wait for that. We are now minutes away. I mean, minutes, maybe seconds away from the first round, and we'll see the best duelists from last year. You talked about it. Will we see the same world champion as before? This is a very, very important question, because that would be the first time ever, and that would put something in the stone.
You came close to title defense already, but it has never happened. But yeah, you want predictions now? Or
Yeah,
what?
I want predictions. Give me your tips. Who's gonna win? I said Cybercorp.
You said Cybercorp. Oh, I don't want to go there. I want to see how the tournament develops. I'm rooting for everyone, of course. Everyone, they're my champion.
Classic Lampy.
Let's say Ragnarok. You know, they won last year.
Okay.
They've been practicing. You got to practice as well when you're on a team. The timer, because it's very easy if you're talking to your friends to get a little distracted. You can talk about it for a while. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know who's guilty of this.
With that, yeah.
But you don't want to get too close to the timer going down. You only have a set amount of time for each of your turns, so it's easy to like lose track of that. And we saw that in the last year's World Championships as well, and it's very dramatic and it's very exciting as well. If you run out of time, your hands start to get a bit shaky. You're probably going to make some mistakes. So having that practice, coordinating as a team, but also at the right speed, is probably going to be a big advantage.
For sure. And now, finally, it is time to duel. So let's get this thing underway, as we do have team B2Beat versus team Called by Army here. So a different pairing than expected. Not the world champions first, but still instead two very deserving teams here.
Pretty sure we're gonna see more of them along the way. But that is already a terrible start for Sana.
Only setting 2 cards in the opener and playing against Radiant Typhoon, so he's losing one of them immediately due to Mystical Space Typhoon and the Crusade right after.
And it was an infinite impermanence that was destroyed by the Mystical Space Typhoon. But Ghost Balance Hot Match called by the Grave. What is going on? Ring!
Start. Who's there?
It's the Grave! And there is another infinite impermanence. It was to be expected that Sana has some answers for some possible pushes, because if you just set 2 and pass, there's not a lot of engine going on.
But Leo, interesting decision by Sana to set both of these infinite impermanences. He could have kept them in hand to hide them from possible Mystical Space Typhoons. Now he's out of both of them already. Still, though, one of them resolved, but there is more Radiant Typhoon to this opening hand of Rabbi as he brings in the Eldam. And now it will be to be seen whether it is the super popular Radiant Typhoon Zodiac variant that popped off lately, for example in the latest regional qualifiers, or whether maybe it is pure Radiant Typhoon here.
I mean, we have used the Crusade, so I think that the Earth part of the deck might not be the...
I mean, it was infinite impermanence, yeah.
True,
it never resolved, yeah.
So you're absolutely spot on this. Sven is being added to the hand.
That's 2 level 3 monsters, but there is Joel and Lockbird too. I mean, of course, Sana couldn't play, so there gotta be some other things in his hand.
Yeah.
Of course.
But we're down to 1 card at this point. Possibly just attacking might be enough here at some point, but I think it's still worth to go for a Sven and then go into an MX Saber Invoker.
Probably. I mean, it's also appealing to just go for the Varun, the Link 2, because that can add back that Mystical Space Siphon from the graveyard. And if you somehow have another quick play spell card to activate, you can then, of course, also just get that field, continuous trap card from the deck. But there is the normal summon of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring now, which does work as another level 3 monster for the Invoker here.
That is absolutely spot on. So we're keeping this Sven in hand. We want to have some more engine in our hand instead of the Ash Blossom. Effect Veiler is the last card in hand by Sana. It is really not doing a lot here, but perhaps stopping the turn just a teeny tiny little bit.
But there still is a Sven in hand, and we can special summon that out.
Well, we're still under Droll and Lockbird, right? So that does not really do too much, I would say.
It gives us the option to go into the Link too, but we do not decide to do so. And I mean, if we play Zeus, we could actually make a Zeus out of that Invoker here, because we are still not locked into wind monsters.
Oh, that is a very, very good point. If we do have it, that does look like a divine arsenal. Sky Thunder.
Yes. And I mean, against 0 cards from Sana, that already on its own is maybe handling the situation perfectly well here, presenting over 4,200 required attack points for the next turn as well. And that, that would have been such a good top deck there with the mix, but it doesn't do just enough here.
The thing is, mix alone doesn't really play too much as well, because you can search for a Rekko, and then you're basically, now you're forcing out the Zeus, because otherwise you could go into a remix or into an RS, but that would have also not done that much. Zeus puts a stop to the turn immediately. There is follow-up, so now Rabi will need to find a way to go for a game, but with a Sven in hand, I think it's gonna figure it out somehow.
We should be able to manage. There is the Swan that on its own already is more than 4,200. So rightfully so, Rabi already looking over to his teammates, because he knows he is going to be taking this first game pretty confidently.
There is just exactly, in this game there is no reason to reveal any more cards. You can just attack for game in the fastest way possible. Then you're concealing information, and you are of course able to help your teammates further.
That is definitely true. So that is the lead here overall for team called by Army. Oh no, for team B2B, I'm sorry.
Wow, and there we have a much more complicated game state. We have the Ecclesia and the Black Dragon next to the Sanctifier Dragon. Sanctifier already tells you that this is not a pure branded deck list, but this is much rather the product of a Draco Tail plus Fallen of Albus.
Ooh, and look at this. We go for Aspie Little Knight before continuing with our K9 engine here as well. We have Cute Snail here in the running.
But the Aspie Little Knight didn't banish anything on summon, so we can still attack directly this turn.
You rarely see that, but yeah.
I think it's just there to check the Ecclesia, basically.
Probably, yeah.
Which is a very nice way to play around that. Now the Sanctifier Dragon is going to be activated. We do have some cards in the graveyard, which is not to be taken for granted when there's a Retaliating Sea on the field. We're giving our opponent, apparently, the Frixel, which is a card that is played as a one-off, but it upped the power level of Draco Tail decks by so much when it came out, just because it helps you bridge into Draco Tail with a branded fusion.
Yeah, and this is Yamano here for Team B2B trying with his Draco Tail, and you see that was a banished Draco Tail 5 mana there. So all of those fusions, yes, they are still able to happen, but getting those meaningful materials into the graveyard is not going to be successful. But if you go for a big, for example, Draco Tail Aphalion here, that could still just take care of multiple cards on the opponent's field.
Yeah, Aphalion, or you might as well just go for a Mirror Jade and force out the SP Little Knight, because SP Little Knight is right now what's stopping you from tributing your Ecclesia the Virtuous and going into a Fallen of Albus, the original one, and then fusing away from the opponent's field. So we are going to go for the belly on the Searing Dragon here instead of an instant Mirror Jade. Get rid of that Purulia, which is a card that is not too useless in Draco Tail if you're starting.
That's true.
Because you can still just fuse it away and add something else back from the graveyard. But let's see what the Searing Dragon is gonna make. Ah,
That
of course.
looks like Mirror Jade. We can just use the Banished Fallen of the White Dragon here easily. Oh, Chaos Star Source Dragon, of course. That does not only force out the SP Little Knight, but can deal with 2 cards possibly.
Because under Retaliating Sea, you can't even activate the Mirror Jade.
True. Much better than the Mirror Jade here.
Yeah. And now we're forcing out SP Little Knight because the Virtuous really wants to hit hard. Very well played there to also give your opponent a light monster in Frixel, just because otherwise you couldn't even go for the Dragon that devours the Dogma with some of those cards. But also, Chaos is taking care of that Jockle. Cute Snail is only on 1 card in hand, preserving that Jockle with the SP Little Knight, of course. Doesn't really do anything to take away the Chaos, so you might as well keep your resources intact. And on the Duel C, we are seeing an attack for game on the blue side as well.
Yes, Team B2B, they want to be champions, and they're up 2-0 here early on in this World Championship of Master Duel. Oh, and we do go for the Superstar Slayer Typhon. Oftentimes, that is signalizing that our turn is not going to be going on for too much longer, as no more summons will be possible, and immediately forcing out the Ecclesia effect here on the opponent's end.
And that is such a risky play. It opens up so much against this possible Fallen of Valbas that is going to be summoned here. Discard 1 card. Possible fusion summons with 2 monsters from your opponent's side. Which ones is it going to be? Is it going to be Retaliating Sea and the Typhon? I would assume
well, so. Yeah, I guess we are going to make use of that.
You could leave the Typhon up. We're gonna figure it out soon. You could leave the Typhon up, just take Frixel and the Retaliating Sea, so you're actually also profiting from your Frixel graveyard effect. Nope, we're taking off the Typhon, and that is gonna be the Dragon that devours the Dogma.
That is the Dragon that devours the Dogma. Hard to deal with. Right now, it's possible. Wait, no, there is the Ecclesia still on the field, the Synchro Ecclesia, actually. But that looks like it is certainly going to go into the direction of the Draco Tail player here.
That should have been a swift 3-0 from the blue side. Very, very strong start. It's not impossible to get back from this, of course.
We all
but
know.
It's really, really tough. You're immediately with your back against the wall. You definitely need some better luck in the next games.
What a start. I mean, the team name already is signalizing that they have some special connection maybe to also the Q-Tune deck with Team B2B, kind of signalizing the back-to-back reference on the Q-Tune monster. But, I mean, it wouldn't be a back-to-back title for them. It could be the first title ever for the Japanese region, which would be really, really interesting and cool to see, because so far it has only been American and European teams. But this game ain't over just yet. We see a sad card here from Cute Snail, but that's most likely signalizing the end of their turn.
Also, in that kind of deck, in the probably Vanquish Soul K9, I think we've only seen K9 cards so far, but they are usually teamed up together. Would assume so. The set cards, they are not really like the big game changers, right?
Totally.
Unless you are big in your engine.
Yeah. Oftentimes that is true. We summon out a Cartesia here. And while the game isn't completely over yet and the SP Little Knight will be returning, actually we have banished 2 of our own monsters, meaning the Jokel also comes back. But now that there is no longer that Retaliating Sea around, we can safely also activate the Fallen and the Virtuous, putting that Rindbrom into the graveyard, making sure the SP Little Knight will no longer be a threat for the remainder of the turn. Oh, and we're chaining the Rindbrom even. We want to get full usage out of this end phase. It's not quite just a branded deck, which would be the perfect deck to play on the end phase, but of course featuring those branded cards here in branded Draco Tail.
I think the Draco Tail cards just up the power level of the branded deck a little bit. You're playing less bricks. That is also a very, very important part. The Fallen and the Virtues, I think that would be my top new card to share for
it's
teams.
So good. I'm excited to see whether actually with 5 shared cards players decide to share that card, or whether other cards are more of a priority. But definitely, even though the extra deck becomes a little bit tricky with Albion, the Branded Dragon and so on, but you can certainly make it work, and making it work is now here. That 3-0 on the line. We are going for game, and you see the nods on team back to B2B side. They are in the lead. 3-0 entirely, sweeping this first set. Wow.
3-0 is a heck of a start, especially in your first round of the WCS. Keep in mind, this is the highest stakes Master Duel tournament that you could ever imagine, especially in your home country as well.
Yeah.
It is just so good to have like this big first set victory on your back and saying, hey, okay, this is... It feels like our day immediately.
It does, and I mean, you could argue that maybe in the morning hours you could be a little sleepy, you need some time to get into the groove, because of course it's 9 AM here, some people may not be too familiar with that. Maybe something you'd have to train in preparation for the World Championship as well, that you are actually on point even as early as 9 AM for the first round, and then getting in there immediately 3-0, that's the way you want to start, and they are on the board like that. And now the second set, already huge pressure for the Team CER from Korea, because that is, with them losing 2 more games, already the match.
At the very least, you need to win that set immediately, and then you need to 3-0 if you only went 2-1. So if they win the next 2 sets, 2 and 1, they still lose. Being 3-0 down is not impossible to overcome, but it's certainly very, very tough, because already it's such a statement, right? When you're saying, okay, we beat you 3-0, that's in your head now. You know that every single one of us can beat you.
Definitely. And I mean, Leo, let's talk about decks that we saw. So we had Draco Tail branded. Successful against the Vanquish Soul K9 deck. How much Vanquish Soul K9 do we expect overall for the tournament? Because it's not necessarily one of the top decks that you see in Master 1 that much anymore. I think Draco Tail is certainly more popular over there, but still a good candidate maybe here as a first or second deck?
I think it's a very, very strong deck. Still, it has great ceiling, it has good grind game, it has some applications against certain decks that are very strong. Retaliating C being playable in that deck is very, very strong lookout for something like the branded Draco Tail variant there.
Do you think they scouted maybe and thought, hey, I think this guy is going to be the Draco Tail opponent, so we are going in with that? That would be huge. That would be strong.
I mean, Retaliating C, just really, you don't want to have this card in your first deck, right? Because it doesn't have too many things in the meta it can counter. So I think that's a very, very valid point for that.
I mean, how good is it against maybe Qtune at this point? Because if you chain it to Qtune Synchro, having it on the field against Qtune, which really wants to get their Synchro materials into the graveyard, is not horrible either, right?
I can see that, but there's also a lot of cool tune variants that also play with the Elf Node strategy.
Yeah.
And at the point where you could Retaliating C, I don't think it really has an impact.
And also, if they don't start with Qtune Synchro, which is now semi-limited, it's also not really that great because it doesn't have much other applications. So not necessarily the strongest card maybe to have. So I think if you can avoid that matchup, if maybe your second deck covers better against Qtune, probably you want to avoid that matchup overall. But then, what else did we have? Of course, we saw Qtune, I think, on the bottom as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. We had some short glimpse at that. I think a Qtune OTK there.
Yeah.
Sky Striker is a deck that can be somewhere in this tournament. It's a very situational deck. Also a deck which I think is very favorite matchup for the Vanquish Soul K9, or not very, but decently favored, because you can just dodge anchors so very well with the Vanquish Soul strategy.
Fair.
And
I can get behind that.
Yeah, there is some different applications that if you play Retaliating C, that can also do some damage to your Sky Striker strategy.
But honestly, a deck that I've been enjoying a lot lately and that had also been really, really popular at the regional qualifiers leading up to this World Championship, Radiant Typhoon Zodiac. I mean, with Red coming back, I mean, it's now back to semi-limitation, but as we can see, the deck's still incredibly popular, and I think a lot of teams are going to be relying on that deck as we had here on the first match already. Robbie Rabby showing it in his lineup. Oh, this is always the World Championship game stage, the playing field. It's so gorgeous. And Robbie Rabby, after already having a really nice going second game where his opponent didn't produce much, this time will be able to go first. But the good old Maxian standby phase resolving.
Oh, that's a good start for Qtune here from the Called by Army. Hoping that there is no Called by. And that is, of course, when the Maxi results, it's always pretty strong. But Ram normal summon is something you can make it Trident for one draw. That is
sure.
That is a play. The thing is that even if you're passing, a Radiant Typhoon deck can have some plays into this, but I mean, you need something.
Look at this. We're switching it up. We go over to the next duel, Duel C, which sees Sana again, which was not able to play much last time, revealing now that the deck that he would have loved to play much more with last game was for QT in strategy. I mean, we saw the mix there as a desperate top deck, but it didn't do much anymore here. But here we see that there is more against that Hydralis Harmonia that we already are playing through.
But it's already a little bit annoying to play against here. Maybe there are some hand traps in hand for Sana that can be used as synchro material for that mix, because now only Rotary and Mix, they really don't do anything. Even the Surge with that would have been detrimental, but setting
Sana! Arguably playing one of the best decks in the room in the first games of the day, not really getting anything going. And I mean, this gotta be a QT mirror match, but it's not a regular QT mirror, as there is Elf Note Lucina in the deck of Nana Daime here for Team B2B.
Are we seeing Regina? That would be completely crazy.
That would be insane. But there's no answer to this Infinite Impermanence. Sana drew 2 Infinite Impermanences in the first game, now another one here in the second. But there also is a Q-Tune starter for Nana Daime. So we are getting into a direction where this is looking really good overall for Team B2B. Joel and Lockbird again. It feels like a very similar hand overall for Sana. And the call by the Grave too. Ay.
Stop it already! They're back with their backs against the wall immediately, but this is just nasty work. You can also just go into a Baron here. But I mean, we have even just negated the draw.
There's Rotary in there as well. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
the Rotary revealed the Rekko, right?
Yeah, you're right. But I mean, Leo, maybe it's karma. They called their team, called by Army, and now back-to-back games for Sana. He's getting that called by the Grave 1-off from his opponent. Actually, interesting note on that end. That means Called by the Graves is a shared card for Team B2B, as against 2 players now he had to be up against that card.
And honestly, it's doing some work already. This card,
already worth it, really.
Yeah, this card as a one-off. Let's see how many of those are going to be drawn during those games. But yeah, Baron de Fleur, if your opponent is at 1 card in hand, that is only a Rotary. Baron de Fleur is a safe bet to almost immediately close the game out within 2 turns at least.
Feels possible. We have a field spell still, so that's an additional normal summon. That normal summon can be Q here. So we are right on into this game, and that looks very favorable and should be developing into a 4-0 direction here for Team B2B. 1 game away then only from a win on the first round. And I mean, let's face it, we explained the rules. Only the top 2 teams from 6 team groups are advancing to the semi-finals. That's a hard task. Like 2 out of 4 oftentimes already is hard, but 2 out of 6, you gotta be performing. Oh, Loudness War coming out here. 3,300 makes sense. We're looking at the top decks here with Q, and that could already be enough with the Baron de Fleur able to get rid of that Nixper on the field. Yeah, that's easily more than 8,000. So we do have Nana Daime making it a 2-0 for himself and a 4-0 overall for Team B2B.
Absolutely massive, just playing through it like it's nothing. Good use of hand traps, and that is one of the issues with QQ now, because it sometimes draws very little engine. A few hand traps can easily stop the deck from performing a combo, and that is just what we have seen. And now we're going to see some Fairy Tail action here on the side of QTail, but Maxi has resolved in this game too from Rabi Ribi, so that is really hard to beat. There is a half field.
There's a set monster, so I think Snow already had somewhat of a saying in this game. There's Soroa now being summoned, but yeah, Rabi Rabi, for every special summon, Maxi is giving them a draw. So yeah, with that game state, when Maxi resolved while you are playing into a field, oftentimes you just have to make the commitment. You are saying, hey, well, you are getting all of those cards, so my way of winning this game is just to end it here this turn, so all of the cards that you are drawing never get any value. And I think, specifically against the Radiant Typhoon deck, that is a reasonable thing to do, because that deck has the tendency to not run as many hand interactions. And now, with the monster that we equipped there, with the Nina Rur, the Magister's Glass Goddess, we can actually go after one of the set cards, but Mystical Space Typhoon, quite a classic way to answer that.
Yeah, that's even stronger than you would think, because now the Zora, in order to negate something, needs to tribute itself, and that is 2,900 damage that you would be missing. But of course, you can also still use Zora's effect itself to just re-equip that card. Now let's find out if this is a hard once per turn, if we can go after another spell trap again. Nope.
Nope, we
But
cannot.
going into the Endymion engine now.
Yeah. This deck has gotten so much stronger lately. Like the support for the Fairy Tail deck now with the new Magistus cards as well, because very, very importantly, contrarian to the TCG, actually there is the Maid of Endymion, part of that Endymion package here in Master Duel, which makes this deck a super valid option here in every team's lineup. And as we see here, Team B2B has decided to take that decision. Oh no, team called by Army actually has done so. Oh, more and more special summons though.
But, I mean, we are getting a decent sum of attack points onto that field already. We have the Regulus and oh, a Purge is being activated onto the Majgiru effect. That could be detrimental. We have another trap in the graveyard. No, it's just an effect negation. No destruction would have been definitely useful for Cute Snail here.
For sure.
Or for Rabi Rabi. But we still have the Regulus in hand. We can special summon it out.
Okay.
Oh, we are making the Eldam the Prince of the Fairies, so if we are fusion summoning something, we can...
A spellcaster, I think, right? Or is it... Yeah.
We can make it a spellcaster into Prince of the Fairies, and then that card can be used as fusion material as well.
That's fair, okay. And we still have the Witchcrafter in graveyard using its effect.
Yeah, this one banishes the spell that usually just as a response, when your opponent activates a card or effect, special summons a Magistus card. However, if you are banishing your Witchcrafter Genya, I believe, then you can just go around this condition a little bit and just special summon.
Oh, we still go on. Artemis was equipped. We bring back Ver. Another card added to the hand here for Rabi Rabi, but we have used Purge. And I think we early in the tournament also already used Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs, so we are running out of possible interruptions to draw here even.
Now the big question is, are we going to see something like a Nibiru, the Primal Being, and is that even going to help because the Zora is there on the field?
Yeah.
I think if there is a game state in which you can get back from a situation like this, and it's taking the Maxi challenge to OTK your opponent, that is a way to get back into those games.
For sure, that could be a huge momentum shift here in this. Now we are, as this deck does, enjoying the third summoning mechanic. Not only fusions, not only synchros, but also exceeds. I always love those toolboxy decks that have the option to just go around every single fusioning mechanic or summoning mechanic from the extra deck. We're sending 2 cards here from the deck to the graveyard, one of them being Tales of the Fairy Tales, which will give us an additional fusion summon opportunity.
And an additional normal summon upon equipping onto the Wicket, and we are taking the Genya, so that one is another piece of damage. Regulus is now going to reveal the Spenta that we've searched earlier to special summon itself. Another day, another draw, but keep in mind you will also have to get through these defensive points there on the other side.
I mean, there's a good chance we know what that is, almost certainly. I don't think they just set it on their opening turn.
It was snow-booked.
Yeah, so I think we should be good to just attack over it. It could, even if it is Crusea, we have multiple spell and trap cards on our end, so we can just attack over it freely. But here for now, by the way, we see in Duel B there also is another Radiant Typhoon, so that deck really popular. But now the battle phase, could that possibly be enough? That is 1600. Which monster will be going over that? That's a Dryden, okay.
That does make sense. We started with Rem under Maxi, so I think that makes the most sense. Now Regulus attacks. We are going for game. A1 Cute Snail beating the Maxi challenge.
All right, back into this match as that puts them on the board 4-1. And now this second set can still be saved with the overall match here for team called by Army. But this game state right now is also actually, it's looking all right for called by Army. Sabadoc here with the Radiant Typhoon. That could still be ahead here.
Yeah, the question is how many resources does Sabadoc still have? Oh, normal summon Cartesia does
be big.
Look like we're taking out more and more pieces from this field. Also wonder what the reason is for the Rem to just chill there.
It's chilling.
Yeah, all right.
Maybe we brought it back with the Checker 9. Oh,
we still have the
we haven't used that. How many mystical space typhoons in the graveyard? Can we even destroy the Cartesia here? It seems like it, yes. So at least 2 mystical space typhoons in there. Is there more for Team Called by Army, or is Battler riding on the wall for this match already in the second set?
Oh, that could be the start of a great comeback for the Called by Army. There was one game that could have done nothing, basically.
Yeah.
So that was a guaranteed loss almost, but other two players.
Oh, it's the end phase.
Wow.
Called by Army still in this, and there's huge follow-up for the Radiant Typhoon deck with the Ascendants here in end phase, ready to bring back a Crusea, which snowballs into so many more cards as we're able to not only search for Mystical Space Typhoon, but also then additionally for another Radiant Typhoon card, any kind of, and even more draws with the Trap card now too.
Yeah, we were speaking about, is it going to be enough follow-up there, but 100% that is already game on field as well. Almost.
I mean,
against none, it's not.
Really close though. It's not far off. We certainly will be getting
a monster,
there.
Right?
Yeah, for sure. And also still having that Monster Negate available again in the next turn with the Varu Rune. So really looking like Called by Army can stay around here, can hang in and force a third set in this opening match of the 2026 World Championship of Master Duel here.
Now we summon out the Sven, and now it is still not game. I need to work on my mathematics game.
Yeah,
this,
I have to call your math teacher for sure. There needs to be some freshen up.
Please don't. Please.
Maybe Dr. Tom Payne can teach you some.
Well,
in later rounds. We'll have to see about that. But for now, all of those wind monsters lining up there together with the small little earth monster that Ram is, but it turns into something much more powerful now. Maybe even more importantly now, opening up the main monster zone there by moving into the extra monster zone there. That is the Tiger Mortar. And so now easily getting to that 8,000 points required.
This is the moment where you really need a Whiptail in your deck. Then the Broad Bull can search it, you can just attach it to your Trident from hand, and then you have game. But now, of course, we are normal summoning another Sven, and that is for sure enough to go for game. So Summoduck takes it, is 4-2, still a very favorable position for B2B, but by no means is Called by Army out of this match.
Wow. Those are some games to open up this World Championship. Some spectacular dueling early on here. And I'm glad we will be able to see a third set here between these two teams, because they are really showing why they are here, why they are representing their regions in this World Championship here. And I mean, speaking of regions, we have more Japanese teams than ever before, because both season points also came from the Japanese region. So I think overall it's 6 teams from Japan, and as we have here Called by Army, also another team from Korea. So that's a lot of teams from that region, as they want to, of course, this year take that World Championship here. We have them here. Oh, they're cool. They're calm. They don't even look nervous. I would be so nervous sitting in their chairs. They're going into a third set.
100%, but you have to be locked in right at this point, especially if you've already played 2 sets. You have to know that your win condition is to just full-on sweep here, because that's what happened to you in the first round. So I think there is no space for nerves. A little bit of nerves can help you focus sometimes.
Yeah.
But I think there is no space right now. I think you have to be full-on locked in, or else you're not going to be taking home the title.
Leo, give me an estimate. How many hours have those players invested to get to this point? Like, when they qualified for the World Championship, you just lock in, right? You put yourself in a room and just non-stop play this game, right?
I'm saying
1,000?
1,000 hours.
1,000 hours seems like a good estimate.
On the spot, not one more,
in one run, yeah. Just non-stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh! That's the dream, right?
Right? It does sound great. Also, Dreamy is this background that we're having. I think
lovely.
It's just very, very cool to sit here and experience that. It's fantastic. But no.
Now the matchups will switch around a little more again. We just had the Q-Tune Mirror, which is not going to be an option now anymore. I think it's going to be overall a really interesting thing to see developing through the tournament. Whether the Q-Tune variant in its pure form, or whether the Elf Node Q-Tune variant is the more successful one, because I think both approaches have been decently popular lately. Of course, with the pure version losing a lot of starters, as the Forbidden Unlimited list has dictated so, and the Elf Node deck just having the option to bridge from both engines into each other with the Chao Fang. So I think that's a really, really good deck to play. But of course, with including more engine cards from the Elf Node side, you're losing out on running a lot of hand interactions, which the Q-Tune deck wants to do, really. So it's a tough call, and I think we already are seeing different directions here in this first match.
I think picking Cool Tune Pure is a rather safe choice, right?
Probably.
There's so many decks in this format that just want to make a really big field in the first turn, especially in Worlds formats. Historically, at the WCS, people have been starting to bring FTK decks, right? Where they won in the first turn, and some of those are still around legally. So I think having a deck that has 90% hand traps, basically, is a solid call. However, sometimes, yes, you can stop your opponent, but can you also play?
That's a good question. But overall, I gotta say, I expected most of the teams to be on Radiant Typhoon, as we saw here as well. Of course, Q2 and of course Draco Tail. But already in our opening match, seeing that there also is the Fairy Tail deck, which I would have said maybe, like, it's an option to maybe bring in as, like, deck number 5, deck number 6. Like, it's down there on the list. Maybe it could have been 7 or 8 for me, just barely not making it into the roster. But now seeing that in the first match, immediately the team decides to bring it in, I am quite confident with that deck maybe being able to be seen more this weekend.
And especially it was played versus the Radiant Typhoon Zodiac deck, so maybe we have a little bit of a counter pick or target pick situation going on there, because you can put up some quite big negates with that deck, and a reoccurring Fairy Tail Snow is pretty annoying, even though Mystical Space Typhoon versus Fairy Tail.
It's good.
It's so strong.
It has multiple applications. You can do it on the equip spell, on the tails. You can do it on the field spell, on the balls, which is massive as well. Just you don't even need to negate anything. You can just do it on it. Yeah, and then you will, as the game mechanic dictates, just destroy it.
All the Endymion continues.
True,
There's so many applications for Mystical Space Typhoon, especially if you're also setting up the continuous trap. You can just negate other cards while destroying something on target. So who would have thought that Mystical Space Typhoon in a vacuum now in this World Championship might play a big role?
One card I want to mention, which has been a debate between the Radiant Typhoon players. We saw Radiant Typhoon manifestation there in that deck from the Called by Army. And I think that card, with now losing more consistency, as there only is 2 Radiant Typhoon Chant and 2 Radiant Typhoon Vision around, you gotta up the amount of numbers for your Radiant Typhoon cards overall, and therefore I think it's a really good decision to also make use of that card. Of course, the effect to just bring a Radiant Typhoon monster into the graveyard, not as powerful, not as much of a starter as the other cards were. Still, you just want to have overall more options to get to activate some of those quick play spell cards, as you need that for your engine overall.
And also you can get access to Varuron and Ponyx. So those can sometimes help you get there more easily. Maybe even if you have an Ascension in your hand, right? You can just send a Crusade.
True.
And you can start playing with that. So
that's a combination of cards that worked out. Yeah, for sure. But we will have to see. Maybe this is now the moment where we have the Radiant Typhoon mirror, actually, right? Because Radiant Typhoon has not played a mirror here so far, but we saw both teams are on that deck, so therefore...
You're a tapper, huh?
I'm thinking, you know, like when I'm playing, of course. So that could be the possible matchup we are about to see. Have we seen players switch their decks just yet? I'm wondering. Have we seen the Fairy Tail deck on the first set? I think it was there.
I don't think we have seen it there. Maybe it was in the bottom game that we
I think it was, actually,
yeah. But also we saw in game 1, we saw a Vanquish Soul K9, and I don't believe we've seen that in the second
You're right.
So we would maybe have to do some more research on whose deck that was.
Yeah.
Because Vanquish Soul K9, I think it is a targeted pick versus those branded Draco Tail deck. Because, I mean, when Draco Tail released in the TCG, everyone was so hot on retaliating Steve versus those K2 and Rahu.
That's true. And I mean, now, on the first match, when you have a counter deck, I think it's a pretty easy decision to just bring that counter deck. But now, as the games develop, as people know that there is that counter deck in their lineup, I think it becomes so interesting, because then, all of a sudden, the deck that wants to be countered, that is targeted, may switch away. And then all of a sudden, you're playing a counter deck against a deck that is not there anymore, so it creates a whole different dynamic, really.
And those mind games are going crazy, especially when you see that multiple matches have already been played, right? You can just always check out in the client the other matches that have been played.
Alrighty. Checking out some more matches on the screen, on the stream. We are here now, though, as this is the deciding third set between Team B2Beat and Team Called by Army. And Rabbi will be going first. That's good news for the Radiant Typhoon player on the team that's already leading 4-2. And we got the most powerful starter with the Zodiac Red Pierce, sending the Ram from the deck.
going into
Massive.
Warbow immediately, and that is going to summon out another Zodiac Red Peer. And this is just like back in 2016, where you are going to start going for a bigger combo. Check-9, of course, very, very useful here. With the Ram that is being played now more than Red Peer is being back at 2, because you can make one more rather useful body there by using the Trident, pop the Ram and summon back another Check-9 that can be used as Exceeds material.
That's true. So now we are possibly still able to go for the very big combo, because originally when this deck was created, while the Zodiac cards were coming back, we saw them always going for a big SHUEISHA, also the Skull Dread in the combo, going for the Utopic Future always as well. Now, with only having 2 Red Peers, that's not often possible anymore, but maybe now with the inclusion of Ram, we can still go for the full big combo as we bring back the Ram here with the Check-9. Oh, this combo is so good, with now the Broad Bull able to search your Radiant Typhoon part of the deck as well. There we go, grabs for Sven, and now that's all we need.
Yeah, going first, this is absolutely insane, because your opponent cannot have any spell traps. If they're not playing Angeliki, which I don't think is possible right now. But we add the Chant Eldam, and now we even have the option to go for a big Saryuja. If we so desire, Link for Saryuja Skill Dread is summoned, and that is a draw 4. You put back 3, but still, that's
well,
awesome.
You see so much of your deck. Now we bring out Megala, there is Vision. When you're drawing so many cards, you are, of course, consistently going to find those 2-ups as well. There is the Raru Rune in hand. We're looking at a full setup possibly here on their end. Crasea from the deck. We have not even used that effect yet. It seems outrageous to think that, because there's already so much going on from the Radiant Typhoon part of the deck, but here we're just getting started. But I think Duel C is about to wrap up, and I think that already is deciding the overall outcome of this match, as this was a win for Team B2B.
Yeah, with back-to-back, with Cool Tune B2B for B2B, that should wrap it up immediately. But we're, of course, going to finish this game with Rabi MST on the Radiant Typhoon Ascendance. Do you think we're going to go into the Ryratory?
Most definitely, I would say, because we just have so many monsters on the field that we don't necessarily need anymore. We already are using the effect of our Eidolon Link 2 here as well, signalizing that we don't need it for the opponent's turn anymore. Therefore, just linking it off seems like the smartest thing to do. But before that, we even have the luxury to draw another card through our mandate. Here, you have been mentioning it. That does look like a Link 4, and in that case, the Ritual Beast Ulti Ryratory.
Oh, wow, and
what
another 3 set cards there. This is a full field, so I think Rabi can be very satisfied with himself. But now Klesia is being summoned, Rahu is activated, Chain Ascendance, Mystical Space Typhoon, target Ascendance to just get the summon back, and of course the mandate can then negate the round. There's no answer to that. No Fallen the Virtuous, no Forbidden Droplet Chained.
Nope.
So just getting the resolve on this Mystical Space Typhoon is absolutely crucial. And that also basically signals you're going to have more of those negates.
Yep.
They're all going to resolve.
That is definitely true. And we got to say, the Draco Tail deck is one of those decks that are struggling against Mystical Space Typhoon. When they just activate the Rahu, when they activate the Ketu, and you go Mystical Space Typhoon, Chain Mandate to negate those powerful spell cards, oftentimes they have problems answering that. And now even that is back. We're going into the end phase, realizing on Subdux and that there is no way to get through all of this, so we just give it over to the opponent again. But we only briefly touched on it in our opening speech. Fighting for every game here is definitely important. Even though you see that the overall score definitely already is decided and it's going to be a match win for Team B to beat, every game for the overall tiebreakers, if you want to advance into the top 4, will be hugely important.
Yep, and it is looking grim for the called by army so far. Rabi is ramping on in this game, goes into another Varurun. It's just basically chilling here, right? Just adding another Mystical Space Typhoon from deck or graveyard. Perhaps not wanting to get it from the graveyard to have the Varun run. Okay, Varun is not even on the field anymore, was linked off. So we're not afraid of a Nibiru, but where would that come from as well? So now we are pushing back the Ecclesia.
Oh.
And Sabadak just says, hey, you know what, you have so many interruptions, I'm not even trying. Or I have drawn all of my Albas.
That is the battle phase, and that's more than 8,000. So we do have Rebi winning another game here. Huge performance on their end with the Radiant Typhoon Zodiac deck there.
Yeah. And then we, of course, also have a last game there. Hanao Duelist Yamano is really pushing for quite some things here. Has one graveyard effect left open. I wonder which one that is chained to the Chaos, but you can already see the big smiles there on the side of Team B2B, and Called by Army will have to, of course, come back from this. Not everything is lost yet. You can afford some losses.
Definitely. It's not over at all, but for the moment, it's still worth fighting for this game. So we're finding ourselves here in the main phase 1 of turn 2. So I am imagining it is the turn of Sana here? Or what do you think?
Oh no, I think we are... I mean, it says...
Oh wait, is it? No,
blue,
it's a turn.
right?
Yeah, no, it's a turn of. Yeah, my bad. It's the turn of Yamano.
Oh, and that could have been big, the Urgula, to set the K2, destroying, of course, JJ Cooltunes. But there is an RS. Can you somehow get rid of that RS before you try to activate your K2? Because otherwise, I have bad news for you.
I mean, attacking over it, not necessarily an option because it's so big, it's so boosted with all of those tuners around in the graveyard. Okay, Urgula in the graveyard can bring back the 5 mana, offering additional fusion opportunities if we haven't activated this yet this turn, which could be one of our ways. Ooh, we do activate the Katu just simply.
We're going and we're giving away this card for it to be negated. I think another strategy could have been to just keep it set and then hope that you are surviving the next turn to have another push into the RS, but maybe we haven't even used the 5 mana yet. So we can use it and make another fusion.
Oh, Link Summon! That gotta be the Anaconda here, I would imagine, because SP like we surely would have done before, so it is the Predator Plant Verte Anaconda for the price of measly 2,000 life points. We get the branded fusion resolve, and it is resolving, in fact, here, offering us possibly a Mirror Jade. And the Mirror Jade, again, so little, that could be enough, honestly.
Yeah, however, you kind of want to use it to get rid of the RS, right? And then if it resolves, you cannot use it on the opposing turn. But maybe... Oh, that is not even an extended art.
It's not... Oh, true. Very fair note, because usually it seems like everybody does have the extended art, but not here for Yamano. It does win you games as much as the extended art does, so no need necessarily for it. But, I mean, we send Albion to the graveyard here, meaning we can get access to Fallen and the Virtuous, which could on its own already be dealing very well with a possible Q-Tune starter.
And I think you just really need to hang on to some life points in this turn. You want to set up the Fallen and the Virtuous, which could also be used as a Reborn. I'm sure we have Ecclesia in hand now, Ecclesia the Virtuous, so maybe that could shut off our Reborn effect. But still, we do have the Destruction effect. And I think we sent the Fallen of Albas and not Fallen of the White Drake.
We did.
The Brand Fusion. So if we send Rindbrum, that could also be another interruption. However, we do not even need that. Sana just passes a card called by Army. Looks so defeated already, and B2B just cannot stop pushing.
The beat is definitely beating here right now, for sure. And they want to become, of course, the world champion here on home turf advantage. With this world championship being here in Tokyo, they want to make it happen so badly, and they are on a good way to get that desired title. And there the Ecclesia added back in the end phase, now back onto the field, making room for that from the White Dragon. Possibly still one of the strongest main deck monsters in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel right now.
I would have also liked a surprise Sotsul Moye.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Would have been a big fan here. Just you know.
Would have been spicy, yeah. But all we need is 5,000 points of damage, which we do have, and which is making this a very, very one-sided affair overall, as we have B2B taking this match in great fashion.
2 clean sweeps in 3 sets is very
Massive.
dominant B2B, showing, hey, we have picked the best decks in this room and we are going to display our strength. They did not give their opponents any room to really play the game.
They looked marvelous. They have proven that they are deserving to be here at the World Championship, and they, I think now they can relax a little bit. The cool thing, of course, for the viewers at home also is that was our main featured match, but if you just log into Master Duel, you can follow all of the games in the client. You can also rewatch the games, but we could maybe only see there on the bottom of the screen as Duel B or Duel C, because every single game will be in the client and can be followed through that, as it was, of course, the case for the last World Championships as well, with this being the 4th edition already of Master. Time flies by, right? This is already the 4th edition. It's crazy. We've celebrated the 4th anniversary, now the 4th World Championship. Marvelous.
Yeah, it's great. And those World Championships, the WCS, they just keep topping each other, right?
Yeah.
It's just every single time is such a big event, such a Yu-Gi-Oh! Fest to watch. And I cannot wait to just, you know, log into the client as well and see some of those matches.
Same.
You can always
I'm eager.
follow the action on your own Master Duel account. That's also something important for the players. If they are done playing, they can also log in onto their accounts again and check out what the others are playing. Take some notes already, and then perhaps you can have these situations again, just like we saw in Game 1, which is very surprising in the first game of Game 1, to bring your counter deck to the first game.
True. Leo, what are our conclusions from this match overall for the format, overall for the tournament here? Anything incredibly spicy, anything unexpected that you would love to point out to the viewers here?
That Fairy Tail into Radiant Typhoon is pretty strong. It was a game of 2 maxis.
Ooh, but look at this. We're going through our teams here. The reigning world champions, led by Captain Mist from Sweden, joined by Nash and Luca, of course, with a crazy performance last year there at the World Championship in Paris, trying to defend their title.
Yep, they are such beasts. 1 year of grinding every single 3v3 tournament together. They won also almost all of them. They have been proving their dominance over a year just to come to the World Championships and take it all. I know there was this huge story about Team 7 and Team Snipe Hunters.
Oh, yeah.
But this was such an amazing victory as well, and I think it's not talked about enough.
No, I mean, it kind of made room for a new storyline, because the first 2 World Championships, as you were mentioning, were really dominated by those 2 teams, which played against each other in the finals twice, which is incredible to even imagine. But then these guys stormed onto the stage in their first World Championship together as a team, just made sure that they would be winning it all. But trying to win it all, of course, there is plenty of teams this weekend, as we do have Team Fly to Fly here, of course, as well, led by their captain, Suizo Kaku, which actually, they were, after the reigning world champions, the first team to qualify for the World Championship, because they won the Duelist Cup back in September, so they booked their ticket quite early here, so they could maybe prepare the longest overall here, joined, of course, by Goyoku and Endea as well, which has experience with the World Championship previously.
Then, of course, we have Enzo, Ryan, and Joey making Team Chiba Corp. They are also some tournament favorites. Ryan is an exceptional player. He is a captain I would be terrified of if he was sitting across from me. And needless to say, he also in the TCG won the NAWCQ with such a sweep with the Sky Striker deck. So
what a
double qualification. Who does that? That's insanity.
But also, of course, noteworthy, Chiba Corp was in the finals last year, but now they are redesigned. Still same team name. Last year it was the team captain Joey, but now in a new design. And speaking of a team captain, of course, the team captain that has been at every World Championship so far. Some people call him Mr. Master Duel. That, of course, is Mr. Tasuku, which is back with a new team, Glory Future, joined by Fridamu and Yuki this time around. And they, of course, I mean, they have been trying to win this World Championship. He has been winning and doing well in Duelist Cups. Massively time for them, maybe. And there is the new Suns, and I like the team name, as that is, for some of them, the appearance, their first appearance at the World Championship here.
We have Arata, Iman Suzuki, and Samon playing together. They are also going to prove why they are here. I already like the pose of the captain saying, hey, we got the brains, we're gonna show everyone.
100%, that is Arata qualifying the team here. That has been at the World Championship before. And that picture there for Team Supreme Pro, TSX1, he wants to know. He wants a duel. He is ready to ramble here.
And while he is a fan favorite, the other two players are maybe some of the tournament favorites as well. Puck, of course, an incredible player, has been in the finals last year, played the last match of the tournament versus Nash. And then, of course, we might have the best Yu-Gi-Oh player of all time.
Previous world champion, of course. And then there is Team Satisfaction, SHUEISHA and Bernardo returning to the World Championship from the Latin region, winning that region in the regional qualifiers. This time, though, joined by G from the Dominican Republic, which also is a phenomenal TCG player.
Yep, that team has got some aura, let me tell you. A little smirk from Bernardo on the side with some cold, cold teammates in SHUEISHA and G. And then, of course, Team Ruination. We have Toast, Abdullah, and T2 Abo Mod.
Yeah, and they have won the European region, or the wider, broader region of Europe, Africa, and also Oceania. And therefore, they are, I think that was the first time. And they also, as you said, do have some aura, and they came well prepared into this tournament here too.
Phenomenal set of players. That is very curious to see them
some
perform.
familiar faces. We just saw them called by Army here in their lineup, very much smiling. Maybe not so much anymore after the first round, as that was quite some defeat.
Yeah, be a goldfish. You gotta forget this. You gotta forget this immediately. Sabadaksana and Cute Snail have been showing why they deserve to be here, and they are going to after this round. I'm very, very sure of that. Maybe they need to draw called by more and not get called by the entire time.
Of course, and then we have on Tama Gundam as the next team on the list, also ready to make things happen. And that is another team captain worth mentioning, Stella, one of the most terrifically good players in all of Master Duel, scared, feared by many players on the ladder, but now back to the World Championship here with his team.
Also another tournament favorite. At this point, who would have thought? Every team looks like they are very much capable of winning. And of course, we have Team Bogedy as well, who are also very, very strong performers in Boken, Rain, and Sakuma.
Of course, I mean, kind of named after the team captain, Bogen, another name that you will oftentimes see in all of those Master Duel competitions, and also on the ladder, oftentimes appears in top 10. There's even a challenge named after him, because oftentimes, just for fun, Bogen is doing the Bogen challenge, but nowadays it's called like that, just winning 10 games in a row. No biggie for him. Can he do it at the World Championship, though, is the question.
Well, B2Beat have shown that they can win quite a lot. 2 clean sweeps in the first match. The first set 3-0, the third set 3-0. We don't talk about the second set.
Doesn't need to. There's no need to talk about it, as still huge numbers put up by them, and they are ready to deliver here. We have Yamano, Nanadaime, and Rabi, the team captain, making their appearance here at the World Championship as well, with the huge start that we saw here on our featured match.
What a splendid performance to start the day off, and pretty sure they're on the top of the list somewhere after this performance, because that was great for the tiebreaker. So, Basti, what was your impression after the first round?
So, the decks, of course, we already touched on a little bit. That, of course, the Magistus Fairy Tail deck may be the biggest surprise so far that we have seen. Vanquish Soul, you said it is somewhat to be expected. I think it lost a lot of popularity, and therefore, as a counter deck, sure, it does make sense. And therefore, probably, I do expect them to be prepared. I think they knew that there is going to be a Draco Tail player on that seat in the opposing team, and therefore they countered before even playing the first game of the tournament. That is preparation. That is what you need for the World Championship. You need to be around in the competitive environment, and you need to check out who is going to be on what deck to be perfectly well prepared to already make counter picks in that very first game of the entire thing.
And I'm quite curious to see how the teams are adapting to those 5 shared cards. I'm still a little bit surprised that Izuna is not making a bigger impact since it's released. It's been basically only used in K9 decks. I think Izuna is a phenomenal hand trap card for basically any deck. So that would have been something that we have I would have liked to see for years. But I'm quite curious to see what the other teams are bringing.
Speaking of shared cards, Leo. We have seen one team shared the Called by the Grave. I saw a decent bit of Max C, so I would expect at least one of those 2 teams also to share Max C. What else is there? Ash Blossom we saw a lot as well.
Pretty much always
seems like a no-brainer, right?
I think the Mole Charmies could be something that teams are sharing, even though I don't think we've seen one resolve yet.
I don't
We've
think
seen
that we
more Maxis than Charmies. That's wild.
Actually, that's pretty hilarious. What else is there? Infinite Impermanence. We saw Sana draw that card a lot, but I think he was the only one from that team to actually draw it, so maybe it might just be dedicated to his deck alone. There could be even more spicier things. Like, you said Mold Charmies, but we mainly expect Mold Charmy Fubulos to be the card to be shared. Maybe Purulia as well?
Possibly. The Elf Node cards are pretty strong with this. It's good against Cool Tune. It's okay-ish against some other decks. It's really, really good against Vanquish Soul K9 if you really want to. But there is multiple other cards. Fallen and the Virtues would be my favorite card to share. I love how this card plays. I think you can play it in any deck.
I would agree. I mean, we've been toying around with that idea to share that card, of course. In the extra deck, then, you got to make it work between the decks that you have. But it is definitely possible if you just put one Ecclesia there, one there, and then also that Albion in one of the 3 main decks each. But now, with this round already being so incredibly exciting, we need to find out what was going on in the other matches. We will tell you all about it, or you check yourself in the client, as you can see there. But we are going on a very short break, and we will see you back for round 2. Welcome back here to the live coverage of the WCS, the World Championship 2026, live from Tokyo. Joining me for round number 2 is Jean-Alexis Rousseau. Welcome. You're excited to cast the first round for you of the day?
Yeah, absolutely, especially because some of the teams are already backs against the wall. Because during the last game, the first round of the tournament, we've seen a very convincing performance from the B2B team. So they are pretty confident right now, especially considering the fact that they won 3 ordering 2 of the different parts of the games.
Very much so.
But on the opposite side, you know, there are some teams that actually lost the game and they are not in the right spot right now. Of course,
it's still early.
Yeah, you can still qualify, so that's not a problem. But you'd better have a good tiebreaker because now every single game matters. But yeah, the first one was already very exciting. I'm so excited for the second one.
I mean, as you can also follow at home in the client, already some upsets. The reigning world champions, they have lost their first round and therefore they are, as you said, with their back against the wall. Of course, you can still make it to top 4 with an X2 score, but then everything has to work out in your favor. Tiebreakers all of a sudden become a factor as well, so it is going to depend on a lot of things, while the people that are undefeated for the moment, they just can keep on winning and they have it in their own hands. But for this round, for round 2, we will be seeing 2 of those teams possibly already with a little bit of a disadvantage, as both of them have lost their first round. But let's get into this action. Still everything possible, where we have here the South Latin American region against the North American region. Team Satisfaction against Team Supreme Pro, with a lot of returning faces to the World Championship. And then there is TSX1 with his first time appearance at the World Championship.
Actually, yeah, we know those faces. Some of them were in the finals, and I think that it is pretty surprising to see an X1 record right now. So they have to win. They have to be good at those games. And I mean, pretty much, I think that you just want to win the next round, but all of them. And that's pretty interesting to see this choice. We see the Dominus Purge
and
being
even more interesting,
activated.
They don't negate it with the Baron de Fleur. Pac doesn't care, he says. We don't need that extra search. We just bring out the Regina with our continuous spell, and that is all that we need. Welcome home, says Pac, as he's welcome home to the World Championship stage. Last year, he got picked up as a team member for Team Chiba Court. Basically last second, they told us. He was the 3rd team member coming in, and this year he made sure to bring the qualification home himself, and he has been known to do very well with the Q-Tune deck, but now, interestingly enough, has combined it with those powerful Elf Node cards, as we see here in full action already.
Absolutely, and I love this combination, to be honest, because as we've said before, and Leo has brought that on the table, I think that the Q-Tune strategy is very, very good on its own, but when you add these cards, I think that it brings a little bit more power, especially going first, because it allows you to go through all the hand interactions very well, and we know that it's very important.
Look at this, we have seen a quick glimpse at the hand of Shomayusa. We already kind of knew that it would be going into the Radiant Typhoon direction, with them using, of course, that Dominus Purge, and that kind of rules out a lot of the decks in the format right now. But now confirmation that it will be Radiant Typhoon. Interestingly enough, though, there's Gamma in there. I'm supposing there's Gamma because we saw the driver, so there must be something alongside it. Not necessarily a standard card in that deck, really, because Dominus Purge would have ruled out a Gamma as well, actually.
Yeah, absolutely, but I think that Gamma is a very, very strong card. For now, we see the combo still going, and that's why I really like this combination. Look at that. You've got the Crystal Wing as well, which brings you a negate. You've got the Baron de Fleur, which allows you to make a bridge, basically, between the 2 engines. And now we get to see some more combos. We get to see the Q, an additional normal summon thanks to the Field Spell. I think that that's a very, very good situation right now, especially considering the fact that Shomayusa only has 4 cards for now in the hand.
And we know all of them. There's no crazy field-breaking card in there. We saw there were a couple of engine cards. There is that driver, which is just literally the brick of the bricks. So that was the original brick. And now we even can manipulate what the top deck is going to be here for Shomayusa. So Shoma will have to make things happen. Actually, Shomayusa last year with his team Noble Gabigol, back-to-back qualifications on his end, actually, for teams now. And they started 3-0 into the competition last year. This year, that's not going to happen, but maybe they can still make things happen, but not this game apparently, as we have a quick pass back over to Pack, basically signalizing I have no saying in this game, back over to you.
Yeah, I think it was already very difficult to just break this field. Pack has made it absolutely unbeatable, and on top of that, knowing the cards in hand, you talked about it, the fact that Driver will not help you, even with a very good hand, it would have been difficult to beat that. No worries though, yeah, this is still a defeat, but this is only the start of the round, so all good for Team Satisfaction, and remember, both teams have to win those games. They are both X1, but they want to win it all and to get into the semi-final later today.
All right, the team captain has done its duty on Supreme Pros, and it's always funny when they start off the team captains playing against each other, as Shoma Yusa, of course, respectively is the team captain there as well. And we do see that Team Satisfaction has made the very same decision to also combine the powerful strategies of Q-Tune and Elf Note. And I mean, Leo and I talked about it in the opening round. I think there is still the approach to go pure, but this just gives you so much more ceiling. It's so good. It gives you the opportunity to bridge from one end to another. It just seems like the better option, and I mean, both of these teams at least do agree on that.
Yeah, I totally agree as well. I mean, Q-Tune on its own is very good. You've got some more room for hand interactions, but the problem is that you kind of sometimes lack of gas, you know, you don't have enough to just break the field, you don't have enough to go through the hand interactions. So with the addition of those cards, you're way better. As you just said, as you just mentioned, it adds some ceiling, and now it's going to be very interesting to see if TSX1 can just break the field. It's going to be very, very interesting. And I'm also very curious about the deck choice, to be honest, because we know this guy, and I think that usually, you know, we look more Pack and Jesse, but I think that he had some achievements, some great achievements.
Don't underestimate him, a YCS champion.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that he can just show us how good he is right now.
That's his mission for this weekend, and he chose an interesting deck to do so, as we had on the first round, there is another Fairy Tail on the roster of Team Supreme Pro as well. So maybe more teams than expected are relying on this, and that field spell is important enough for Bernardo to decide that we have to negate this permanently here with our trap card, with the also powerful Rhapsodia of Madness. I mean, negate from that end. We still have her on the floor. We also have the Tinya able to get a card of the opponent's hand. There is Zayla, there's just so many things at once. But for now, it's the normal summon of Fairy Tail Luna on TSX1's end.
Absolutely, and immediately we decide to activate the effect of Lucina. I love the fact that we react very fast and we want to stop the Fairy Tail strategy very, very early in its tracks. Will it be enough? That is the question, because there are still 3 cards in TSX1 hands. I mean, 4 now that we know, and that's pretty interesting. Do you think that TSX1 can just break this field, or do you think that it's too much of a problem?
This was interesting, because we have now, after putting that Luna back into the hand, decided to use the effect of Tinya to jump into the middle column, and therefore we were able to get rid of the Genia. I would have thought maybe, I mean, we waited for the card to be searched, so surely we're fine with it being there. Or now we chain the clip, and that enables us to possibly chain the Zaylan as well. Yes, we do. So we do not want TSX1 to ever get another monster onto the field. That is the main task right now. And I think when we cannot get a monster onto the field, there is no way for them to ever break this field.
Absolutely, and now we can even synchro summon thanks to the effect of Clip, which is gonna add another layer of interaction, another card, and this is of course the B2B. We've seen Team B2B before, but now it is the actual monster on the field, and it's gonna be an end phase on the side of TSX1, which is kind of logical. I mean, look at that field. It's been executed very well on the side of Bernardo, and I think that it's just going to be like an equalizer 1-1 in my opinion.
Very much so. The battle phase is here, and that battle phase belongs to Bernardo as that's all he needs to make this an even score. We see the thumbs up from G there in the middle. You love to see the communication between the players. This is a team competition, and the team is now on the board here in this very important second round. And we do have this match here between, of course, two titans of the TCG environment, but also both of them previously at the World Championship. G was there only once, but Jesse Cotton has been there plenty of times before, of course.
Absolutely, and what's very interesting is that from the past weekend, we know that Jesse Cotton has been on the Drake Hotel strategy a lot. He loves Drake Hotel, he loves the branded strategy as well, and there's no surprise in the fact that we see here some Drake Hotel cards alongside the branded cards, and of course he's gonna win this game and bring his team at a 2-1 score. Wow, that's such a beautiful start, such a great start. I mean, that was pretty close, to be honest. I love the fact that we saw some classic decks, I might say, like the strategy, the Cool Tune strategy, and we've also seen some strategies that I didn't expect that much, especially the Fairy Tale strategy. We know that TSX1 likes sometimes very spicy decks, exactly, and that's pretty cool to see him on his strategy.
It's interesting though. I mean, yes, Jesse Cotton is like the Draco Tail player, one of the most prolific Draco Tail players in the world, so it's not really a surprise to see him on the deck here, but we saw also his icon is Fairy Tale Snow. That's his most favorite card of all time, but still he gave the pleasure of playing the Fairy Tale deck over to TSX1 here, so he must have some trust in his teammate. And of course, the team captain Pack, he looked locked in. He was like, that Dominus Purge, I don't care, you can use it, I'll just keep my negate with the Baron de Fleur, I'll just go my big combo anyways. Even looked into the opposing hand. I mean, even if we would have revealed like 4 perfect cards there with Q, it would have been so hard to get through that big field. It's like, I thought Radiant Typhoon Zodiac would be like the big combo deck of the format, but maybe now it is Elf Note Q-Tune being the even bigger combo deck here in the room, which people have to fear.
Absolutely. I really like it going first, but also going second, because you've got a lot of interactions, and some cards might hide some other interactions, especially considering the fact that you don't have to play multiple normal summons. You know, you can always special summon the card in the center monster zone, and I think that this is also very, very good. Sometimes you want to stop the opponent using some hand interactions, especially with the Cool Tune strategy, but sometimes you just want to push with some more engine, and I really like this kind of strategies. Back then, I really liked the cards like, you know, the tournament cards. I really like the branded cards because you can just push through, and I think that this is pretty cool. So yeah, big deck in the room right now. This Elf Note strategy, these Elf Note cards paired up with the Cool Tune strategy. But we're gonna see in the second games if we have some changes, because remember, we can still change decks.
Of course, so maybe, 2-deck format. Let's get this thing on the way. We do have Shoma Yusa still on the big screen, but he will have to go second again, and this time against Jesse Cotton.
Oh! The Dimension Shifter is getting activated!
Alright, that can work. Pass from Jesse, as he's most likely still on his beloved Draco Tail deck, but that shifter just completely stops that deck entirely, and the special summon of Eldom is a good follow-up for that as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and we know these interactions very well. We know that it's always very hard to face the Dimension Shifter, especially if you're on the Draco Tail strategy, but you can still do some things. For example, activating the 5 mana is not forbidden at all. You can activate it. The problem is that all you will have is no follow-up, but you will be able to special summon something like Lubellion, for example, or something like a Star Source.
That's true, but this is huge. Look at this. Shoma Yusa, even though he's the team captain, he's going left and right. He's checking with both of his team members to make sure he's making the correct decision here. There's no need to play around Drone and Lockbird right now, as that card, of course, cannot be activated under Dimension Shifter. Still, we want to make sure to play through like lower impact cards such as the Ash Blossom Majora's Spring or Infinite Impermanence the very best. And it seems like we have come to a conclusion here, and I would expect this to possibly, it gotta be either Sven or Crusea immediately. The thing with Sven is, if we go Sven, we have access to our Zodiac cards as well, which I suspect to be in that deck as well. So that must have been the decision here. Do we want to go for a second level 3 monster, or do we want to go for Crusea? Is there even another spell card to enable the Crusea? Those are the factors to consider right now.
Yeah, absolutely, because of course Jesse couldn't play at all.
Whoa! We searched for Mystical Space Typhoon. I did not have that option on my radar, but there's the normal summon of Ram now.
Yeah, that's of course a card that you can find in this deck. The question is, can you close out the game right now or not? Because we are under the effect of Dimension Shifter. It is not as powerful against us as it is for Jesse, but do we have the damage? Can we end it up through the interactions? We are going through Broad Ball for now.
I mean, it's harder to get to the required damage here because we're not starting with Red Pier. If we would have started Red Pier, of course, you immediately get the second monster, you can get to F-Zero Draco Future, and that's 3,000 on its own, which is massive. But now with Rem, you're losing out on that option, and therefore, I'm not sure. And maybe with the Mystical Space Typhoon that we searched there, that's already signalizing that there, for example, could be the hard-drawn trap card in our hand as well. I couldn't really... Like, you're searching Mystical Space Typhoon while your opponent has 0 set cards. There got to be a reason for that, and the only reason I can imagine is that we have that trap card.
I mean, maybe we just want to not end the game right now and just plan for the next turn, you know. That could be a reason, to be honest. But for now, we are jumping into Duel C, where we see some more action. We've seen those cards before. We see the cool tune strategy against Pack. Now the Rico is gonna get met by the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. One of the cards that could be shared, because this is, of course, one of the best cards in the game. Going first, but also going second to just try to interact with the opponent.
I think it's almost safe to say that this is shared, as there was an Ash Blossom just on Duel A as well there. But yeah, maybe Bernardo is the better Q-Tune Elfno duelist, as he has put up a formidable field, but now Pack trying to break through all of that. The Ash Blossom was massive because it stopped entirely what the Rekko was trying to set up there, additionally to the already existing interruptions, but still Zaylen. And we gotta say, Fortuna is not the Elf Mode card you want to draw, because Fortuna is not a starter. It only gives you a trap card, and it can make an even bigger field, but on its own as a starter, it doesn't work as well.
And that's pretty good here for Bernardo, in my opinion, because you're going to be able to just synchro summon using the Mix and the Rico, bringing the RS probably, and being able to just destroy the body on the field, which will just leave Pack with 2 cards, and 2 remaining cards. That's not a lot, especially considering that there are 2 interactions on the field with the Zalen and the RS as well. Pretty big RS, by the way. 4,700 attack points. You'd better find something real fast, Pack.
That's true. And Pack, looking into his face cam, I gotta say, he's rather looking at the other tables right now. He's supporting TSX1 in his game because I'm just guessing he does not see that many options for himself here. There is a Sheena in Duel B. That's very interesting, because does that mean there is no Zodiac cards in that deck? Because Sheena has not been very popular in the Zodiac Radiant variant, because there is, of course, also non-wind monsters around, but there is a Sheena in the deck of G here, interestingly enough.
And that's a very powerful card. One of the best cards in the Radiant Typhoon strategy. Like, literally, it can just turn the table so fast. Ooh. We see that Duel A has just come to an end, and we've got a winner over there. So only 2 duels remaining, and we've got Team Satisfaction evening the...
Q-Tune Synchro though, and the Ash Blossom Joy Spring from Bernardo to top it off. Wow, that was maybe Pack's last escape, but Bernardo, of course, was prepared. We added back that Ash Blossom earlier on already with the remix, so it was never a doubt for him that he would be controlling the outcome of this turn, the outcome of this match. And we see Shoma now giving the thumbs up to Bernardo. They're feeling it. They're coming back into this match. They were down 1 and 2, but they have already equalized with Shoma Yusa, the captain, winning. And Bernardo is doing his very best to make this even a lead as we're going to the battle phase. And then RS on its own almost can make this happen. 3 and 2 lead for Team Satisfaction, and that has got to be a satisfaction.
I love this game, to be honest. This is such a close one, and yeah, now we're gonna see if G and TSX1 can just bring their team on top of the other one. TSX1 deciding to switch decks. We've talked about that. He's played the Fairy Tail strategy, but now he decided to go into the Radiant Typhoon strategy, which is very, very interesting, to be honest.
It is, and also I said G was the one using the Sheena, but it's of course TSX1 as we now have it here on the back screen. And yeah, maybe there is no Zodiac cards in this. Sheena in Radiant Typhoon sort of signalizing that this could be the pure version of the deck. There is Megala now as well. We are only in main phase 1 here, so there is the possibility of a battle phase and possible 8,000 points of damage here, trying to make this his game here. Of course, both players, both G and TSX1, they have lost the first set for their team, but they could be making a comeback here. You see the emotions really on Team Satisfaction. They're living through this together, and as this is a team competition, that is how it's supposed to be. This is not 8,000 points of damage here, though, from Team TSX1. And even though we have bounced so many cards with Sheena, all of those cards now are in the hand. There is Mystical Space Typhoon there. Is there a way maybe to make this more damage?
Is it going to be enough? Will we be able to special summon some more monsters? We have actually...
the
Crusea!
Hold on. Wait, this got to be it. With the Crusea, we are getting the Phonics and we're getting another Mystical Space Typhoon. We're getting the Trap card as well. I think this is enough to make this happen. TSX1 may be on the board in this match.
He might just have done it. To be honest, I see perfectly the line. The Phonics is getting added. And the Mystical Space Typhoon, as you just said. This is gonna be it. The 3,400 life points of G are not gonna be enough. And TSX1 is probably gonna bring his team, even out the score 3-3. What a round we have there. What a round.
Going second as well. After going second, worked out not at all for him on the first set, where he couldn't break that big field that he was presented with from Bernardo. But here, that Sheena basically on his own dismantled it all. And now in the battle phase, we come up with some unique tricks. It didn't seem like it was game, but now we are putting up additional 5,800 points of damage in the battle phase alone.
Yeah, and we've talked about it. We've talked about the fact that Radiant Typhoon was strong paired with some other archetypes, but was also strong alone. And TSX1 just showed us that 3-3 between Team Supreme Pro and Team Satisfaction. What a round we have there. I am so excited, like so excited. I am almost speechless because we've seen so many things. The fact that, I like multiple things. The fact that we've seen the best decks on the table. We've also seen some other decks. We've seen the Fairy Tail strategy, but also TSX1 decided to just switch decks and bring the Radiant Typhoon strategy in a very convincing way.
Totally.
Considering the fact that he just won, going second, which is a statement, and the fact that we've got that Sheena as well. It was a very good card. I've always thought that it was a mandatory card in this deck because you can do so many things. It's good against the trap decks, it's good against the monster decks as well, and it can just bring you back in the game as we just saw there.
Honestly, the more I think about it, in that shared card environment, you may even play it in the Radiant Zodiac variant.
Yeah.
Because when you draw the Sheena then, you can just play accordingly and just go for only the wind monsters first and then maybe push further with the Zodiac cards as well. I just feel like that card could be an inclusion into all kind of Radiant variants here this week, and it certainly is into the version that TSX1 has brought, and maybe he's going to reveal more about his deck here in the third round. But we talked about pressure. The pressure is on even more now. You're down 0-1 in total score for the tournament. You're going into the second round hoping to make up for it, and now you're going into a third set completely all even out, 3-3. There's no favorites right now. They need to win too, and only that will make them the winner of this round. Who you got? You think there's a favorite, or is it even chances here?
I mean, there's no favorite. There's no clear favorite. But I think that one thing is very, very important. over favorites and everything.
Yeah.
You know, it's the fact that it's a 3v3.
Yeah.
You've brought that earlier, and I think that is very important because you've got to support your teammates. You've got to help them. We've seen two different approaches, to be honest.
That's the thing.
On the
What do you
side,
like more? Do you like more the emotional approach of supporting the others and going for everything together? Or do you think just being in the zone and just having it like that is better? What do you think?
I like both, to be honest. I like both, but I like the fact that
I like some duels as well.
They are so locked in, to be honest. But who will win it all? You see that on your screen. 3-3.
Oh, SHUEISHA finally able to go first in this now as well.
That's cool. That's cool.
Oh, but approval from TSX1.
Will it resolve?
It is resolved. Okay, the thing though is, SHUEISHA has played Radiant Typhon the entire time so far. Ooh, see, I think there's Ryzeal cards in Duel B as well. That is unexpected.
There is Ryzeal cards and a Maxi met by Call by the Grave. So the Maxi will not resolve. I mean, it will resolve, but negated, which is not very good. But yeah, I think that those going second cards are very important in this tournament. We've seen the Maxi before, but the Molch Army cards, they are absolutely insane.
But, John Lexi, we see again, SHUEISHA, he's a captain for his team. Like, he doesn't even care about his own game. I would be freaking out because my timer would be ticking down every second there. But he's like, I am going to coach my other teammates right now, and we will make this happen together. As G is bringing out the deck that was very popular at the last year's World Championship with the Ryzeal deck. Not so much anymore. Still is here in G's lineup, though.
Yeah, actually, I think this deck is very, very scary going first and going second, especially because of this card, the X Ryzeal. And this card is even scarier.
Sure.
We see the Habakiri bringing the Sagi. The Sagi will just start the loop. And I mean, I wouldn't feel great if I were Pac right now.
That's not amazing, but that also kind of signalizing that maybe for deck building purposes, G has decided to make this an anti-Q-Tune Ryzeal Mitsurugi deck. Maybe there's more tech cards for that. Overall, of course, having the opportunity to just destroy all of your opponent's monsters against Q-Tune with the Murakumo is always appreciated. So I do definitely get behind that logic as we do Ritual summon out now that Habakiri with the Mitsurugi Ritual. And guess what? There is going to be another Ritual coming with the Kusanagi adding back that Ritual from the graveyard.
Yeah, and I mean, for now, it's going very well for G. We're gonna get our hands on this Futsu. And on the side of Pac, I mean, you already start thinking about your own turn because you know where this is going. You know what's gonna be on the table, on the field, and you're gonna have to break this. This is not easy at all, but if you have a good hand, I mean, your opponent doesn't know your hand. You're not paired up against Q-Tune, for example, so there might be some room to just break this, and I'm so excited to see if it's going to be the case.
I love the double animation there in Duel A and Duel B, basically simultaneously having Murakumo with the big on animation and the Draco Future fly onto the table, both equally boss monsters of their deck here, and of course, massive obstacles to overcome for the opponent. There is Futsu now as well. Speaking of an obstacle, when there is a Futsu on the field, it may not be like a negate, it may not be something too scary for your own monsters, but it's just snowballing all of those things back. The resources you're generating when a Futsu is around are just incredible. And it's funny that we just ignored the Ryzeal cards for the moment. We started with the Ryzeal cards because we have to. Like, the Ryzeal cards require you to do not have any other monsters on the field. But now, before really locking ourselves even into rank 4s, we are even able to summon out IP Masquerena, which is a 2, but not a rank 2, but a link 2, which we are, for the moment, allowed to still summon out.
Absolutely, and yeah, we see the Futsu. You talked about the Futsu. I think this is probably one of the most scary cards, to be honest. Of course, yeah, the Murakumo is very scary, but the Futsu wall, I call it that way, it is so strong, because even if you manage to get rid of the other threats on the field, the Futsu will just bring back every single time some more monsters, adding some follow-up, adding some other interactions, and we see the Ryzeal card a little bit more now, with this road being special summoned, adding another copy, and oh man, this is scary. This is so scary. Is there even a way to break that?
Yes, I mean, there is cards such as Dark Lunar Moor, which have historically been really good against Ryzeal Variants, and I think people in this Worlds format would possibly go into that card as well.
Oh,
but now, with Dugaris, we're making sure to even back up that big field with additional interruptions from the hand as we're trying to draw into those, not necessarily the most Xiaomi Fuvolos, but we are able to just discard that. And ooh, I just saw a quick glimpse in Duel A. TSX1 is back to his Fairy Tail deck there. He did not want to play a Radiant Mirror, but instead is back to this cute little Fairy Tail deck.
Detonator is on the field, and this is a very scary card. I think this is one of the strongest cards in the current metagame, considering the fact that people want to keep their body on the field to be able to synchro summon, for example, and having a Detonator, being able to just get rid consistently of the bodies, and on top of that, you've got the Murakumo behind that. That's so strong. I don't know how Pac can do that with 5 cards, to be honest. I'm very scared for him, but let's see if he can do it.
We shall see indeed, as he's just passing back! You got to be kidding me, Pac not even trying, more so focusing on the duels. Oh, there is retaliating C, and this is marvelous from G. G actually, now we have the explanation why he switched over to Mitsurugi Ryzeal. He dodged Pac's anti-Draco Tail deck because Pac switched over to a deck featuring retaliating C, and G knew that would happen and therefore switched his own deck over to Ryzeal Mitsurugi, so cards such as retaliating C would not be a factor against him. Yes, we can activate it here, but guess what? Mitsurugi cards,
doesn't matter.
They don't care about going into the graveyard or being banished. They will trigger anyway, so huge mind game won successfully there by G with picking his second deck here against Pac.
And I love it. We talked about the strategy, you know, the mindset. They all came very prepared, and that shows us how prepared they are. They wanted to just try to win this mind game, and actually here, G just showed us why he's one of the most prepared duelists of this World Championship. We shall see this Murakumo coming on the field. The Futsu is coming back as well, being able to add another card. We're going to destroy this small retaliating C, and surely G is gonna get the victory over here. So I think that Team Supreme Pro might be backs against the wall in those 2 other duels. It's gonna be interesting.
We can search for Max C here with the retaliating C, but oh wait, we're not even trying.
Yeah.
Max like, well, let's just get over with this. We all know there's enough attack points on the field already. Even if I have Max C, I never get the chance to really use it. But okay, G says, I want to Ritual Summon again. I'm having fun with those Ritual Summons, so let's keep on pushing.
And I really like the fact that you can see on the screen that Pac is already like concerned by the other games, and he's already trying to help his other teammates on the other games, already focusing on those games.
Totally.
Like, he recognizes that this game is just over, and he just tries to get back and to get those 2 more victories to win this round.
So G has lost the first 2 games of this match, but now in the most important third set, he will bring the lead on for Team Satisfaction, and that brings them in reach of an overall win as they only require 1 more game. Oh, interesting information there. There is Vuzu in this deck, so some decks may be very happy that they got that information for following matches, but that is the sequence of attacks making the overall score 4-3. And G immediately, with the moment he went for game, he leans over. You can even see him in the face cam of Shomayusa there. This is now not a 1v1 anymore, but G will be playing together with Shomayusa to make sure that there is another game going into their direction.
And that's what I love about this 3v3, to be honest. And when we watch the Duel A and Duel C, those are very interesting duels, to be honest, especially in the Duel C, because there are a lot of cards in hand. And you have to just... Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. You have to break Jesse Cotton's Draco Tail field, which is not easy because we know that he's so good at this deck. But we have so many cards in hand. We see that, I mean, it is still possible. It is still possible for Bernardo because he has a lot of interactions. The only problem is that you have a limited number of interactions, even if you have a lot of cards in hand. I mean, you cannot just do whatever you want.
Vidralis Harmonia being chained to the Secretarion Dragon. I mean, hold on, Secretarion Dragon activating here is kind of signalizing to me that this is the turn of Jesse Cotton.
Yeah, it is.
There's no field from Bernardo.
It is actually a lot of cards in hand, but no field at all. There's only the clip on the field, and now the Fidrolis Harmonia, very good card by the way.
Yeah.
But I think that Jesse Cotton might just be able to equalize. There is the Maxi, which explains why we have a lot of cards in Bernardo's hand. But how do you stop? How do you stop Dracotel strategy from just ending the game, even with a lot of cards in hand? Because we know that you can just activate Clip, you can activate the Fidrolis Harmonia, which both must have been activated.
They have already been done now, yeah.
But apart from that, you just have some hand interactions, right? So it might be a bit difficult for Bernardo to just hold this game.
Definitely, and I mean, Bernardo would be the one required to win you. Oh, that was a dragon! All we needed was Bernardo to summon up a dragon as we see a contact fusion with the opposing monster into Alba Lenatus, which gets rid of the clip. And there is now that odd Urgula on the field that together with the Albion and the Aphelion will be able, although it's Pan actually, and they will be making more than 8,000 points of damage.
Wow. We will just equalize with this battle phase, and we will get back real soon to Duel A, where everything is on their shoulders.
Hold on.
Have I spoken too fast? Have I spoken too fast?
Elf Note Regina will be able to summon itself out, and then it could even lead to another monster being summoned there. On top of that, and Bernardo, he was drawing cards. He is getting follow-up. Oh, both players actually have resolved Maxi. That's crazy.
Insane, actually, but will we get the final blow? We are going to attack over this Elf Note monster and going to the main phase too. And that changes everything, because even if you have a field, you have a lot of cards in Bernardo's hand. So we are back into the previous situation. I mean, this is still very difficult, but
we see direct attacks from the Fairy Tail deck. The field spell enables them to attack directly. There's not much left on Shomayusa's end. Is he surviving that turn
less than
there?
1,001.
Oh, there's Snow coming back. I think Snow is wrapping it up for TSX1. Oh my. With the
It's going to be the win.
I mean, they could even it out for the moment.
That would be actually insane. We are going to keep our eyes on this duel, as it is very, very important.
Snow attacks directly!
Yeah, the final blow?
No, but that is the equalizer! It's 4-4, it all comes down to this game here, and Jesse was not able to close it out, so Bernardo has it now in his hands again for team satisfaction. What a crazy third set this already is!
And look at TSX1, he's so relieved, like you can tell how this duel has been stressful for him. He's not helping yet, but you see Pac and Jesse talking about the game because they have to win this one. Now it is the turn of Bernardo. Will he be able to just try to break this field? 5 set cards though, and 4 monsters on the field, as well as 5 cards in hand. So a whole lot of materials if you want to activate, for example, Defy Mana, which is so scary.
So this could be a possible moment to just go with Dracotail Flame. There is not that many spell cards overall, so maybe you just want to go for it here. But now we see Jesse Cotton actually saying nothing about this and saying that this will result. There is the Fallen and the Virtuous on the screen, meaning we have set that successfully to our field as well. Would have been a possible interruption to this too, but no, Jesse is holding his interruptions as a real champion would always do. Okay, middle monster zone cleared up again, so Fortuna flies in there, also not answered, and will be activating its effect now too. Okay, we just don't care about all that. Was from the hand, right?
Yeah, it was from the hand, actually.
Oh, that's huge.
We've drawn a lot of cards, so it actually makes sense. And now we will be able to change the level and get a level 9 and a level 1, which...
We
don't do anything. Yeah. We don't do anything. I'm so surprised, to be honest, because it lets us access the wonderful Baron de Fleur, which is such a scary card.
Oh, this one in attack position, though. We carefully summoned all of our monsters in defense position so far, but now we make this Baron de Fleur vulnerable to a Dracotail Horn, which surely gotta be there. Surely Jesse has multiple of those Dracotail trap cards and is just waiting to activate them. Now on resolution, this could be the moment to try.
Yeah.
Yes, there is the Dracotail Horn. Maybe a little greedy from Bernardo to summon an attack position here.
Was it a mistake? Was it planned? That is a very, very good question. But here we will force the negate of the Burn the Fleur. But still, the Burn the Fleur will be able to... will be able to do nothing! Because the droplet, the Forbidden Droplet is being activated. We will send, of course, the Draco Tail Horn, which means that we can answer except with a trap card, which is pretty important. Will there be an answer from Bernardo? This is such an important game, and I think this is a crucial moment. It will resolve, and therefore the Burn the Fleur will not be able to negate and will not be able, therefore, to activate the effect to destroy something. So we are back at the step 1, basically. Yes, we have the spell cards and the trap cards, but we have activated some effects, and the Burn the Fleur is back to the extra deck.
It was important to send the trap card there, because otherwise we could have negated with the Rhapsodia there. But now the main monster zone once again being free, so the Lucina is jumping in. Problem with the Lucina and all the other Elf Mode cards right now, they have kind of done their purpose already. There's not so much more coming out of them. Much more successful in advancing our turn here would be the Q-Tune cards, because we've gone through Baron de Fleur. We've already established the trap card. There is not much more the Elf Mode cards want to do here, and therefore we gotta see whether there can even be a way to further push into the still remaining free set cards. And there's
the
5
5
mana
mana
too.
is being activated. It's gonna end up in the graveyard.
Oh!
We have the core by the grave.
Ring, ring, who's there? It's once again the grave. Oh, but this is huge, because yes, we're not able to take out our own 5 mana with the Sting, but guess what? We can shuffle it back to draw a card, so we're dodging the Called by the Grave effectively in the end. Look at this. Sting just takes a random card of the opponent's graveyard, takes the 5 mana out of her own graveyard, so Called by the Grave is left speechless.
I really love that. That's a great way to just dodge the Call by the Grave and to let the 5 mana resolve. And I think it might be it, because we are going to be able to just send back those Cool Tune cards back to the opponent's private zones, and that's pretty cool. Oh, this is going to be the Starsus though.
Yeah.
And your Gula as well will take care of one of the cards. So that's actually insane, to be honest. I think that was very well played from Jesse. He didn't play a whole lot during the first steps, but he knew exactly where to stop his opponents into his tracks. That's absolutely insane. What a level. And in the decisive game, 4-4, that's actually insane. Look at that. I love also the fact that Pac is constantly talking with Jesse. They are playing the game together. And this is exactly the same between G and Bernardo.
Yes, that is how it is supposed to be. Nothing less you would expect from a team that has a world champion and a world champion runner-up in the same person, and then another world champion runner-up on their roster. This team is stacked, and they're only making good decisions here when it matters the very most. Oh, and Bernardo setting a card, signalizing that there is no further way into this, and it is going back to Jesse Cotton, who already has a massive wall of monsters available to him. So maybe all he needs is the battle phase here.
Absolutely, and we saw the Fallen of Alba is such a great card. We've got the Federalist though to try to just remove the body and prevent the fusion summon from happening. But we've seen the rest of the cards in Jesse Cotton's hand, and they're pretty good, especially the Fallen and the Virtues. I mean, double Fallen the Virtues, but still, this is such a good card to try to interact with Bernardo. And look at that, only 2,500 life points remaining, so we are literally on the verge of being defeated by Jesse. It's gonna be so hard. Will he be able to just hold it? We see the Cool Tune Synchro, we've seen this card being added, but there is the Draco Tail Flame.
We held that the entire time.
Exactly. Another Cool Tune Synchro, because we can activate 2 of them during the same turn, but there will be the Fallen the Virtues, which is very good in this situation, because you're gonna get rid of the body. Of course, it will be the Synchro, and therefore it's gonna be very hard to make a
Can we even Synchro Summon now? It's going to be hard, because we certainly wanted to use that Track Maker as one of the materials, but no Synchro Summoning happening. We negate the first Q-Tune Synchro as intended, and there is no field extension here for Bernardo. We're left with less than before, even though we have resolved both of our Q-Tune Synchros here. So Jesse in this situation, they have lost the first match 5-4, very close, but this time they might win 5-4 the other way around, which is the required score that you at the very least need to make sure it's your match.
And it is such a game. Everything is calm, calculated, and I really love that. Jesse Cotton hasn't moved during the entire game.
Sure.
He's been focused the whole time, and now he's just thinking about how he can end the game. Look at that. He's gonna be able to just set another copy of Dracotail Sting, which was sent back to the deck. A copy of Rahu, which actually doesn't even matter. I think that he can just end it right now, and it's gonna be the case. We enter the battle phase, and we will be able to win this round.
Oh
Team
my.
Supreme Pro just won it 5-4 after such a banger of a game. It was actually insane. Look at the relief, and
Look
they
at
are
the
so
smile.
happy. They are so happy. I mean, Jesse is a bit more,
He's
you know,
locked in. He knows it's still a long way. He's been there before. He's done it multiple times. Won all kind of big tournaments. Won the biggest tournament of the world with the World Championship only 2 years ago. But maybe this year, with new teammates, it's time for him to win again. And I mean, I'm feeling so happy for TSX1 because he's certainly, as you saw there, he's the most emotional out of the three. As it is his first World Championship, first time on the big stage, everything is exciting as it is for us and for you viewers at home. And he lost that first game. You saw he was kind of, he was contemplating, am I doing things right? Am I even good enough here for the World Championship? And then he came back. Second match, win going second with the Sheena. Third match, going first, dominating and winning as well, making sure that mainly also to his contribution, Team Supreme Pro has a 1-on-1 overall score now with that match win.
And that was such an insane game, to be honest, and I really love the fact that we saw TSX1, you know, bringing those decks, changing strategies, switching between them, and every single time he was very confident on the strategy. We still saw the relief on his face at the end of the game. So as you just said, he's the most emotional, but it's also important to have like a rock like Jesse Cotton. Jesse Cotton always calm, confident, focused on his game, and we saw that he was so well prepared, especially during this last game, activating the cards very carefully at the right time, at the right moment, but he knows that it's only the beginning of the road because there was this defeat in the first round, which is kind of annoying.
I kind of like to compare, honestly, that team dynamic to the team dynamic of Team Snipe Hunters, previous world champions, first world champions of Master Duel overall, because we had Josh always being locked in, always being the leader of the team, just being completely focused. And then there was Emra around, and Emra kind of similar to TSX1, more of an emotional guy, more of a happy-clappy guy, and that can work out for world championship titles. This year, of course, Team Snipe Hunters sadly not qualified, but plenty of other great teams. And I mean, this was only round 2. And I'm already speechless and left. How can we top this match? That was craziness from start to finish, really.
Actually, that was very insane. I don't know what to say about it because it talks about it by itself. Literally, the games were absolutely amazing. You know, going 2-1, and after that, going 3-3, 4-3, 4-4, 5-4 after a very interesting game. And what I like about this round as well is the fact that we can just switch strategies. We can just bring whatever deck you want, and it will be able to work. What other strategies will be left? That is a very good question. Do you expect something special?
I mean, we sort of had the same deck spin in round 1. There wasn't much mix-up between that. We saw Radiant again, we saw Dracotail. I mean, we had Mitsurugi Rising. Let's not forget about that. That was the counter to the counter, which worked out perfectly well. Even though the team overall didn't win, that decision by G was marvelous. But of course, plenty of more dueling action to be seen. So everyone, stay tuned because round 3 will be soon at 2 p.m. Japanese time. So please stay with us as we are going to get into more of that marvelous dueling action. Everyone hopefully is enjoying the broadcast so far, as round 3 will be coming next. Until then, see you very soon.
And we are back here in Tokyo for the round 3 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Championship. We are going to get back into the action real soon. And I'm joined by Dr. Tom Payne himself. Tom, how are you doing?
I'm so excited. I'm excited to have my first round casting. I've been watching you guys have fun. Been watching you guys, and I've been watching all these fantastic Yu-Gi-Oh! Going on in the previous round. I really enjoyed that previous round. It was 5-4, neck and neck the whole way. It's so exciting when we have a match like that as opposed to the more one-sided ones, you know?
Yeah, especially the fact that they were toe-to-toe, that was actually insane. I really love the fact also that they were so prepared that they really tried to counter the other team by switching decks, by adjusting their strategy. We've seen G, for example, switching some decks and countering the fact that his opponent was probably playing something like Retaliating Z, which has such a strong card. But we are jumping right now into the action between those two teams, and oh my! We have Chiba Corp on the left, on the blue side, which will be facing Team Fly to Fly. Some very good teams, obviously, and I think that we're gonna have a great duel. What are your thoughts about this one?
Well, we were speaking of like countering other people's decks, and if there was anyone you were gonna counter, it would probably be Ryan, because he's so famous for playing this Sky Striker deck. He won the NAWCQ with the Sky Striker deck. He's all over Master Duel with the Sky Striker deck. So maybe if you were gonna be having a strategy to counter, it might be something like Sky Striker. But we can see Ryan maybe pausing to help his friend there. That's kind of what it looks like.
Absolutely, and we see that Ryan started the things with the Pot of Desires, which is a very famous card in the Sky Striker strategy, so maybe he's on this strategy. Unfortunately for him, there was the Ash Blossom, so when you are playing the Sky Striker, assuming he's playing that, you want to get this card advantage, you want to get all these hand interactions if you play those, and you want to just get some more spell cards in the graveyard so that your wonderful Engage is able to draw some more cards. You want to just get more cards than the opponent, and after that win on the turn 3 or the turn 5, but getting ashed on this one might be a little bit of a problem. As you just mentioned before, that's a good thing to see that. We see that people are just helping each other, and here Ryan just thinking carefully about what he needs to do, helping the other mates, and for now we are going to chain the linkage.
Yeah, this is really powerful for Ryan. So having your Desires Ash is tough, but when you can just straight away get linkage into Sky Striker at 0 there, you're going to be pretty happy with that. And I guess it's tough for your opponent there, because you think, oh great, I've ashed it, my opponent's not responded, they're probably a little sad. But no, Ryan was just, he had it in his back pocket the whole time. Maybe this is like a little psychological game, because
oh
wow.
And look at that! The Triple Tactics Thrust being activated, such a powerful card, and the Dimension Barrier is gonna get set. And on top of that, you now have 3 spells in the graveyard, which means this wonderful Engage will be able to draw 1 card.
Well, draw 1 and search 1, as is the way with Engage. This is absolutely the worst case scenario here. You're seeing that Thrust hit a Dimensional Barrier, one of the most powerful going first cards that is in the game at the moment. So yeah, this has got to be really tough to see. You think, oh, Ash Pot of Desires, maybe Sky Striker will just pass, but instead we're drawing cards, we're setting a Dimensional Barrier. Ryan choosing to include a Dimensional Barrier, which is pretty, you know, it's pretty strong going first, but not so strong going second. So that's quite a choice. Normally in a best of 3 format, you wouldn't include a card like that in your main deck, and you'd maybe bring it in from the side deck when you go first. But instead you just say, okay, if I draw it going second, I'll take it, but I'm going to just play it so I can search it with Triple Tactics Thrust when I go first.
Yeah, this is very interesting, and I heard some Sky Striker players, especially for example the likes of Joshua Schmidt, said that maybe the Dimension Barrier was a good card to include into your deck so that you are able to get back in the game even going second, and then you just set the Dimension Barrier with the Triple Tactics Thrust so that on the next turn you are able to hold, you know, the game, try to equalize the strains, and just get your card advantage after that. But for now, we've seen the linkage being activated another time, and all this card advantage getting here with the Kagari, getting back the Engage being activated another time, because of course it is not once per turn, and now we can see that he has literally 7 cards in hand, which is a whole lot, and this Ash Blossom feels very, very weak now.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fault it. A lot of the times if you activate an Ash Blossom against Sky Striker, it might stop their first turn from being so explosive, but in this case, certainly not. I think what we need actually maybe is a counter on our screen the whole weekend to see how many cards Ryan is going to draw with Engage. What do you think? I mean, he's already drawn, I think I saw like 3 or 4?
Yeah, that's actually insane. And set 5 cards. He's in a very good situation. Of course, in this situation, some cards might be able to just reverse everything, like the Lightning Storms, but it is very unlikely that we can see those cards in the main deck. But this is very good. We see the Radiant Typhoon strategy, which actually has a pretty good matchup, in my opinion, with the Mystical Space Typhoon. The problem is that, yeah, this Crusea, it's probably not going to resolve. We are going to change the effect of Amatsu, one of the newest cards in Sky Striker strategy, even if it's been, I mean, a lot of time that it's been here. And there is the Forbidden Crown, which is a very interesting card. What do you think of this card, specifically in this situation, and in general in this meta game?
I mean, I love Forbidden Crown. It's got a lot of neat applications. But here we are chaining the Forbidden Droplet to the Forbidden Crown. So Forbidden Crown cannot be responded to by monsters, but it can be responded to by spells. So, yeah, we're going to see the Amatsu resolve still, but the Droplet's going to resolve first. This is getting a little complicated. Mystical Space Typhoon coming down.
So that's very interesting, to be honest, because here the Forbidden Droplet will answer the Forbidden Crown, as you just mentioned. We'll be able to negate the Crusea and therefore just try to cut the follow-up and the card advantage.
Yeah, and the Crown now has to hit the Crusea. It's sort of interesting. Exactly. I was going to say before the Droplet came down, maybe Crown not so good against Sky Striker. It's very difficult to deal 8,000 damage for some decks if you activate Crown on an opponent's monster. But in this case, we're going to see the wrap here, but we're going to see some throwback to 2017 gameplay here, where you play a Zodiac, but a card that was all over the place when Zodiacs were king of the metagame was Dimensional Barrier. And it looks like, you know, almost 10 years later, nothing has changed. Dimensional Barrier going to be doing what it does best.
The third linkage here getting activated, and I think it's very difficult, it's very unlikely here to see the Radiant Typhoon strategy get back in the game, considering the fact that Sky Striker is just very well in the game with this Dimension Barrier, of course, but also the fact that you have a lot of card advantage, you have some abilities to just prevent your opponent from Link Summoning, for example, and the Crusea has to stay on the field thanks to the Crown. So very, very difficult situation. You have, yeah, the rune, but it's gonna be met by the Widow Anchor. So here, I don't think we will see the Radiant Typhoon win the game. And something which is very interesting is that in Duel B, we already have a victory. So Chiba Corp is leading here 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0, and it looking extremely good for Ryan as well. Still got 3 cards in his hand. Gonna get this Kagari effect in the end phase to add another engage. The writing is very much on the wall here. No cards in hand possibly to come back with for Suzukaku. So yeah, it's looking very firmly in the driver's seat for Sky Strikers right now.
Absolutely. So that's pretty interesting. So now we can maybe try to plan things up, because we know that we are going to be down 2-0. We have to get back in the game, and maybe one thing could be something, maybe switch decks to try to counter the Sky Striker strategy, because we know that Ryan loves this deck. So maybe in the game too, there's going to be some changes.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun though, as you say, and what we saw in the previous round, if you're anticipating your opponent's going to counter you with a specific deck, then you can do the same. So obviously we don't know everything that the players have brought, and neither do the players know what each other's brought. So maybe Ryan has been looking out to say, okay, who's brought a Sky Striker counter, or who's brought this or that. If you've seen both decks that players might bring, then you can choose accordingly.
And that's pretty cool. So we're going to enter battle phase We're just gonna hit with Zeke and then activate the linkage. And now with the card, with linkage, since it's been here, it's been way easier for Sky Striker to just end the games. Before it was a bit difficult, to be honest. We were a little bit more in a grind game situation. But now look at that. 3,400 attack points and another linkage to special summon to 0 and try to just close out the game and bring another victory to Chiba Corp. Ryan Yu here showing why he's the king of Sky Striker. He's had so many achievements with this deck and maybe it will be able to bring another victory to his account. During this time, though, the Duel C has been going on and we see some cool tune strategy, one of the best decks in the current metagame. Some of the players praise the usual strategy with only cool tune, while some others like to add the Elf Note cards. What is your thought about this choice?
I feel like it really depends on how your team is going to build the lineup as a whole, because Cool Tune, if you play it without the Elf Note cards, you're going to be running a lot more non-engine, but those are the cards you're potentially going to be stretched with. So for example, here we're seeing Infinite Impermanence. Do you want that as your shared card? If not, can you afford to give all 3 copies of it to Cool Tune? So maybe the Cool Tune Elf Note might be more popular because you're going to use a bunch of cards that other decks don't care so much about.
Yeah, absolutely, and you've got so much ceiling with the Elf Note cards. That's actually insane. For now, we have 2 cards in hand, and we know both of them since we revealed the other one, the Rico with the Rotary. So we'll be able to extend a little bit more, adding this Cool Tune mix to the equation. And maybe we'll start to just Synchro Summon. Only 1 card in hand on the side of Enzo. And we know that his team is already very well into this round, leading 2-0. And it's pretty interesting because I talked a little bit with Enzo yesterday, and he told me, I'm going to win it all. I'm going to win it all. I'm going to carry the games, and I'm going to get the trophy home. So let's see if he's able to do so. That's a very good one. The Effect Veiler here eating the...
Oh. This is really strong, actually, because it negates it, and then Rotary, if it can't look at the hand, this is a really cool interaction. If Rotary is unable to look at the hand, then you don't get to search a card. So that's a really nice trick from Enzo in his back pocket. But still, there is more follow-up. Is it going to be enough? I mean, it looks like we have maybe a Loudness War on the table, or instead a Remix. And yeah, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be here, the Remix being special summoned. We will be able to activate the effect of Mix, targeting, of course, the Loudness War and the Q to control the top deck. Yeah, this is a pretty good situation, to be honest.
Yeah,
we have some follow-up as well.
You're right. It's so tough as well when you're staring down the Cool Tune player and they're like picking apart your field, and then you think, oh, maybe there's something I can draw, and then they show the top 2 cards of your deck and think, oh, great, I'm going to draw an Effect Veiler, which is not going to be able to fight back against everything all by itself, I don't think. So, yeah, tough one here for Enzo. A nice
normal summoning the Effect Veiler, and immediately we activate the Remix to special summon back another monster, get some follow-up, and be able simply to just get rid of this Veiler. We know that there's nothing more in the hand of Enzo, so this might just be it, and probably they're gonna get back a little bit in the game. Team Fly to Fly looking to get back at 1-2 against Team Chiba Corp.
Yeah, quite interesting actually. The Effect Veiler doesn't look very threatening. It's got 0 attack, but you could of course make a Typhon if it's in the extra deck, and Remix does have 3,000 attack, so it wouldn't be able to activate its effect. So it could answer this whole field all by itself. We don't actually know he's got it in his extra deck. He might just be trying to scare the opponent. I guess we'll see momentarily if the Effect Veiler is still on the field and he has a chance to make it.
For now, there's a little bit of thinking on the side of Team Fly to Fly. We see the players, they talk a lot together on both teams. Chiba Corp and Team Fly to Fly both trying to just win this round. Team Fly to Fly is pretty chill, to be honest, considering the fact that there are 2-0 right now, so they can afford to have a defeat in this round, while Team Chiba Corp, I mean, they want to win it all, so they'd better win this round and the next ones.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's thinking we can afford to have a loss.
Yeah.
we're not thinking like that. We're gonna win. We're gonna win every round, and I think maybe Fly to Fly gonna be on the board at least and not be going down 0-3 with Cooltoon Q in hand. Cooltoon Q, we've seen this time and time again with Cooltoons. If you have one Q and you already have a track maker engraved, it's just so much follow-up. You don't think it's a lot. They've just got one card, but one card becomes 4 or 5, and it becomes so much damage so quickly once you make back-to-back. I mean, even this, I think, is 8,000 damage given back-to-back, allows both them to attack directly.
And we are special summoning the Cooltoon B2B, attacking for game with this direct attack, and we can see that Team Chiba Corp was already thinking about the next games probably, so maybe thinking about the deck choice, trying to get ahead in this mind game that we've talked about. These first games were pretty interesting, to be honest. So 2-1 for Chiba Corp, who's trying to win it all, but there is still some room to just get back into those rounds. I wonder if Ryan is gonna stay on the Sky Striker strategy or if he's gonna switch it up to another deck, because we know him for the strategy, but he's a great player overall and he's able to play almost everything, I guess. Would you stay on this strategy?
I feel like if you've got the deck that you're so confident with, you're so strong with, unless you've seen an opponent, unless you know for a fact they're going to have some counter pick for you, I think you just stay with it and say, okay, maybe you'll have a counter pick, maybe you won't. But Yu-Gi-Oh, I don't think it's a game where even if you have a counter pick, you think, oh, I've got this great deck against Sky Striker. I don't think you're guaranteed to win even with it. Maybe you're going to find like a 60-40 matchup at best or something, but there's nothing that's going to beat Sky Striker 100% of the time, so I don't think you really need to be scared.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think pretty much the same. I think that he's very good at this strategy, and maybe the opponents might not see the Sky Striker strategy as much as the other ones, so maybe they are a little bit less prepared against this one specifically. You are expecting, of course, the Cooltoon strategy. You are maybe expecting the Radiant Typhoon strategy, maybe some Brandy Drake Hotel, since we've seen it with Jesse Cotton, who is a little master of this strategy. But Sky Striker strategy, yeah, it might have a pretty good matchup against the Cooltoon. Arguably, because the Elf Notes, they bring something more to the table, so it's a little bit harder for you to just get back in the game and break the field. But yeah, I think this is pretty good if you stay on this one. But speaking about the next games, there's something that we've talked a little bit about. Of course there are the cards, of course there is the strategy, but there's also something more. There is the pressure on your shoulders. You've been a great player, so you know this one. How do you approach those really interesting games and very scary games as well, because you have to win and the pressure is on your shoulders? Is it the same in your opinion when you're alone and we're in a 3v3, or is it a lot different?
I feel like a 3v3, you've got your friends with you there. I feel like it's probably really helpful for your mental game. I mean, the only thing you really need to be cognizant, I think, of 3v3 is not over analyzing it. Sometimes if you have too many people, they're talking, someone else is talking, you think, I actually just need to make a play now. And oftentimes, if you're a very experienced player, you see the line straight away and it's often the correct one, and sometimes over analyzing it, maybe you could improve it a little bit, but for the time and the confusion it causes, that might be a problem. But I feel like, yeah, having the teammates there definitely going to help you as long as you can all keep locked in on your own games.
Yeah, and that might be difficult, to be honest, because there is always a better play. There is always something more to add or to say, and there is this clock ticking, literally. So you have to make a move, you have to make a play. I totally agree with you. I think this is very different, the 3v3 approach and the 1v1 approach, since you have 3 brains. 3 brains is usually better than 1 brain, but it can become messy sometimes. But yeah, those players, I mean, they must have a whole lot of pressure on their shoulders. I hope that it's going to be fine for them. They are professionals, indeed. They know what they're doing. It's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to approach the next games. We've already seen Ryan on the Sky Striker strategy. We've also seen some Cooltoon as well. Do you think that the Cooltoon strategy is the best strategy right now, or do you think that there are some other decks that are well positioned, like for example the Brandy strategy, the Radiant Typhoon strategy, or the Mitsurugi that we've seen, which has a pretty good matchup against the Cooltoon? you want.
Yeah, I feel like the Mitsurugi, it looked like it was a sort of second deck that was pulled in by G because he was expecting Retaliating Seas to come in against his Draco Tail deck. So it seemed like a very useful second deck to have in the back pocket. But I feel like, to me, there are some front runners, right? Everyone, we're expecting to see a lot of Cool Tune. We're expecting to see a lot of Draco Tail and or Branded. And of course, we're expecting to see a lot of the Radiant Typhoon Zodiac deck. So those are my kind of top 3 picks. And then maybe some variations for people who just love particular decks, like obviously Ryan playing his Sky Striker deck.
Yeah, I really like the fact that they add some more spices in those decks. We've seen like the Elfno strategy being added to the Kulchin strategy. We've seen also the Ixie strategy being added to the Radiant Typhoon strategy. But for now, we are going into the second games of the round 3. I hope that this will be absolutely amazing and maybe we'll see some surprises. So let's see. For now, we are on Duel A and that's gonna be cool because we see some Yummy. So is it gonna be pure Yummy or is it gonna be paired with some other cards? We know that it can be paired with some Mitsurugi cards, but also the Finsmith cards. Will it be the case? That is the question.
Yeah, as well, Sulphur Cord is quite a popular thing
True,
to pair with Yummy, so a lot of different options. Here we see Ash on Cupsy Yummy way. It's a bit of a, you know, you obviously want to stop this search too, but then your opponent gets to reborn 2 monsters from their graveyard, getting 2 for the price of 1. So depending on whether your opponent has... Oh, that's the worst thing to see after you've just used the Ash Blossom. You really want to stop them getting to that Cupsy Yummy, but alas, your opponent, very nice, very clean here. You don't show them you have Cupsy Yummy until they've committed the Ash Blossom, and then you're still going to have the Cupsy Yummy. You're still going to have the surprise for your opponent's turn.
Yeah, it's very hard. I mean, the Ash Blossom on itself, it's kind of a gamble. Like, you don't know what's gonna happen, and you're like, maybe I should just activate it right now, which is the best way to activate the Ash Blossom. But here, indeed, there's still gonna be the full combo with the Herald being on the field right now, the surprise bringing back the Marshmallow, and the Marshmallow getting back the surprise. That a nice exchange, to be honest, and we're gonna keep Synchro Summoning going into the Synchro 3, or rather than that, the IP Masquerena being special summon here. So that's a pretty good way to extend having this Sprite Elf, of course, and on the side of Ryan, I mean, this is you literally have 4 cards in hand. The Ash Blossom wasn't very useful. One good thing though is that the Sky Striker strategy is not that bad into the Yummy strategy, so he might be able to break the field if he is still on this deck, but we're gonna see that real soon. Ryan, please activate the first card. It is some Radiant Typhoon cards. We are going to activate the Chant and being able to add a card from the deck to the hand. So we've seen the Sky Striker strategy sometimes paired up with the Radiant Typhoon cards. So is it a whole new deck or is it the Sky Striker? I think this is a Sky Striker strategy, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that you just run a little engine. You could do quite a lot with any 2 monsters in Sky Striker, but the downside of these Radiant Typhoon cards is you cannot special summon them unless you have a Mystical Space Typhoon in your grave, or your opponent controls no spells and traps. So when you go second with them, they can be a little awkward. So we'll see if Ryan is indeed running Mystical Space Typhoon, which he, well, yes he is. There it is. So he's going to get a start. He's going to get a few spells in his grave and maybe force out some interaction.
Yeah, I really like the fact that you can just play the Radiant Typhoon cards. Of course, going second a little bit worse, as you just mentioned, but you can add some spells to the graveyard. You can add some bodies as well, and as you just said, you can just use the bodies to just get into your Sky Striker strategy and get, you know, access to the Engage, which is such a good card, probably the best card of the deck. Will he be able to break the field though? Because there is something which is pretty annoying, which is the Sprite Elf, which prevents him from targeting the monsters below the arrows, and especially this Herald of the Arclight.
Yeah, exactly. Herald, though, does banish monsters and not spell cards. So if you're running Sky Striker, you're probably okay with this. You can get all those spells engraved. Sky Striker is famously good going second, specifically because it relies so heavily on its spell cards rather than monsters. So all decks have so many ways to deal with opponents' monsters, but not so many ways to negate a card like Engage. So let's see if Ryan has any of those.
Yeah, we can target the Herald, but there is a card that doesn't target, and it is of course the Forbidden Crown being activated by Ryan. So this is pretty good because we get rid of the Omni Negate before it gets activated. The bad side, of course, is that the Herald will stay on the field, but I think that is a price that you're ready to pay.
Yes, for sure. But yeah, the Herald will be there, and it will be there for the next turn. Which is a little annoying because Ryan very unlikely to end the game this turn, especially with the defense mode Herald being Forbidden Crown. And you know there's going to be a lot of follow-up from Yummy. There's already 4 cards in the hand. So yeah, this is going to be very much an uphill battle, but you know, we believe Ryan has 3 copies of Engage right now. Or maybe 2 and the Elder. The downside as well of these Radiant Typhoon monsters in Sky Striker is that if you summon it and it gets negated, all of a sudden you could be like stuck with a monster on the field.
Oh, but the Pot of Desires is getting activated. Last time it was made by an Ash Blossom, and this time it is going to be the Dominus Purge. So 2 Pot of Desires being activated, but none of them will draw some cards, and that is really hard for Ryan because he would have liked to get those 2 more cards, this card advantage to try to be able to break the field, and we have no engine right now. We are not able to get access to the Sky Striker strategy, so it might be cooked by the Yummy strategy, by the Cookie indeed, because we are summoning right now this little monster, and look at that. I said little monster? No, I withdraw that. No, there are some really big monsters thanks to the field spell, and we are going to just get the game over here over Ryan and the Sky Striker strategy.
Yeah, they do start so tiny, but they become so massive once you have the field spell at your control. And that's what we're seeing here. Yummy doing what it does best.
Absolutely, and Team Fly to Fly gets back in this round 2-2-2. And we are going to jump into the other game, and we see a very interesting strategy. I was wondering if you would see it in these worlds, but yeah, you can see on the side of Enzo, there are a lot of Link monsters on the field, and the Link strategy so good, of course, with the firewall, and also the Link 5, which is able to be literally an Omni Negates, which banishes as well the monsters, so the Megala will here be banished. Still, we have the Phoenix, which hit the field.
Yeah, here we go. But Malice, famously, it just has so many cards in hand after it's done its combo. It doesn't feel fair, you know. You think you've done so many things, you've got this massive field, but all of a sudden you've still drawn like 3 or 4 cards, and you still end up with like 5 cards in hand. So you're having to fight through like Impulse, you're having to fight through Ash Blossom. It's so tough to beat when they get to do all of their combo. But let's see if the Radiant Typhoon deck is capable of it. Malice, for people watching last year, of course, will be very familiar with it because it was all over the World Championships last year. This year, probably not going to be quite as popular. It's got fewer resources at its disposal, but still a deck that players are willing to bring nonetheless. And it's one of those decks as well, the less people are prepared for it, maybe, the better it is.
Yeah, of course, the Artifact Lancia might not be in people's deck, in the players' decks. And here we see the fact that we're able to target 3 cards in the graveyards to banish them. Of course, the White Binder, one of the strongest cards of the game, and especially when you are able to banish the Heart Scriptor. I'm happy to see this deck. I'm really happy because I wasn't expecting this deck to be a thing in the World Championship, but Enzo decided to bring it and to pilot it in a very convincing way, to be honest. Now he's going to be able to bring back the White Rabbit, which will bring another layer of interaction, thanks to the trap card, the MTB07, and the Art Scriptor as well being able to banish. So it's going to be very difficult, very hard for the Radiant Typhoon strategy to just keep up and to be able to do something. especially considering the fact that you are now facing 6 cards in hand with the draw phase. That's gonna be it. Like, yeah, the MTP is gonna get activated. We are going to banish the White Rabbit, get access to another card, probably the Dormouse, the March Hare, something like that, and being able to banish the Phoenix. So there is already almost Lethal on the field, and I mean, Enzo is going to be able to just close the game real soon. He lost the first game in this round, but now he's going to equalize. Maybe he will win the third one.
Yeah, really interesting. We saw Enzo piloting Cool Tune in his first round, so he's chosen to come with Cool Tune and Malice. We're going to be really interesting to talk with the players and say, why did you do this? Obviously, they're not going to reveal that until after the tournament, but we see it paying off for him nonetheless, getting that second win, making it 3-3.
Hey, yeah, actually it is 3-3 between Team Chiba Corp and Team Fly to Fly. This is very close. They are toe-to-toe. They want to get this victory. We've talked about that before, but when you already have a defeat, you don't have the right to do a single mistake. We've talked also about the tiebreaker, the fact that every single game matters. So you don't want to drop a single one, even if you know that you already lost this round. But for now, the round is not lost. It's all gonna revolve around these last games. So will the players keep the same decks or not? We've seen, for example, Enzo. We've talked about him. He's very confident. He wants to bring it home. He wants to win it all, and he told me that he was gonna carry the whole games. The first game, not very convincing, since he lost it with the Cool Tune strategy, but with the Malice strategy, it went very well. A deck that we were not expecting specifically, but he decided to bring it, and it worked wonders.
Yeah, Malice is one of those decks. You go first with Malice, you get to do your full combo. It is so difficult to beat. You've drawn 3 or 4 cards. You're going to start banishing all of your opponent's cards. Not that many cards can banish spells and traps from the opponent's grave, but obviously Malice can do. So you're going to get those Mystical Space Typhoons away. What do you think about Mystical Space Typhoon, you know, as a shared card? I think that would have been fun. I don't think it would have been good, but I think it would have been very fun, you know? You want to play 3...
Exactly. I mean, if you're playing Radiant Typhoon, you wanna get those MSTs on the field, then it might be pretty good. But speaking about the share cards, we've seen a lot of them. We've seen, for example, the Maxi being shared a lot. We've seen the Ash Blossom being shared a lot, and we've also seen some Call by the Grave being shared. A very interesting cards. I spoke a lot with the players, and they didn't agree, you know. Some of them thought that Call by the Grave was a very interesting card. Some of them didn't think it was that good to be shared. But we will see if this is one of the share cards in this duel specifically, because the round 3 will soon come to an end. 3-3 between Chiba Corp and Fly to Fly, and we see something really interesting in the last round. We see the Vanquish Soul strategy with the K9 cards, and especially the Nori, which is so strong.
Oh yeah, Vanquish Soul winning the TCG OCG World Championships last year and making its presence known again in Master Duel, one of the very powerful decks you can play going first. You can get Ripper, you just end, it's another one of those decks, you just end up with so many resources. You have 4 or 5 cards in hand, you draw cards, you just keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and we have Chaotic Elements being activated, getting access to the Jokul, which will get activated, revealing, of course, the Holy Sue from hand, special summoning both of them, and there you can just extend and get access to your Vanquish Soul cards. And very interesting as well, in Duel C, we see that the Yomi strategy is paired with the Sulfur Cord strategy, as you just mentioned, and this is very, very interesting to just have a little bit more ceiling, you know, a little bit more ways to extend it. And speaking about extend the turn, we see it right now, 5 monsters on the side of the Vanquish Soul strategy.
Yeah, this was one of the things players would often say, oh, how can I bridge from this deck into this other deck? And the answer now pretty much is if you can get a pile of monsters, there is one card in the extra deck that lets you draw 4 cards. So it's never a guarantee what you're going to get, but often it'll do the trick, you know? Draw 4 cards, you're probably going to find what you're going to need. You're going to get your starter for your other strategy, but it doesn't even look like it's needed at this point. We're just drawing so many cards. One with the heavy Borga. Are we going to see SHUEISHA now?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
I mean, I don't know, I might surprise you, but yeah, drawing 4 cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is pretty good, actually. So look at that! We can literally just shuffle the cards from our hand to the deck and pick whatever cards we like. Such a good card in the Vanquish strategy, especially considering the fact that you can just choose your attributes, get access to the Raisin, get access to all those cards, which will lead you to a very good field, unless you are pretty unlucky and not able to find those cards, but I seriously doubt it.
Yeah, it's almost like custom built for this as well, because it gives you that extra special summon from hand. So if you've already used your normal summon on like Noroi, for example, then you can just summon Raisin straight from your hand and keep going. And as well, putting back 3, it hardly feels like a cost, right? Because you've played your K9s already, and they often leave you with a couple of cards. You know, you search more cards than you can use with K9, so you just, you know, say, okay, I don't need this anymore, I'll just put them back. And you're going to just still end up with a pile of cards in hand and just absolutely everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And for now, we see that Ryan didn't activate anything, so he's gonna have to break the full field because we are special summoning the Holy Sue on the field, of course activating the mandatory effect of SHUEISHA, and now, of course, we get the attributes. Like, it couldn't have been the case that you don't have the attributes showing the Ash Blossom in hand, so we have one more interaction during the opponent's turn. That's pretty hard, and the Ash Blossom, we've seen it during the 2 first games. I mean, during the first game it was Ash Blossom, during the second game it was the Dominus Purge, preventing Ryan from doing some card advantage with this Pot of Desires. Is there another Pot of Desires in Ryan's hand? That's the question.
Yeah, Pot of Desires going 0 for 3. But at the end of the day, you know, if your opponent has Ash Blossom or Dominus Purge against you, it's going to have to trade with something, so might as well have a Pot of Desires to trade it with, so maybe you can later in the turn resolve something like an Engage. But yeah, there's just going to be so much to fight through. Sky Striker is a deck where you kind of need often like 1 card to deal with 1 card. It generates a lot of advantage, yes, but if your opponent has 4 or 5 monsters, you're probably going to need 4 or 5 cards, 1 to target each of them. They deal with monsters 1 at a time, so Vanquish Soul probably going to end with 4 or 5 monsters on the field for you to have to deal with, and it's going to be very, very expensive to try and get through it all.
Yeah, exactly. As you just said, like, it's so hard for the Sky Striker strategy to just get rid of all the Vanquish Soul field, and even if you manage to do so, you have so much follow-up, that, I mean, it's almost impossible, because the next turn you will have used almost all your energy and you will have almost nothing to stop them, because they will special summon, normal summon the Raisin once again, they will special summon the Holy Sue, they will have all those cards and you cannot stop everything. And on top of that, there is the trap card here, the Snow Devil, such a great card. Not that good against the Sky Striker strategy, but still it lets you just get some more follow-up. That's pretty cool, to be honest. And on top of that, the Reaper, which is of course very good against the Ray, for example.
Yeah, Ripper can prevent any monster in the field or grave. We can negate one of those. Yeah, we've still got that Force Release. So as I alluded to earlier, he searched Force Release once, and then he put it back, and then he destroyed Case for K9 so he could search it again.
So that's pretty good. Here we are activating the Radiant Typhoon quick play spell so that we get 2 cards, we discard 1, and there's gonna be already 2 spell cards in the graveyard. One interesting thing though is that we activated that in the main phase and not in the draw phase, which means that we could get hit by something like a Drone Logbird, but I think that we might just it might just mean, well, maybe I've got triple tactic talents and you'd better not activate anything, because otherwise I will be able to just check the hand, get 2 more cards, or even take a monster.
Yeah, it is a bit of a mind game doing it in the main phase, but I think it's okay.
Yeah, of course. But here, we choose specifically to normal summon the Ray in the arrow of SHUEISHA, so that you are able to force the opponent to activate an effect, and therefore you are able to force the triple tactic talents to be able to get activated.
Yeah, that is very cool. We haven't seen talents yet from Ryan, but we did of course see Triple Tactics Thrust, and yeah, SHUEISHA's gonna activate for you, so that's pretty neat.
Yeah. Oh, you don't want to activate my my talent? No worries, I've got something.
you know, I don't know how many games of Yu-Gi-Oh you play where you have like talents and thrust and just your opponent never activates a monster effect. And you think, come on, just do it, please.
Exactly.
But Ryan taking matters into his own hand.
Oh, the Call by the Grave, such a great card here, because yeah, we forced the Ray thanks to the Dr. Madlove. We chain the Ray and we've got a Call by the Grave. It might just be it, because if the Ray cannot activate its effect, I mean, it's a whole lot harder for you to just get rid of the field. And on top of that, we've got 6 cards in hand and an Ash Blossom. Remember that, it might be very important. We see the talent. It was something planned, of course. There was a reason why Ryan decided to just normal summon the Ray in SHUEISHA zone. And now I think we just draw 2 cards here. Yeah, we try to draw, and there's gonna be the Ash Blossom. So still 3 cards in hand, no more Ash Blossom. So maybe we can activate something like an Engage, which would be able to draw, or something like a Pot of Desires.
Yeah, are we gonna see that from Ryan? Still got 3 cards. Striker being one of the scariest decks to have 3 cards against, but nothing.
Nothing. I think, I mean, of course, it might just be it, but I think that with 3 cards, Striker are able to break this field. They can do so much card advantage with the Engage, with the Thrust, of course, with the Pot of Desires that you can even search with the Thrust. You can do some interesting stuff, but here, very heartbreaking for Ryan. Yeah, you can see that on his face, like, he's so disappointed by this, and I can understand this, because now Divine Crystal strategy is going to just roll on the field, being able to special summon some more monsters, and already on the field you can see that there is game. We are going to put the Dr. Madlove in attack position, and we are going to just end the game right now, and that might just be it, because Team Fly to Fly already won the Duel B. So Team Fly to Fly will win it all, get those 5 wins with Ryan's defeat, and get to 3-0. Very convincing way.
Indeed, and even in that round C going on there, table C, it looks very, very good for Fly to Fly as well. We're seeing a full field of Yummy monsters against Cooltoon. Yummy showing off what it can do there. We see their signature set monster because you have access to that Book of Moon effect from Cookie, and it's so tough to play into Yummy, especially for Cooltoon, which needs to activate its effects. It needs to have monsters on the field, and Yummy can interact with them so well. So it's looking possibly like Fly to Fly might be improving their game win score even more here, maybe with a potential 6-3. They've already won the round, but it might not be enough for them. They want to take 6-3, already 2-0 in rounds, so this is looking fantastic for them. They might even be locked into the top cut already, but I doubt they will be resting on their laurels if they win this round.
Yeah, absolutely, and you have to kind of try to win this, of course. Being 1-2 is not a very good situation, but you can still make it kinda. I think that there is a room where maybe you can still qualify for the semifinals. So yeah, Enzo here trying to do his best to try to get at least 1 victory for his team, and being down 5-4, which would be actually, I mean, the best case scenario with his Cooltoon deck.
Yeah, one thing to note is if you are in a round robin and you're playing against, if you're going to lose to someone, it's probably best to lose to the person that's winning it all, and Fly to Fly making a good bid. So if Fly to Fly was to do an amazing feat of winning all 5, then the fact that you've lost to them wouldn't be as much as of an issue, unless they had lost to some other teams and given them extra wins. So let's see here, but Cybercorp looking a little defeated. It looks like it's back to the turn for Fly to Fly just about now, and they're going to have just so much damage available to them once the Yummy field spell is swapped out for the minion from the Akroki. Here we are activating it from hand, buffing up all of the Yummy monsters to epic proportions, and it looks like nothing else is going to be needed. So we're very much going to see Fly to Fly take it 6-3. It was level pegging into the last set, but we see Fly to Fly take it home very, very convincingly in the end.
Yeah, actually, they won this round and they're going to be 3-0, very confident. You can see the smile on their face. They are very happy and they can be happy because they are... Oh, look at that! I love that! Seeing those players, they are... I mean, they are very, very proud of themselves, and they can be proud of themselves defeating Team Chiba Corp, which is one of the favorites in this tournament. And Team Chiba Corp, on the other hand, of course, yeah, is a little bit less happy, and I know this is heartbreaking, but in the end, when you are on the biggest stage, you have all those amazing teams. They are all very well prepared. Those are the best duelists that you can see on your screen. Yeah, it is a little bit sad to lose, but we can't be all there to win, you know what I mean? Like,
well, that's why we're here. It wouldn't be a very exciting tournament if everyone went home the winner. You know, there's only going to be one winner, and Fly2Fly making a great bid for it, taking that one 6-3, 3-0, almost locked in to the semi-finals, do you think? Or maybe, I mean, obviously they're going to win the last 2 rounds to make sure, but...
Yeah, I think not yet. We're not yet there because, of course, there is the tiebreaker, and the tiebreaker, well, it means that you have to win a lot of games. So, I mean, I will take it with a pinch of salt. But for now, we have an announcement to make to you guys. And yeah, the Konami Game Store is Konami's official online store where you can purchase gems at a better value than in-game, which is pretty cool. And as part of the 100 million downloads appreciation campaign, there is a 2,100 gem pack, which is now available up to 3 times. Not 1, not 2, but 3. It includes 100 more gems than usual. So to celebrate the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2026, there is a gem sale which is also underway. This offer is also limited to 1 purchase and includes 2,100 gems, so 100 more than usual. So that's pretty cool. In addition, a Konami Game Store exclusive with a 1,000 gem pack is also available, so be sure to check it out. There are various payment methods which are available, so you can do whatever you want. Please use the Konami Game Store to purchase gems at a better value than in-game and take advantage of it. So that was a little bit of an announcement for the Master Duel, which is such a great game. And speaking about games, there's gonna be another game real soon because we are gonna be back in around 30 minutes for the next round, round 4. So don't go anywhere because we are gonna be back real soon.
Welcome back after quite the wait. We are behind the lunch break, so it is time to duel again. Round 4 of the 5 round robin rounds that we're going to have in this group stage. My name is Leonard König. I'm sat next to the fantastic Tom Payne. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. We've had a lunch break. Our players have had a lunch break. They're going to be on the top of their game. They've been waiting. They've been strategizing maybe which decks they're going to bring. Do you think that's going to come into effect, or do you think maybe everyone's just going to take deck A?
Oh, I think at this point you know what your opponent is going to run. We have already seen some pretty hard counterplay in previous rounds, with Vanquished Volcanine being a centerpiece of that. You know, basically being the reverse version of anti-Malice decks of the last WCS, right? Then you wanted to prevent everything from banishing, and now this time around you have Retaliating Sea and Dimension Shifter to start banishing everything against Branded or Dracotail strategies.
Yeah, it's almost like side decking in a sense. You know, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Because we're just seeing these cards where you've kind of pre-built it with a few side deck cards. So we saw like Retaliating Sea come in, which is, you'd normally think of it as a side deck card, but in Best of 1 you don't have a side deck, so you have to just pick your deck with the side deck you kind of already won.
It's a very interesting way of looking at these things, and we are getting right into the match. Both teams are 2-1, so very well alive and kicking. And of course, Glory Future, one of the big tournament favorites, versus Team Bogedy, star-strutted team as well.
Here we go on table A, and we're starting with Malice. Speaking of other picks, or maybe Malice is just a main pick. You know, maybe everyone just watched last year's World Championships and thought Malice was the best deck, so we'll just take it again.
Malice trades so well with those hand traps if you have multiple cards to start with, and yes, that is backup at Ignister, and that one gets Effect Veilet as well, but still you can extend after this, right?
Yeah, I mean, Malice is one of those decks. You start with a Chessie Cat and it feels so bad because they haven't done anything, but you kind of have to imperm it, because if they were to banish another Malice monster, then you would feel even worse. But here we are with the Lizardos, gonna banish the Chessie Cat, and Chessie Cat's gonna come back, and we're gonna go into a Malice Link 3.
And you gotta negate that too. White Binder here is such a crucial card, because if you do not put an end to the White Binder shenanigans, Malice is going to go crazy. This card has wreaked so much havoc in the TCG OCG that in the TCG it is not allowed anymore. Here in Master Duel it's still very much alive and kicking, so that card is now, I think, actually just resolving, if I am interpreting the playing field right. Yes! We are getting out that empty piece, so I wonder if that Effect Veiler on the backup at Ignister was the correct choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to do something. You've got, maybe you've got to throw it, because if you don't, then you're going to be staring down a wizard instead. But yeah, there's so many places where you'd need to use the Effect Veiler, but still, it's got to feel so tough when you've used 2 cards from your hand already and your opponent somehow has 5 and a monster on the field, and it feels like it didn't stop them.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the start to full combo as well, because we have only used Chessie Cat so far, and of course you can maybe even get out some more here. We haven't used Dormouse, we haven't used White Rabbit, and now March Hare being picked up. Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion as the answer to that, so is that possibly the end to the turn of Tusk?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of Malice cards were banished from the grave, so when you use...
Yes!
Yeah, there it is. So you've used 3 cards, but you've got to think, well, maybe for Tusk, he's got 3 cards that aren't Malice.
One of Rotary revealing the queue, that is just absolutely massive. Such a hard combo to play around, honestly. But first of all, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Is there another way to stop his opponent from playing?
Yeah, I mean, Malice, again, if it's not got Malice cards to extend with, then you've got to think maybe those cards are interaction for your opponent. But yeah, as you say, it's both Malice and Kultun famous for just being able to breeze through interaction. We saw the Malice deck, it took 3 cards to stop him, and the Kultun deck, you know, it's already been hit with 1, but now we're going to see a second piece of interaction there, the Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill. I think most people would probably rank this card as a little weaker than something like Effect Veiler and Infinite Impermanence, but this is the beauty of the format we're playing, where you know, you can't just choose your favorite non-engine for every deck. And we get to see the hand there.
Oh, that is a lot of gas there, but that is not a lot of interruptions. And now, when you have a Cool Tune player who can basically just almost full combo here against no interruptions, I think we might encounter an early end to this game, even though we're only getting one surge.
Yeah, that is all gas and no brakes, but no brakes for the opponent, right? So, and that's, yeah, it's going to pick up a Rico.
That's the Earthbound Immortal that we needed to get even more gas. So on the side of Boken, he just had every single piece of interaction that he needed to stop the turn, and then the rest was just engine. This is just how you want it to be. Normal summon Rekko, add mix. That is so strong. We haven't even used our normal summon. We have used JJ and we have used the rotary in the beginning.
So you get 3. Really interesting from Tasuku there, how he's managed to get that wizard stuck in hand that was revealed. Because he did choose to banish Chessy Cat from his graveyard. That's probably a good reason for it, but it seems to have gone badly when the Ghost Bell came down. And we're going to bounce it even, which is the best way to deal with Malice Link monsters.
Do we win here?
How many life points do we have? Because Malice can get quite low.
I still don't think that's it, because you could deal 6-4 with the B2B and 100 with Mix. The measly 100 attack points for Mix might become a problem. However, have we used JJ Cool Tune's effect to summon something from deck? That's a very, very important question here.
And also wondering how large is RS at this point?
Oh, that's also
yeah, there's like 3 or 4 hand traps gone. There's also there's at least one tuner in the grave of Malice. So I think RS might be it. But the other fun thing about Malice is you don't actually need to do 8,000. You can put them on, like, if you put them on 500 or 600 life points, they're not going to be able to do very much.
But don't forget, I mean, I said there's no interaction with the opponent, but Marcha is still, of course, going to be able to be used. And I think Bogta or Tusk is right now thinking about it, because right now there is no Zalen activation. So we are trying to build up a little bit of a defense, getting this Dormouse out, but I think that's just basically fine.
It feels like a very, you know, it's very defensive though, because when you do this now, rather than trying to damage you, we can instead just go for the remix instead and make sure we have enough follow-up and interruptions for the next turn. So it's a choice, but it feels like one of those like playing to stay in the game rather than playing to try and win the game.
Yeah, because that is now really tough to overcome with the Ad Ignista Achichi and the Wizard. So I mean, there's a bunch of tuner hand traps in the graveyard of Boken.
This is basically full combo, right, for Cool Tune.
Yeah.
Zalen plus remix. It's so hard to play through because the Zalen can easily be triggered by the remix, and that's looking like it, right? The Wizard is not going to be able to make any impact on the game unless you have a Dark Link monster on the field already.
It's really not going to cut it. We even add Q to our hand, get the Rekko out, so we don't even need a tuner. Understanding that our opponent doesn't have any more pushes here, adds a clip to the hand. So we do have further interactions in that if we need it, but that is not the case. And with 3,700 life points left, that is going to be a closed out game very, very soon.
Yeah, nice win going second for Cool Tune. That is one of the things about putting so many hand interactions in your deck, which is what Cool Tune is just famous for.
Crackle also just showing off a little bit more. That's some big temporary attack that you can get with this card. Also, I like this because you're getting more information out from your opponent.
That's actually very neat. You get to see the whole extra deck.
You get to deal 3,302.8. That is going to cut it, and lucky for us, none of the other games have finished yet. So Duel B or Duel C, we're gonna see both, but Bogey is leading 1-0.
Yeah, from Cool Tune over to Draco Tail Branded. This is looking pretty great for Draco Tail Branded here on table C.
So, yeah, you're right. That is a very, very dominant field. Have we entered the battle phase yet? No, it's still main 1. That is already a lot of damage. So we're possibly going to see a tie up here for Glory Future.
Yeah, Draco Tail doesn't take as many actions as other decks, but because it just pumps out monsters with 3,000 attack points over and over and over again, it doesn't really need to. It's so easy to get 8,000 damage. This looks like way more than 8,000 damage, to be honest, but, you know.
I find it very comforting to play those decks. To just know, hey, you know what, if I need to, I can end the game quickly in desperate situation where I'm behind on resources. Because I just summoned an extra Orphelion for 3,000.
Yeah, exactly. Or in this case, you know, maybe he's... he thought the tiebreakers were how much damage you did, so he's like, if I do if I do 15,000 damage rather than just 8,000, then I'll get a little bit of extra tiebreak. But now we're gonna see, oh, this game is looking very close to the end as well. 8,000 damage on the table here, so we're gonna see, wow, Bogedy taking it 2-1 in the first round.
Yeah, but just like both teams are in total so far in score, 2-1 for Glory Future and for Bogedy. Very close head-to-head race here in round 4 as well. So that was quite nice. I mean, all of these games basically ended at the same time, right? We got to see some of these finishing moments. But that was a really, really interesting game 1 that we saw there from Tusk versus Bogan, where we saw basically a really strong hand trap interaction there. And honestly, Malice, I don't want to say it's not what it used to be, but when I played Malice back in the day, and I was not the best Malice player, a Veiler and an Impermanence would have not stopped the deck.
But there was Veiler, Impermanence, and Bell. So that was the thing. I mean, maybe you're just so confident because you breeze through Veiler, you breeze through Impermanence, and you think, well, you can negate my monster, but I wasn't really using it for its effect. I was just going to link it off anyway, so it doesn't really feel like you achieved that much, but Bell kind of stopped, it got like 2 for 1, right? Because if the March Hare had resolved, we would banish another Malice from hand, we would summon another monster. So that Bell stopped 2 monsters from coming down, and it turned out to be enough.
It was also rather risky now that I think about it a little bit more. If that trap card that was set wasn't the MPT, was it the MTP?
I'll never get them the right way around.
But it could have been the TB11, the one that summons from deck. I don't think the Ghost Spell would have stopped the entire turn, honestly.
Yeah, there was some, you know, interesting lines. It's one of those things like, you can say, oh, you know, he did it this way and he lost the Ghost Spell, he shouldn't have done it that way, but you also need to play around other cards. So maybe one thing that if you're a Malice player, I would probably least like to see is Harmonia. That's probably got to be one of the cards that probably makes it harder for Malice than anything else that's come out recently, because against Malice, it's a link deck, so you need to clear monsters off the field, and Harmonia can take 2 monsters off the field by itself. So maybe, you know, if you're always thinking about 3 or 4 different hand traps, you could lose to one, but maybe you were just trying to beat the other one.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Harmonia is a card that has found its way into not too many decks. Of course, it's very limited in playability when it comes to decks because it needs a ton of synchro monsters in the extra deck. But would you define this card as meta warping or game warping when it's being used?
It's really interesting. It's one of those cards that definitely goes into all the decks that it can, so you'd have to put it up there. It definitely like warps decks around it. You'll try and include it. You've seen some people like experiment with Branded, maybe I can put it in and play a bunch of synchros in that. So it's definitely a really interesting card, and yeah, I would say so, but I guess not a shared card this time around, because there's not so many synchro-based decks that can support it.
But I mean, I also love that for this format, right? A card that is exceptionally strong, but you can only play it in one deck. That's a jackpot for me as a deck builder.
Yes, exactly. And here we see some exceptionally strong cards that you could play in different decks, but one will do the trick. One Zodiac Barrage. We've seen it in earlier rounds, just how much advantage you get off just this one card.
I mean, at this point, this looks like a pure Zodiac deck, right? When you have searched the red pier with your broad pull and you've used Barrage to summon out the Rammer. So I think we are guaranteed to see some more of those Radiant Typhoon cards in hand already for Rain. Rain's looking very, very solid in this set.
Yeah. This deck, it's so explosive, isn't it? We're going to see now other... Oh, Utopic Future? No, we're going to see Tiger Mortar. There's lots of different ways to sort of achieve the same thing in Zoo, but you can bring back Chakanine, lots of old school tricks, but they do so much more now. Back in the day, you would just sort of end on maybe 1 or 2 Dridents and a rank 4, but now, of course, you can use all of those 0 attack monsters and turn it into something like a SHUEISHA or a Utopic Future.
Yeah. Or later on a Rairatori, the Ritual Beast ulti Rairatori. But now first of all F0 Utopic Future.
Yeah, it's so good to be able to set up a monster negate nice and early. You're insulated from any potential Nibiru's, Ash Blossoms, or anything like that.
We're sending a barrage, so we are thinning our deck. If we get to activate Vision later, then we don't want to draw into any more of those. Always those nice little interactions. I remember back in the day playing the TCG when you were afraid of activating the effect of Zodiac Red Peer to not get Ghost Ogred.
Yeah, I mean, now you could say the same maybe about Harmonia, but I guess you just kind of play and see what happens, because that Harmonia is going to hit you at some point. But this is kind of worst case scenario here for your opponent when they see you've got both the Zodiac engine and the Radiant Typhoon engine. We're going to see so much advantage. Here comes SHUEISHA. Let's draw 4. That's why we get rid of that barrage from the deck. So you don't want to draw that anymore. You can increase the quality of your draws, and this is just going to be so much advantage to try and come back from.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to play against that. Also, you've got all of your Earth monster summons out. You've got your Utopic Draco Future on the field already. I think it's time to use Crusea, the card that locks you into wind effects, just like Megala does. That's something I've learned the hard way when playing this deck.
One of the things I think when you play on Master Duel, if you make the wrong move and the game doesn't let you play the card, you have to learn them the hard way. Whereas if you play with a friend, they say, oh, you can't do that. Whereas playing Master Duel, you have to learn. You say, why can't I do that? Is the game not working? He's like, no, it's definitely you.
And then you gotta start reading. Then the reading starts. Now we are adding the Sven as well as a Mystical Space Typhoon. So this setup is just beautiful. Just the moment Zodiac Brothbull came off of the Forbidden and Limited list, Radiant Typhoon popped off.
Yeah, Brothbull, one of the most powerful cards we've seen. It's actually part of like there's a bunch of rank 4s which do a similar thing of, searching a monster of a particular type, but Brothbull even more powerful because you can use it multiple times in a turn, and you can like use the Zodiac rank up capability of just putting one on top of the other. So it's so easy to get to, and yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, one Brothbull is not only a search, right? One Brothbull is also a pop, the reborn of the Rem, so there's way more things that you can do with that. Now, Ascension is gonna be Mystical Space Typhoon, so we are amassing resources like crazy. Rain is making sure that he also has incredible follow-up in the next turn after building up that huge field. And every single time a field like that goes completely uninterrupted, it's most of the time looking really grim for the opponent. However, Tusk might have a trick up his sleeve.
Yeah, it is a tough one to play against this. Normally when you see like the Radiant Typhoon getting to Megala as well, getting to activate the effect, summon out a Varun or a Ponix, get that extra monster negate, and we're going to get the trap, draw an extra card, threaten our opponent with any Mystical Space Typhoons. There's just going to be so much going on right now.
Yeah. 100%. The field is borderline unbreakable.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair thing. I mean, normally you see people, if you're going to break a field like this, it's when you've gone, you've put a bunch of cards in your deck for going second, but we're not going to see any of that. We're not going to see evenly matched, we're not going to see Dark Ruler no more. Maybe some droplets, maybe some crowns if we're lucky.
But, I mean, Malice is considered something like a counter deck towards Radiant Typhoon. I don't know if that still applies if you draw none of your hand traps, no impulse, no nothing. And then you will have to play into a full field. I don't know if that's still the case that it counters the deck, but we are definitely going to see. There is a bunch of interactions that you can chain to Mystical Space Typhoon, which make it way, way harder to use the mandate. However, there is also F0 and the Rairatori, even though Rairatori also not the craziest of interactions. Oh, that looks like Sky Striker to me.
Yeah, this doesn't look like Malice. Makes a lot of sense. We're going to see Sky Striker is kind of classic for just letting the opponent play all the way through, and then you just say, I'm just going to beat you with 6 spells, and we're just going to get straight on. MST, of course, does negate in 2026. It didn't negate on the playground, or maybe it did, depending on who your friends were. But now, now it does once more.
I mean, if you're playing versus Skystrike and they had no interaction anyways, chances are this still resolves, or you're absolutely fine with saying, well, okay, you know what, you negate my Upstart Goblin. That seems like a fair trade for me. Take out one MST plus negate and give you an Upstart Goblin. Duel B has already finished on the other side, so Glory Future is tying the score up 2-2. So as it looks, we might have one of those real nice 3-3 situations, perhaps to have the last set matter so much. But we are sending the Upstart Goblin. It just resolves, and that is a really good sign.
It's an interesting interaction here, like why you let someone activate Mandate instead of just chaining the linkage directly to the MST. There's probably some subtlety to it that I'm missing, but you could just stop your opponent from activating the Mandate at all. I don't think it's once per chain, so I don't see what the advantage of like letting your opponent target it. Because if your opponent, for example, had a second MST to hit the linkage, then the Upstart would also get negated.
Yeah.
But yeah, there might be something I'm missing there.
Oh, we are going in for the Pot of Desires. Dominus Purge, such a strong card as well. The fields just get scarier and scarier when there is non-engine involved, and SHUEISHA has been summoned. Non-engine might be very, very prominent in this game.
Yeah, there's got to be another MST surely lurking somewhere. The Rotary you mentioned, it stops monsters from being tributed, which is interesting. It does have an application against Skystriker, right? Because Ray is happy to tribute itself, as is Zero. So it's a sort of a mini floodgate.
It's true, yeah. It's actually hindering the field breaking capabilities even more. The Amatsu is, of course, a card that likes to prevent the Varuron or the Ryratory effect, or, of course, the F-Zero Utopic Draco Future. However, you kind of want to activate, you need to activate monster effects in order to lure those out. And if you have a monster in your extra monster zone, like the Amatsu, the Skystriker doesn't really activate a lot of effects. So while that card prevents your opponent from activating effects while it's on the field, you can't force him to activate those effects.
Yeah, it's a very like Skystriker kind of link. It does very little, but it does something, and it's kind of free. So it's very much in keeping with Skystriker, isn't it? You just have like 100 tiny little effects to gain some advantage, and then you have one very big effect, which is Engage. But that Engage maybe not going to be picked up. Is the Draco Future going to resolve? Let's see at the end of this chain.
Widow Anchor, and now maybe it's time for the second Mystical Space Typhoon. If Rain decides to chain that, there is, of course, the chance that if that card gets played around, you're losing a lot here. Like, if you're Mystical Space Typhoon this year and the Forbidden Droplet is chained, sending the Anchor, negating the Varuron, what are you left with?
Yeah, you don't know what these interactions could be. They could just be bluffs, they could be nothing, could be have triple tactics, talents, or thrust, or something like that. You can just set cards to scare your opponent. Although, we saw an activation of Dominance Purge from hand.
Yeah.
So maybe that indicates you wouldn't, and he had to wait until he'd activated Mystical Space Typhoon before he could activate Dominance Purge, which makes me think you wouldn't set any bluffs. Yeah. So we're expecting all three of those face-down cards to be live.
I mean, one is the Ascension, right?
Yes,
that
one is the
Mystical
Ascension.
Space Typhoon before, so that one should be an interaction, I would think. We're taking away the F-Zero, and that, of course, is going to build us up for a Zeke. Zeke, of course, fantastic removal, tries to banish a card until the end phase of your opponent's next turn. So we're trying to get out the Varuron. And even if that gets negated now by the Varuron, Zeke has done its job.
Unless there are two Mystical Space Typhoons in the grave, which I think there might be, that would destroy it. Not. Okay, just the one.
Well, that is important because we haven't even used Ray yet. So that destruction would have actually done something.
I don't think there's a Ray in the grave, though, because this is just all
exactly.
off linkage. So yeah, the destruction would have been fantastic.
I have a feeling we have Ray in hand, though. I don't know if we've searched it before, but it's in my gut.
You always have that feeling.
Yes, I have a
Ray is close to your heart.
100%. Good and in bad times.
And if you were a Skystriker player, this is maybe the most important question. Would you use the original Engage or the new art of Engage?
I've always played the original art, but I have all of them. Also for the extra deck monsters. So I'm very I like to switch things up, and that is Hayate. This alt art is glorious. I love it so much. But I want to know if this is trying to go for the battle phase and do some shenanigans there, but more likely it is just setting up our Lemnis Gate to be able to shuffle back more names. What do we have in our graveyard even? I think it's only 1 Engage and 1 Widow Anchor and a Linkage. So that's 3 cards. You can also put back 3 extra deck cards.
Yeah, it's so easy to get a bunch of extra deck monsters now in the graveyard for Sky Striker, because there's 4 or 5 different names you can just link through all of them. So we're targeting 6 cards in total, and we're going to get to banish, return them all, and then a sort of a non-target return 2 cards on the field to the hand. So that's why we're going to go now for the ulti Ruatari.
Do we not have a Mystical Space Typhoon there? Because if we just bounce the Mandate here, there's not even the threat of that anymore. We could also take the Ascension now.
Can you set the Mandate, activate the Mandate from hand?
No.
Okay, it's just field deck and grave, is it? Okay.
I'm pretty sure, at least. I always discarded with Vision, so I don't think it ever came up, but I think it's just deck and grave. Otherwise, now that there was no response, I would think, hey, there is maybe no Mystical Space Typhoon, because otherwise you would try to use that on the Lemnis Gate. You don't need to bounce the Varuron because it has negated already, so you take away the Ascension and another card. Normal summon, Sky Striker, Ace, Ray, the prettiest words in the English language.
Yeah, here comes Ray. Basically, the whole way is clear, but can you do all the damage you need? It seems very unlikely when you've already used Kigari's effect. So, yeah, maybe we're just... Oh, we're not going to do very much at all.
We haven't used 0 yet.
Yeah, so why the set? Maybe the set is just for some linkage insurance.
Yeah, exactly. So, oh, we haven't even attacked over the Varuron. Oh, we have left open the Ascendance. That's very interesting. So Crusea is being summoned here. Oh, the set card also played around the Crusea, being indestructible by battle.
Yeah, that's very neat. Nice play here, because when your opponent has a 0 that they can activate, you often want to, you know, why would you activate the Ascendance there? Well, it's to activate it early before your opponent has a non-target destruction on the field, because then they could activate it as the turn player, and then even if you chained the Ascendance to summon Crusea, the Crusea would be destroyed before it could use its effect. So all very heads-up play from both players here.
I like the crown on the Crusea as well. It seems like a heavy investment to do that like mid-turn on a Crusea, but keeping the follow-up in check is very important. However, this is one of the toughest matchups to play as Sky Striker. A deck that just recycles Mystical Space Typhoon all the time for a back row deck is really tough.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how much the Radiant Typhoon deck was setting up, but Sky Striker, it looks like it's turned the tables, but you can always say that. It often feels that way when you're playing Sky Striker or some other deck where you kind of grind a bit, but often, you know, the amount of follow-up you have to deal with can be deceptive sometimes, I would say.
Look at that, it's 2 monsters. One of them is actually a monster negate that checks the 0. If we still have 1 Mystical Space Typhoon in our graveyard, we can potentially draw another card with a Mandate this turn. 5 cards in hand. This is way more than just starting a game fresh against 5 set cards. Starting things off with a Mystical Space Typhoon is already so tough, and we're trying to steal or just negate the Varuron. I think stealing is a understandable attempt if we especially only have 1 Widow Anchor.
Yeah, the only thing is it would switch off something like Linkage, but stealing is definitely a very valid thing to do. I assume there's more than 3 spells in the grave, but maybe there's just more Sky Striker spells we have face down.
I mean, we have used Lemnis Gate to bounce, so we have taken away some of our spells in the graveyard. Oh, we want to deny another Mystical Space Typhoon with the Infinite Impermanence, and I dig that. There's already another Mystical Space Typhoon. There's always another Mystical Space Typhoon. That is so huge. Look at that. The Mandate already being established is now being able to probably negate the Infinite Impermanence and then grab another... Oh, we are going to see another Lemnis Gate getting our Ray out just to chain it. We're not going to even bounce anything from the opposing side. We're not going to put anything back into our opponent's hand.
Yeah, but you just really need to activate it there, because otherwise your infinite impermanence is toast. But it does feel a little uncomfortable, maybe, to put back a Ray from your graveyard if it's the only one.
I mean, you have 0 in play, so that can get you another Ray, but you would have to use it now, because Veruron already says, hey, yo, everyone, I'm here.
I'm back again.
Back again. I can't negate that 0, but there's another Eldam as well. At this point, slowly but surely, Tusk is running out of option.
Yeah, we are seeing the Radiant Typhoon having the... Both these decks, in fact, have the sort of inbuilt recycling in the form of Lemnis Gate and Mandate, but it looks like having to go first, getting to use the Mandate multiple times, might just be too much resource. As you said, the 0 not going to do much when there's a Varun in play. We cannot Ash the 0 because we've already used Dominance Purge this time. I don't know about Bell being in the main deck. I guess we will see.
It is so incredibly strong, this matchup for the Radiant Typhoon deck. Oh, we have another Widow Anchor hidden there as a set card. That was deceiving, negating that Veruron once again this turn, taking it over.
I feel like these Mystical Space Typhoons haven't really been achieving a lot.
Oh, they have.
Every time the card has just been chained.
Yes, but I mean, you've got all of those cards out for free, you know? The trickiest thing about Sky Striker is that you're never being able to properly push into the field because there's Lemnis Gate, there's Double Anchor. If you just force those cards out immediately before you activate your effects that give you resources, you're absolutely golden. We haven't even attempted to use the Crusade this turn. We can also still just go for... Oh, no, I don't think we can go for more Zodiac plays, but...
You never know. Yeah, you're not wrong there. It just feels like... Yeah, being able to force out the cards when you want to is definitely a valid thing to do.
Amatsu is so great here as well, because if your opponent summons out the Crusade, it's going to be on Chain Link 1, and then you can chain the Amatsu to it, so the effect won't properly resolve as well. However, at this point, you don't really have a lot of resources.
And that's a very heads-up play here. You can use Crusade as Chain Link 1 and then the Link as Chain Link 2. That Mandate is not going away for long.
Yeah. Even though your Veruron is already being activated. Now you're getting some resources back, making Kagari add back, Sky Striker mobilize, engage, but how much is that really going to help you at this point? I mean, you don't have to fear a Mandate in the next turn. Oh, well, in the next turn, yes, but oh, it's tough. You're gonna see the Mandate in the next turn. There's gonna be a Mystical Space Typhoon probably right next to it. Unless this last card carries you somehow here.
Yeah, we've used Lemnis Gate, Widow Anchor's not live. We've used Impermanence. It feels like it's got to be some sort of Impermanence. That's kind of the only card I could think that would do anything at this point, but I guess we're about to find out.
They're taking out the Bluff Desires even. Rain is looking fantastic in this game, even though we can't really go... We haven't used Ray Grave effect, right?
Oh, is this a misstep him? I don't know. We've attacked...
Oh, we popped the Veruron so we can trigger the Rose. That is so good.
I guess maybe not.
I think it's still important that you're getting the Veruron out, so that in the next turn there's no quick play spell actions, and then they get the Mandate back. And then, I mean, they have one MST still, I think.
And so this is one Sky Striker Link Monster versus the world. It's a story I'm sure everyone who's played with the Sky Striker or against Sky Striker is very familiar with. We should have a fairly full extra deck because we seem to have been activating Lemnis Gate every other second. So
yes. Now, can we resolve engage? Because that field, if you resolve and engage, is more than breakable. We still have Kagari in our extract. We still have 0. This might be the time. Also, we were so focused on this gameplay. Duel B and Duel C both won by Glory Future.
Yeah, a turnaround from 2-1 down to 2-1 up, and I don't want to sound too ahead of myself, but it's looking good now for Sky Striker. I feel like when you resolve one engage, you feel so confident because you think, well, if they didn't negate the first engage, are they going to be able to negate any more that I get to pick up?
Yeah, I don't think so. No, at this point, you can take out the Crusader. It's going to return eventually, maybe, unless you win the game before. That doesn't look like winning the game too much. However, maybe if that's just Mystical Space Typhoons and maybe a Chant or something, that is not going to do too much to you. So we're going to go linkage into either Zero or Kagari. First of Kagari, probably targeting the linkage again. That is a huge Kagari.
Yeah, are we doing shenanigans? If your opponent adds linkage again, you might feel in danger of losing all your life points, but instead we'll go for engage. Oh, wow. Engage, linkage, playing around that infinite impermanence. Gonna get back the engage and the Kagari. You're in shock here, Leo.
Incredible, having this other linkage, possibly as the draw for turn there, just getting that engage back, summoning out Zero. Of course, this is going to leave some damage on. I don't even know if you necessarily want to activate the effect. That's something you need to debate now. You can tribute it and get rid of the last set card, which might be a Mystical Space Typhoon. You're missing out on some damage. Wait, are you missing out on a lot of damage? If Crusader is being summoned now, it can't be destroyed by Zero.
Yes, although was there a Crusader left though? Because they got banished instead of sent to the grave. So I'm not sure how many are around at this point.
Very good point. So that one just adds back the Mystical Space Typhoon, but now you can get, of course, rid of that Sven. Just destroy it like it's nothing, attack for 3000 and then use another Ray effect. However, how many real extra deck cards do we still have left? We've gone through Amatsu again, I think. We can go into Zeke again, or did we? No, we used this turn. Camellia.
Yeah, Camellia. Sky Strikers are funny like that. They just need to get rid of themselves after a while. You think, oh, I've got more monsters and now I'm going to have less. And the infinite Lemnis Gate, it goes on and on and on. You get to shuffle back. And when you're running two of them, it's just so easy. You get one shuffles back the previous one. It goes on forever. So we have one Mystical Space Typhoon and whatever is drawn off the top.
I mean, now we have used one previously from the graveyard to banish it, so we cannot loop Lemnis Gate anymore unless we're playing 3. But, I mean, Rain with a pretty nice play there to just add back the Mystical Space Typhoon, saying if I draw something to play with, I can perhaps protect it from a possible Widow Anchor. Lemnis Gate is being targeted now, and of course, you can just get back your entire extra deck. Look at this. Oh my goodness, 5 cards.
5 targets. Is that the one you want to hit? Because I feel like you know about Lemnis Gate. And if you're going to play with Radiant Typhoon cards, probably you don't mind so much your cards being bounced if you're just starting to play. It's not going to stop you from searching. So maybe the card we were aiming for was the other face down that wasn't a Lemnis Gate. But that is life with Mystical Space Typhoon. You don't know what you're going to hit.
No way. Are we just going to Typhon here? It does look like we are. Now, what is our line? Are we going to use the effect? Are we just going to attack over Camellia and then use the effect? Yes, that is seeming to be... Oh! Forbidden Crown is going to be able to shut off that Typhon. I would have just let him attack over it, honestly, unless we... No, we haven't used the Ray effect yet.
Yeah, that's sort of interesting, right? Because doesn't Camellia... It has a grave effect. Wouldn't it just send the Typhon and then come back to you?
Yeah, I think that will
that's what
also possible. I think you weren't afraid at all to get this destroyed. But now, are we summoning the Kagari back? Most likely, because we've used Lemnis Gate, it's not going to be too big, because we were getting really close to having it hit 3000, right?
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Maybe it would be bigger, yeah, too big to use, but no. Lemnis Gate is gone. And you say you can't loop Lemnis Gate, but even if you have only one, you can just pick it up again with Ray or Zero. So you can't just go on forever, even with one.
Oh, that is called by the grave. That is going to hit this Kagari. That is huge to deny the Sky Striker mobilize engage for the moment. Because if you have the Ray in the graveyard, you can still just go ahead and crash with your Kagari, summon back out your Ray.
Yeah, I fully expect there to be a Ray in the grave, but there was a lot of cards shuffled back with Lemnis Gate. But obviously, if you have a Ray in grave, it's probably highest priority to be able to leave in the graveyard. So let's see. But surely you would leave the Ray in the grave. Also, whatever card is drawn for turn.
Oh, that is just an anchor. That is most... Oh, we're taking over the Camellia.
Well, yeah, if you were to take the Typhon, it would be fun, but you can't use its effect. So maybe just... you just make 0 and pick up the Widow Anchor, and then that is that is game, right?
Also does work. I thought you just pick up Widow Anchor, you start crashing after the wards, and then you attack with Ray. I think there were plenty of ways, but resolving Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage one more time seems to be the best one. Widow Anchor, the Royal Rare, of course, is going to be picked up, and that is most certainly enough damage. And that is the toughest matchup for Sky Striker, going second. Way more playable than going first, by the way. And Tusk wins the game, attacking directly with the 0 GG.
What a fantastic comeback there to complete a 3-0 sweep this round, putting them in a super strong position, 4-2 going into the final set of games. Wow. We didn't even get to look at the other games because we had a Sky Striker classic right there.
You just gotta love Sky Striker, right? It's just such a fantastic deck to play with and to watch, and of course play against as well. Everybody loves getting anchored from time to time.
I mean, Sky Striker is one of those decks, it's really testing for so many reasons as well, because the longer you go, the less time you have. You only get that extra 90 seconds per turn cycle, so you've got to keep going. You've got to play fast and accurately, because any mistake, you could start running out of cards.
Yeah. And it's just so impressive to see a player with Sky Striker getting into a grind game versus Radiant Typhoon, which is, it feels like sometimes that deck is built to beat Sky Striker, just winning out in the grind game, really understanding the Radiant Typhoon in depth as well, knowing, hey, I know what your choke point and resources are. I know that you can remove every single Widow Anchor I could have, but if I stop you at the right moments, you are going to run out of bodies. You're running out of wind monsters, especially if it is the Zodiac variant, because that one isn't running Sheena the Twin Dragons. If it's versus pure Radiant Typhoon, the matchup's way worse even. It's so tough to play versus a Sheena, because if your opponent summons Elder, normal summon, and you go Widow Anchor, they go Sheena and bounce all of your spell traps, there's a high chance that you're gonna lose that turn.
Yeah, that's very tough. And you've got to imagine as well, like, Sky Striker, I feel like the composure of having no interruptions and watching the first turn combo that we saw, when your opponent has access to both engines, they're resolving Saryuja to draw 4, they're drawing multiple cards. To me, it's like, often if I watch that, I feel a bit defeated already. I feel like there's no way I can come back and win this. But here we see some of the best players in the world not being phased.
It's absolutely amazing to watch this. So let's go into game or set 3, Glory Future versus Bogey. 4-2 so far, and that is a very strong 10-year start.
Yeah, here we go. Elf Note. Now, we saw the full combo of the Radiant Typhoon Zodiac deck, but is the full combo of Elf Note even more powerful? And that, yeah, you're pointing to it.
Big shout out to the new anime short series of Dear Bellstar.
Yeah, Dear Bellstar, we're seeing it all over the TCG at the moment. Possibly not as popular on Master Duel because we do not yet have, spoiler, the new Dark Magician card there yet, but maybe we'll see that in the future. But here comes...
Actually had it earlier than the TCG.
Oh, earlier. Ah.
But we are starting off with a classic, the cool tune classic, Baron de Fleur. Gets us a Power Patron search from the Elf Note Power Patron, and now Lucina is being added to hand. You can just summon that into the main monster zone, get yourself a Regina, and then things are looking splendidly.
Very splendidly. Starting with a Baron de Fleur, negate, Omni negate, so you can play comfortably with whatever you need. Here comes Regina.
But let's see what we're going to do next. We're basically through most of our names. We can also still set up a trap and get the Elf Note Power Patron back if we so desire, because that should be the fastest way to bridge into our Cool Tune engine if we played it. We've seen this multiple times already. However, after seeing a Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch, I'm not even sure we're running Cool Tune.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to go with Elf Note. It's a very powerful synchro strategy. We've seen players experiment in loads of different ways with it. So let's see what we're going to get now. surely a couple of synchros. And yeah, I'm not sure where you're going to go with it when you have the Diabell Star instead of Cool Tunes, or maybe in addition to Cool Tunes.
Oh, we're going to level 5. Is this TG Hyper Librarian? That would be absolutely crazy. One of the most powerful cards back in the day, TG Hyper Librarian. We're planning on drawing some cards. Lucina being summoned now as well, getting us Fortuna, and that is going to set up our trap.
Yeah, who do you think is drawing like the most cards? So we saw the Radiant Typhoon deck draw, what, at least 5? But can we top that with a Hyper Librarian? I would say probably, because we're also going to draw one most likely with this Wanted. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of draws. Malice always draws a lot of cards, which we saw in the past. We've seen a lot of SHUEISHAs already this weekend.
Original Sinful spoils. Snake Eye Ash is being summoned. And there we are, everyone. This is the WCS chaos that everyone wanted to see. Normal summon Snake Eye Ash. If you haven't missed it, it's here regardless.
Yeah, it's coming back. This is a real blast from the past. And here we see the connection here between the Snake Eyes and the Elf Notes is that you can, of course, set the original Sinful Spoils and then summon that Power Patron straight from your deck.
It's crazy how powerful this deck actually is, because there's like 5 ways of extending a combo right here that would all work. You can do so many things right now, and we are going to the Axel Synchro starter string, which is also one of the ways on how you're actually getting to your Cool Tune engine, if you wanted to, even though at this point I'm pretty much convinced that it's not there.
Yeah, Cool Tune needing, you know, you often want to play a lot of hand interactions with your Cool Tune deck, but if we're seeing all these other engines, is this a... Oh, here we go. This is a real blast from the past. Look at this. Draw 2, Formula Synchron. This was IP before it was cool, Formula Synchron. Yeah. I'm not going to link summon on your main phase. I'm going to synchro summon during my opponent's main phase. This is super cool. Like,
so, would you like a Reborn Tango with that?
I would love a Reborn Tango with this. I was actually a Doppel Warrior fan with this, you know. This was the day. This is a real... What year is this? You know, we have a... Maybe we're going to make a Shooting Star Dragon. No, probably not.
Starter String is a card that also in the TCG is coming back at the moment, and I love that. I'm all there for that. This card in those Light and Darkness Ritual decks, protecting the Mind Shuffle from Ghost Ogres, or just being an almost game ender versus Blitzkrieg decks is absolutely incredible to me. But now Omega Resolve rips a card from the hand. You get to draw one more. We're already now at 7 cards in hand. That is completely crazy. However, the field does not look too impressive just yet.
Yeah, but you've got to take into account cards have been taken from the opponent's hand, and also there's probably going to be a couple of Elf Note effects that appear on the opponent's turn. Is this maybe the end phase?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're getting the Strelitzia back, and we are ending on Starter String on the field. That's part of our end field. I love it.
Yeah, it looked like... maybe I saw it wrong. It looked like a Pot of Desires was the card that was taken, which is absolutely fantastic for Omega, but...
There was a game finish. I think Bogarty won Duel B, and that makes it so much closer. They need every single game, but there's a Maxi following that up. Bogarty is going in. Bogan is really performing here. How do you even beat that?
Yeah, this is crazy. You know how you beat it if your opponent maxes you, and I'm seeing a Hyper Librarian. I think you have to synchro summon, 20 times and deck your opponent out. That's the fashionable way to do it. Probably quite difficult in Sky Striker, I would say. Oh my goodness. Droll and Lockbird as well, rubbing salt in the wound with the Maxi. Not the best combo, but I think he'll take it.
It is so strong. Vision being negated by the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. It is such a tough game here.
Yeah, that Droll and Lockbird probably going to trade with a few cards from hand. Is it time for the Baron de Fleur, or is it time for the Elf Note Trap to be negating this card? Which would you pick, or would you just let it all through?
I don't think you're allowed to let this card go through necessarily. I think you're trying to negate this with the... I don't know. It's got to be one of the two. I don't think you're ever allowed to... Okay, we are letting this resolve. I think we have lesser problems with a possible 0 that might be summoned here.
Well, it's an interesting thing, but if you let it through, Well, you can just negate whatever they summon, and then all the Sky Striker cards, you can only summon them once per turn. So if you let your opponent summon something, then you can just negate it, and then you know they can't use it this turn. The possible downside is it lets them get more fuel for something like Lemnis Gate in the grave, which would normally be very difficult. That's amazing, actually. You're going to get to draw a card for the Max C, because the draw hasn't actually resolved yet. So maybe that's the heads-up play.
It is so tough to play against this. It almost feels impossible to go through this field with Maxi and the Droll and Lockbird now too, which is really painful for Sky Striker to play against. Now Tinya also rips a card from that. That's a Lemnis Gate. That is the best breaker you could ask for versus 4 Synchro Monsters on the field. It is just getting worse for Tusk now, but not giving up. That is not an option at all. Hayate is just taking measly 300 damage to be able to send a card from the deck to the graveyard. But this is looking incredibly tough.
Yeah, one of the more niche interactions, I'd say, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so Hayate can attack directly, but if you have the Elf Note trap, you're forced to attack the middle monster zone. So I think in this case, the being forced to attack the middle monster zone is overriding the ability to attack directly, which is why you take the 300 damage rather than inflict your opponent 1500.
Now we're going for Kagari to add back something that we've just sent. I think it is on Yuki in Duel C to try and get this back around. It does look quite promising when I'm looking down the screen, but for the moment, let's focus on this incredible Elf Note Snake Eye Diabellstar field.
Yeah, so much going on. That Baranda Fleur finally using its negation. You're going to get back a Lemnis Gate during the end phase, so you can activate it as one last push, but is it going to be enough against so many cards? Just 4 cards in the grave. Gonna get negated too. This is looking really, really difficult.
It's looking grim, if I may say so. And now the Lucina is even going to come back here. It's not going to make things any easier negating that Lemnis Gate. I mean, I don't even think it would have done a lot, but it's basically for free, so might as well do it. Then on Duel C, you can see that Glory Future won the match 5-3 at the moment, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be 5-4 after this turn. Omega is just returning a Desires to a hand. It's not really doing anything anymore, but that is game. But Glory Future winning this match.
Yeah, Glory Future sneaking it. They were 4-2 up and were able to take advantage of that. Gonna advance with a 3-1 record, which is fantastic for them, giving them a good shot to make it into the semi-finals.
Yeah, they have been. Glory Future has been in the semi-finals twice already. It is such a phenomenal team. Established Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel players already. Just in the last year, Tusk's team has not performed that well. That was the only year where it hasn't been in this prestigious top 4. And now with a 3-1 record, it's looking mighty strong again.
Yeah, of course, groups of 6, so 5 matches, so it's not a Swiss like in other Yu-Gi-Oh! Events. This is a round robin. Everyone gets to play everyone. It's super interesting because you get to scout, you get to watch everyone and see what's going on. But yeah, that likely means a 4-1 score is a guarantee, a 5-0 score is a guarantee, and a 3-2 score, you're crossing your fingers.
Yeah, you're really hoping there, but with like 5-4 wins, it's not really the best way to just win those tiebreakers, right? You really want to have those 9-0s, those 8-1s, those early wins after the second set already. But of course, every win counts. In the end, you don't want to go through the tiebreaker, right?
Yeah, of course, winning is preferable always. Obviously, getting that, like, it's not the games. The matches won is the #1 tiebreaker, so winning more matches is more important than winning more games. So winning like 2 5-4s is better than winning 1 9-0 and then losing one, you know, 4-5 or something like that, even if in the first case you've won less games.
Yeah, that is definitely true. But we are reaching the end of the group stage. This was round 4. We're going to have 5 rounds in total. Our players are hot and ready. They want to go into the action. They will have a little bit more break time to cool down before that last round robin, that last group stage round. We're going into the hot phase of the WCS 2026 here in Tokyo, Ariake. And we are going into a small break before the last round of the group stage.
Welcome back to the live coverage here from the WCS, the World Championship of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel 2026 in Tokyo. And this is leading up to the round number 5, the last remaining round of round robin here. Lennart König joining me for this, and we have another great matchup in front of us, right?
Yeah, we have, I mean, we are both Germans, right? We have the one German player that we are having in this Master Duel WCS here from Team Ruination, and they are
They're ruining days, like their name is suggesting, for other teams, but not for themselves.
I mean, they are guaranteed to make top 4, so we're going to see them for the first time before we see them in the semifinals, but they are facing off against a team that is 2-2 currently still.
Yeah, on Tamagandan still, maybe with a glimmer of hope. I think they lost 8-1 at least once, maybe even twice. So with tiebreakers, we shall see how that works out. But of course, it's all about the dueling action. So let's see how this one unfolds as we have Abdullah, Abouamud, and Toast on Team Ruination already smiling against the opposing team of Stella, Ontamonatu, and Yako.
And Stella is going first, and I'm really hyped that we get to showcase this, because they're...
Immediate answer. Maxi is here, but also Ash Blossom and Joy Spring is there to immediately answer it.
And you would say that's a 1-for-1 trade, but that trade always...
Ooh, okay. Some yummy gameplay is being prepared.
Yes, it's the WCS promotional Yummy Snatchy. I love it so much. Those alt arts are insanely cool.
You could see a glimpse of the Phimena in Duel B as well with the new artwork. Oh, Dominus Perch here on that synchro, but the Capsi Yummy Way immediately makes sure to bring back 2 of the used Yummy monsters back from the graveyard. So yes, you are denying access to additional Yummy monsters, but you will still have to deal with more monsters coming back onto the field here.
There is still a little bit of field. Lollipo Yamiway is going to be able to summon back those monsters. Their effects will be negated, however, you can do whatever you want with them. The thing is, it's just Cookie and a Yummy Snatchy. So I think that Dominus Purge was still definitely the correct choice to stop your opponent from extending way further. Now Stella also needs to take a little bit of time to think, what can I even do here? You have the option to go for a Martial Metal Marcher. You could go for a Sprite Elf too. There's plenty of ways to extend your field here. Which one is it going to be though?
That does look like... Oh, we could also just go for a Link 2 here maybe, just an IP Masquerena. That seems like too little though. It is the IP Masquerena in the end though. I was questioning myself, but we immediately are going to link it off, possibly making place for Sprite Elf to get additional interruptions ready for the opposing. I mean, we can get back the Synchro here, which is huge, and then on the opposing turn, we have the opportunity to bring back that IP Masquerena as well.
And also, while it took some resources away from us, that our only starter was the Cookie, it does help on the opposing turn to summon it back with your Yummy Synchro monsters and just get this additional pop instead of just reducing the attack points by 1,000. And we are seeing in Duel B that there is not a lot going on for Abouamud. So one set, Sprite Elf, and of course, Yummy Way Lollipo.
Ooh, quick vision in the draw phase, and that opens up a vision, but there is immediate answer. Dominus Perch, more and more of a relevant and dominating card here at the World Championship. That card is seeing so much play. I'm wondering whether it even is a shared card in some of the teams, honestly.
I would think it is. I mean, there's plenty of decks that can abuse it already. As we can see, Yummy is one of those decks, and Yummy cards are also crazy used in this tournament, right? There's so many different Yummy decks. It's very exciting to see.
Seems like it, but here we're stopping play as players are just going back and forth between each other. The teammates helping out immediate Forbidden Crown response. We want to make sure to do all of that in the draw phase, as of course the Sprite Elf would only be activating in the main phase. And now we have ruled out that Lollipo there as well.
Yep, but we are not even negating that Sprite Elf.
True.
Still very well played here. And now we actually can use the chant to search for a Mystical Space Typhoon. Abdullah might be cooking here. Mystical Space Typhoon on, of course, the field spell. question is, does Stellar respond to that? Perhaps with the Sprite Elf? No.
But Leo, that's interesting because we on purpose decide to go into the main phase here with that Mystical Space Typhoon, getting rid of the field spell. But how important was the field spell there? Why was that so important to get rid of it beforehand?
I mean, you want to special summon your Radiant Typhoon, right?
Oh, that's the reason. But last card in hand is the Droll and Lockbird here for Stella. And that is massive, as we now are also able to just bring back the IP Masquerena. Actually, quite early here, because now we can force the battle phase if we want to. But still, then there's only one Sven left remaining in hand, which can't do much either.
But I mean, you can normal summon it, so then you are just going to go into the...
Ooh, is that a Zeus line maybe?
I'm not too sure about that. I think you are trying to force the battle phase already, attack over IP, and then you cancel, but you can just go for a rank 3, which would be MX Saber Invoker. We're forcing out the battle phase. So you can try to go into the SP Little Knight here, and I think that's just
Really?
the right call, right? But then, I mean, normal summon Sven can still just run over the SP Little Knight.
I mean, it trades with it. They're both 16.
Yeah. And, I mean, I guess we have Mignon in the graveyard
We
that we
do.
can shuffle back, so then linking off our Lollipo into an open field still does look
Seems
very
pretty,
good for Stella,
pretty
yeah.
good. I think Stella is enjoying the position that
The
they're in
Stella
right now.
position.
Oh yeah, that's Droll and Lockbird. Another card that I've seen plenty of that I would suspect to be in multiple teams' shared card pool, as we've seen so much of it here. What do you think about that card currently in the format? Because against Draco Tail, which is very, very popular, it's not that great, but against a lot of the other decks, it's so good. Even against Q-Tune nowadays, it's really decent, as they just lost so many starters.
Yeah, definitely. It's not the worst choice, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of this, even though, I'm almost sad to say this, we're almost at the end of the tournament already. This is the last round of the group stage, and then we just have 3 more rounds. But let's focus on the moment. Let's live in the present for a little bit more.
The best is yet to come, and we are seeing that the players are really making sure that every single decision is made as a team. They are maybe the best communicators we've seen so far overall, because I see Ruination really every single move. It seems like they are double checking, they are making sure that it is perfect. They're all playing as the 3 of them together for every single move, and we do not even go into the Sven, we just pass it over, because Sven, we know, would have not done much here, so we want it as follow-up instead.
Oh, but now as the SP Little Knight is still in the Extra Monster Zone, you can't just go into the Snatchy. That is perhaps a genius play by Abdullah that might guarantee him to stay in this game.
But there we see Duel C is already wrapping up, and Toast, with so far a marvelous win rate, adds another win to his resume here, and that brings Ruination into the lead once again here in this tournament.
Very, very big. That looked like a cool tune deck on the side of Toast down there, if I'm not completely mistaken.
Totally.
Now Stella is just saying, can I do anything? Battle phase.
Oh my, we're getting another turn here for Abdullah, and we know there's really, really good follow-up on his end.
Honestly, just summoning the Sven and attacking into the Lollipo might even be enough to stay in the game for yet another turn.
And imagine we draw another good card then. Maybe there is another monster, another starter picked up. There is the Sven. Do we activate the effect? No, we don't need to. Leo, what is that new card? What is that top deck? Heart of the cards moment here maybe for Abdullah. What do we have? Oh my, it's another Sven, which of course can now just activate its effect. That's crazy.
That is so big. Because, oh, do you actually want to do that though? I think we're contemplating on that, because SP Little Knight does not really interact that well with the MX Saber Invoker. However, I think you just search for a chant, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You just go chant, and you have the opportunity to just completely still follow your engine. You haven't done Eldam, you haven't done Crusea. You're probably happy if they just use the SP Little Knight on your Sven here, because, I mean, if you go Invoker, okay, does the SP Little Knight really give any problems to the Zodiac part of it does kind of give you a couple of problems.
I think a little bit, yeah, and also the Broad Bull can search just another Sven.
Yeah.
If there even is one more in the deck. I'm not, at this point, I'm not too sure.
He didn't use it. You got to be kidding me. We just make the MX Saber Invoker use that effect now.
Hope for an SP Little Knight interaction, but maybe there's also infinite impermanence on the side of Stella. That also plays heavily into that.
Abdullah, really, really interesting. I mean, we were contemplating whether they would use the first Sven, but with the second Sven, I was certain they would be using it, but not with Abdullah. But their Duel B seems to be concluding too, as this is victory for Ontama Gundam, and they are now on the board officially as well. 1-1. Special summon resolving of the MXO Saber Invoker here in Duel A, though. We do go into that. Is that Dryden? No, it's just Bobo. You could use the SP Little Knight here, because I think when you're not using it here, you're bringing yourself into a situation where they can always just go into Dryden, and Dryden sort of checks the SP Little Knight then, so maybe you just have to do it here.
I think you want to wait for the Dryden so that you can just take care of the Dryden if needed, because if you're just reacting with that, your opponent is going to have follow-up for the next turn, and then they set up a Dryden, which is problematic, no?
And they don't even only have follow-up, because they can still go Broad Bull Sven as you... Oh wait, no, but they can't, yeah, they can't summon it anymore. They can't summon Sven one more time. Okay, it does go in here, that SP Little Knight, and it will clear off itself and also that Bobo. So from how I understand the situation, this will be Bobo for follow-up, and that can then just be... Can Shakanine do enough here? Shakanine bring back another monster.
You don't have the Ram.
I don't think it leads to much, no.
I mean, if you're playing SP Little Knight in your extra deck, then you can actually take care of the last
by the grave on the Rat Pier now.
That is... I want to say big, but I don't even think it is that big. You're just denying some extra follow-up, and I think just going Broad Bull and Dryden here is just... That's just fine, no? I think I would have used that body of the Red Pier basically anyways just to get rid of the set card or to go... I mean, you're denying F-Zero.
You are denying F-Zero, and I mean, there are a couple of cards that we can draw though. Just imagine the one of the limited Kapsi Yummy off the top.
Yeah,
that like a lot of the Yummy starters would not play through a Trident, but Kapsi Yummy specifically would be successful in doing so. So maybe they are gifted like that.
But Kapsi Yummy just plays through everything, right?
Yeah,
this card always plays through everything. But this is exactly, this game is the reason why Radiant Typhoon Zodiac is perhaps the best deck in the room right now, because it is just so good at playing through these fields. I don't think we have a Beast Warrior in our deck anymore.
But now, Leo, I mean, whatever we're drawing... Oh, yeah. Very, very important that Abdullah decided to summon the Tiger Mortar as well there, because that makes sure that the Dryden is not only able to use its effect once here in the end phase, but also still on Stella's turn. So, Stella, what is that top deck? Is it time for Kapsi Yummy, or maybe a way to search it like Piri Rice map? That would be so big.
True, there's...
we're
passing.
None of it.
And that can't be good. The question is, does Abdullah have a major way to play right here? Takes the Zodiac Borbo and now goes into the Broad Bull and now goes to search a Sven.
Well, that is a pretty major way, but there could be an answer. It is Dominus Purge here from Stella, denying the Broad Bull, and importantly, I think destroying it too, as there was a Dominus Purge previously in the game.
But do we play Ram? We play Ram, of course. We couldn't send it, so we can't use the MX Saber Invoker to special summon it out. Ooh. Do we have another Exceeds, though, to summon onto it? Do we have perhaps a Hammer Kong that we haven't used that? Because then we can still go for the F-Zero. Otherwise, we can just use Dryden to destroy the Ram, summon something back, and then go into F-Zero if we so desire. But perhaps
I think Hammer Kong was cut from most lists. So we went through the Tiger Mortar, we went through the Broad Bull, we went through the Dryden, we went through the Bobo, and also the Chakanine. So I don't think there's any Zodiac extra deck monsters remaining. So that's just a direct attack, linking off the two monsters here with the Invoker and the Ram to make space for SP Little Knight. That's such a funny game we're seeing here. It's so slow, it's so controlly, and every top deck, if it is a big one here, could decide the outcome of this game.
I do agree with the decision to go into the SP Little Knight, because while F-Zero is more threatening and deals more damage, I think Dryden plus SP Little Knight is a little bit harder to play through for most decks.
I mean, how big would Zeus have been here? Not very big, right? I think it would have only been a one material Zeus, which doesn't do... Oh, there is the one material Zeus. Oh wait, no, it's two materials on this. That's better. I thought maybe put the Invoker and make a Zeus out of it, but now with that, that's a way better solution to the problem. Stella, you may get another turn, but making it happen here would definitely be preferred. So is there a way into the beloved Caps Yummy that we have seen all day already on the screen in that little funny video featuring the Yummy cards. But I mean, we're thinking about this, Leo. We are thinking about this. Hold on though. What if we go for any kind of normal summon into Typhon here? Typhon outs this field.
That is true. I think if there's a normal summon, you need to immediately...
Yeah, Typhon just outs this.
Yeah.
Honestly, maybe was the Zeus a little too much? Because I think the SP Little Knight was the only other extra deck summon. Oh, but we pass it over.
We did the Broad Bull before.
True, we did the Broad Bull.
But
Okay, so yeah, you're right.
There is a chance that Abdullah cannot play from this point on, so he attacks for 4,600, but that's...
Never mind! Chaining Maxi! But, I mean, we can just normal summon out. That's 40, yeah. We can just normal summon out the remaining Sven in the deck, giving no draws and making this another game win here for Abdullah. Oh, Eldom? That's quick math, not enough.
That is, you are right.
That's 100 points off.
I think you're fine, though. There should be another Sven.
Searching for the Sven now. Okay, we give one draw to the Maxi. We take that risk, but it does not seem like that risk is bringing anything here for Stella. Stella cannot capitalize on that one draw, and another victory for Abdullah. He has been playing this Zodiac Radiant deck non-stop throughout the last couple of weeks, and that hard work and testing pays off as he gets another win in here with this deck in the first set.
Ruination on their way to go 5-0 through the group stages. They have been on their, I want to say villain arc, but honestly they might be the heroes of the story because they are tearing through this, and we have, of course, in the rounds that we weren't casting, looked at some of the games they were playing. Of course, you can always, in the Master Duel client, check out the games that are going on at all times. You can always spectate. Those were some close matches. My goodness. 4-5 wins, like clawing back games that were 2-4. Incredible.
And that's the thing, because yes, Ruination is locked for top 4. But because they had so many close games, if they lose this match here somehow, they could still get second place in the group, because there is other teams in this group waiting. For example, we saw Glory Future. They have been winning 8-1. They have been winning 9-0. So if they win their match and then they're both possibly 4-1, there could be a switcheroo between first and second place still in this group. So it's better for Team Ruination to just win this one outright here as well, because if you go 5-0, you certainly are going to be top of your group.
Even though I think, does it matter too much at this point with the top 4 of the World Championships? I think there is no clear favorites anymore. There is some arguments you can make about momentum and how you are. If you're dominating with 5-0, you're very confident. But then again, this is Yu-Gi-Oh! There might be the curse of Anubis. If you're going through the group stages undefeated, the first match of the top cut, you know it.
You know it as well, for sure. But the whole storyline already. We have so many big names. We have so many multiple-time world champions or world championship attendances. And then there comes this team, Ruination. Honestly, Abdullah making his first real appearance there, winning the regional qualifier for his region. Inviting 2 more friends with Toast and also with Abu Amud, who have never been to the World Championship either. And then they show up like this, just destroying everyone.
They're crushing it. I was also a little bit hoping for this. Not like I don't love the players that we've seen in the last few years, but it's cool to see someone new enter the stage, right? Not that you're winning a DC Cup and then you're saying, okay, I'm going to pick a Jesse Cotton, maybe I'm calling someone else as well, maybe a Josh. But no, we have some more newer players here as well, and they are showing up.
And let's see how much more they can show here in this round 5 as the second set is about to begin. And honestly, every single time I'm seeing this animation here with you on the live stream or just on the client, this World Championship starting screen is giving me goosebumps.
100%. It makes me want to hop on the game and play just immediately as well. We're seeing Amamot starting off with a K2 Draco Tail searching the gorgeous Draco Tail 5 mana.
Ooh, see a Book of Eclipse in Duel. See, that's a card I haven't seen a whole lot just yet here in this tournament, but let's still focus on Duel A, of course, with the Draco Tail strategy that Abu Hamud has become somewhat famous with. It was branded that was his deck all the time, but now it is branded Draco Tail, the combination of both, which is the more popular one.
Already we're going into Duel C. Oh, and I think we saw a Sven start. Infinite Impermanence, Book of Eclipse Chain, I think that was the
Yeah.
interaction you saw, and another Infinite Impermanence to answer Eldam.
Oh! Oh, but there is the Tribute normal summon
Another
of
imperm.
Crusea. Oh, no, it's
Nice.
resolving.
Yeah, it is already resolving. That would have been absolutely hilarious, though.
It would have definitely been. Toast making sure to lean over to Abdullah to make sure that he's performing the combo the best way possible.
They won all coin tosses.
Yep. Must be nice, right?
It's truly Ruination's day, right? When you are with your backs against the wall already, you are 1-2. You think, okay, that isn't going as bad, and then you lose all coin tosses. That might be detrimental, because look at the power of these decks. You see a cool tune strategy. You see the Draco Tail.
By the way, we saw infinite impermanences both in Duel C and in Duel B, sort of signalizing that this seems to be a shared card that Team Ontama Gundam has picked for this tournament. Definitely something that I could relate to. Oh, we see Book of Eclipse as a quick play spell card. That it is, of course, something we can shuffle back with the mandate. But Leo, even though we were still able to summon out that Crusea, not much more after. Only, and I mean, I put that only in big quotation marks, as 4 set cards for this deck could still be a whole lot next to the mandate that we have here. But still, not a huge combo field as sometimes this deck is able to produce.
But I mean, as soon as you use your Crusea effect to search something or add something back from the graveyard, you are locked into wins, and then the combo capabilities of the deck are hindered massively because you are relying on a lot of Earth monsters, honestly.
Very true.
But let's see how we're answering this field, because of course, this is still huge. But with your own Mystical Space Typhoons, this is very, very breakable.
But Leo, that is the normal summon of Sven there to start things off, and there is Dominus Purge. That card is dominating here in this match, and maybe for the entire World Championship. People are enjoying it. There were times where Dominus Impulse was just infinitely more popular than Dominus Purge, but I think those roles have definitely been switched up here for this World Championship, as Malice, of course, is not as big of a factor anymore. We do head into the battle phase here, just simply go over the Link 2, but that's not a good sign, I want to say.
I think Abdullah is 100% fine with that. He can just say, okay, you know what, I survived the turn. Right? I can just gather more resources. Question is, how many does he still have? Maybe an Ascension that has been added by the Crusea. No, nothing is being activated in the end phase. No card is being set.
And we pass it. What kind of hand does Jacko have here that he can't do anything about this?
Normal
we go
summons.
Mystical Space Typhoon here as our very first action, destroying our own mana. Honestly, I have to giggle every single time we are destroying our own cards with Mystical Space Typhoon, but there is the Radiant Typhoon Crusea, the best kind of follow-up ever to be imagined.
And we do that in the main phase.
Yes, we
So
do.
We are kind of playing into a possible draw and lock, but unless we just want to add cards from the graveyard to our hand, which is of course very well possible with Crusea.
We could, but usually just want to thin out the deck a little more. But no, look at that. Sven from the graveyard. And when we take Sven, okay, there is the Mystical Space Typhoon from the deck, though. So is there drawn lock? But there is not. Sven storms onto the field, and it doesn't seem like anyone is able to stop Abdullah today. He just keeps on winning as the team captain here for his deck, for his team. And the alliance he has found with his deck, it really seems like they belong together. Like, you can't take them apart anymore. Abdullah just belongs to the Radiant Typhoon cards at this point. He's one of them.
Absolutely.
He is a Radiant Typhoon.
Radiant Typhoon Abdullah.
Yeah.
That's, I love to see this. And now, of course, knowing how to play the deck without using the Zodiac cards as well, adding the Megala. Question is, can he push for game already? One of the important cards to push for game in Radiant Typhoon is the mandate that you want to have pace up on the field, so you can get this draw plus attack push. I don't think that's gonna be the case, that, or it might as well be possible because you just destroy it again. Use your Varuron to activate it from the graveyard. Megala, of course, can get you the Phonix, and I think we are rapidly approaching 8,000 damage because we can Link Climb.
Certainly. Looks good for Abdullah. He is just running over most of his opponents here in the tournament. Nobody able to stop him. There is Phonix, as you said, massively important if you're trying to go for 8,000 points of damage in one turn, because together with the mandate that we are resolving just here, that is 3,300 attack points just on its own.
Yep, the other cards look good as well. Normal summon Fuwalos, and I think that is going to be a Link climbed like nothing else before. Oh, are we actually going
Oh, yes.
for the Felgus for the Desperate Eagle?
Yeah, and that's 5100 because no monsters in the graveyard at all for Jacko here. And so we would have barely even needed the Phoenix because that's so many attack points flying in here. And as strong as ever, Abdullah takes another game here, making this a 3-1 lead for Team Ruination.
But let's look at the other table. Stella,
okay.
the team captain, wants to hang on here. Still sees a way to get into this top 4.
Leo, what is this? I don't know this existed. All of a sudden, I am seeing some Dodo cards paired up with K9s. What's happening?
Yeah.
This is new to me. Okay, Stella, of course, a Stella deck builder, bringing some innovation here at the World Championship. I mean, yeah, of course, Dodo Warrior, it is a... I think it's an Earth monster, but let me double check. So that does make sense to be maybe an attribute. Is there even Vanquish Soul cards in there? Let me check. Because this seems...
I mean, we don't want to give anything away about the deck, of course, but I'm just quite curious to see what is going to happen here soon. Abo is also at 6,000 life points, so if we are finding... Honestly, when I see rank 4s, I always think of Utopia double, right?
Maybe,
So
maybe.
if we see something like that, I think 6,000 is very easy to overcome.
I would agree.
I mean, that's almost already game on the field right here. I think we're
Totally.
just... Wait, we're 100 off right now.
We can certainly make that happen. So, Abo just talking to his friends, talking to his teammates, checking how the entire situation is looking. If he loses this one and Toast doesn't manage to win his game, it's really interesting to see that, because when one game stops, oftentimes just all games, we go battle phase.
And we are 100 damage off of
but
the
the
game.
Mirror Jade hasn't used the fact yet.
Okay, then that's a completely different game here if we're forced to go battle phase, and the Mirror Jade has been so patiently waiting here, waiting for that battle phase, and now we can actually just resolve it immediately, or perhaps chain the Rindbrum that we have just sent. No, we just banished the Noroi, of course, because Noroi is the only monster that can attack over the Mirror Jade. Izuna wants to crash here. That is always a very, very interesting scenario, because if you do not win the game here this turn, whatever you build up as resources or as a field that you want to present to your opponent, you're going to have to survive the end phase Raigeki first.
You have to, so is it even worth going into a rank 4 here afterwards as... field free and empty for Abo! So gladly, against a deck that summons so much from the hand, you will use that Mulchami Perulia. To be fair though, as you just explained, with the Mirror Jade destroying everything in the end phase, maybe there wasn't much of an incentivize for his opponent, for Stella, to even summon much more from the hand.
And I mean, he is not really even uninterrupted anymore at this point, right? We haven't seen the most of this game, so we don't know which interruptions are out and which ones aren't. We just know that Abo just ended on basically only a Mirror Jade, so that can't be much that has happened before. We have the Rindbrum in the... Oh, that is... we have used the Mirror Jade already. Because otherwise, I would have said just going for Rindbrum here and trying to get some Fallen of Alva's place seems nice. But there shouldn't be a target for a Fallen of Alva's fusion here.
That's true, Leo. Some statistics thrown in here on the side. Abdullah currently, I mean, with the team also being the most successful right now, the team captain also with the best win rate overall in the tournament right now, carrying his team here to success. But his teammates are doing a decent job supporting him here in this tournament as well. I'm wondering, though, how many Vanquish Soul decks did Abo have to play in this tournament? Because it seems to be the most common Draco Tail counter here overall so far.
Yeah, I was going to say, Draco Tail branded is, in my opinion, one of the best decks, but it's also one of the decks that is most counterable.
Yeah, totally, I agree. Okay, Aphalion activates as we have, on our own terms, brought 2 cards into the graveyard here with that Fusion Summon, and that means the Aphalion is returning, presenting 3,000 attack points, and the Albion now able to even bring out additional attack points. And I think in Duel B, we see Toast winning another game, so that brings Ruination in reach of a 5-0 score overall, as we have now a 4-1 lead for the very moment. And Abo also clearing off the last monster. Dugaris will not draw any cards here for this very moment. So Stella, if you want to get to a monster, you may even have to give up some more draws into the Mulchami Perulia. And even then, it will not be easy, as Draco Tail Branded always has so much follow-up going on in the graveyard.
Oh, this is so incredibly tough. The deck does not work anymore this turn. Stella passes the turn on nothing, so Mirror Jade can also not destroy anything. However, we have the Cartesia in hand. We have 6,500 damage already on the field. Of course, we can make this a little bit bigger still, but that was already, with the Cartesia in hand, there was already 8,000 damage.
For sure, but Abo wants to show off the first time they're on feature here for this weekend, and it will not be the last time, as they are absolutely certain to advance into the semi-finals here at the 2026 World Championship. With this very attack here that Abo is about to perform, they have made their way into the finals here with so far they're into the semi-finals with so far their most impressive performance. As you said, they were very close. 5-3, 5-4, but this one is even done in the second set already, and everyone's smiling.
They were close, but who cares? They won them all. What a fantastic performance by Team Ruination. I cannot wait to soon check out which other teams have made it to the top 4, because that was the last round, Robin. That was the last round of the group stage, and it was marvelous already. Ruination with a quick sweep here, a so-called 8-1. Even though all of the games have been close.
True.
This was a two-setter, as we say.
Yeah, very, very quick and easy. And I mean, the win rates from these players, they're just through the roof. They're just not losing. Like, they don't even know the feeling of losing anymore. Is that maybe a disadvantage going into those semifinals, when you just lost the feeling of how to lose, and then all of a sudden, when you then have to, in, for example, the first set in the semifinals, when you then lose, is that throwing you off then all of a sudden because you're not used to it anymore?
I mean, I don't think losing a set would throw you off. I think that has happened to them before in this tournament. But I think the feeling of already having accomplished something big can be, in a positive way, be a little bit deflating. Because you think, all right, this is our first World Championship.
The hunger is gone then, kind of, right?
We made top 4. We got ourselves a beautiful prize card. So everyone is super happy about that already. Showing the world how good you are at Master Duel. But then again, job's not done.
Guys,
job's not done, and
I
don't think they think that as well. The hunger for an undefeated Worlds run is still there.
I mean, I don't think we ever had that. I don't think with the 3 world champions that we have crowned so far, with the 3 teams, any of them was undefeated in Swiss. So this could be a first time world championship appearance, first time maybe undefeated run all the way into the finals and then to the title. That would be a story to tell.
Yep,
I'm telling you.
we are telling the story, so we might as well. But that was absolutely fantastic. Team Ruination came out of nowhere, basically, and now they're just dominating the WCS.
Any surprises on their decks? Were we surprised by anything they did? I mean, we only got to see 6 games here, and some of them even only on the bottom of the screen. But I don't think the decks were necessarily crazy, because Radiant Typhoon was picked from Abdullah in both matches, which was the to be expected deck on most people's roster. Abo is known to play Branded, is known to play Draco Tail, so he of course brought the combination of those 2 decks in both matches as well. And then Toast just kept on playing his Qtune deck. So I think they made sure that their first deck is able to win in most of their matchups, and then for some matchups they're ready to cover with their second deck, which I think overall is just a really good approach to the World Championship format.
I think it's the best choice. You want to invest your preparation time into, you know, the best deck that you want to play ever, right? So if you're having 2 decks, splitting your preparation time 50-50, knowing that you're going to play both, is not necessarily the best thing, I think. I think focusing hard on your first deck is the best option, and then if you have to, bring your second.
I do agree, and also when you can just like make those decisions about shared cards. When we were discussing things about that, we oftentimes were wondering, hey, this shared card could be included into 5 of our 6 decks. But then eventually we would be coming to the conclusion that, hey, maybe it's not worth it. Maybe it's just better to have it in 2 of our main decks, because those are going to be played most of the time anyways, and therefore it's sometimes better to just have a card that you can't play as often, such as, for example, we saw people sharing Call by the Grave, but still you want to make sure that in your main decks they are presented as much as possible.
This is something I talked to Paktu about, because while our approach was always how can we fit like the most shared cards, they said, you know what? With especially 5 shared cards, we want to have the most impactful ones. So it doesn't even matter if we are having 20 Oh, we are actually getting another matchup.
And that is a huge matchup. We have B2Beat versus Fly2Fly flying into a third set here. And B2Beat and Fly2Fly, as you can tell by their scores, are both in contention for the semi-finals for top 4, and this very match will be deciding who is going to be advancing in first and who is going to be advancing in second place.
Because I think B2Beat as 4-0 should still already...
locked up.
Yep, they came in hot and heavy.
Oh yeah, as Ruin Nation did, honestly.
Yeah.
We could have 2 undefeated teams after the group stage. That would be big. But that is a normal summon of effect. Valor here from... Oh, that enables stuff though. Oh, there's no answer. That's huge.
Yeah, that gets us a cool tune synchro. How much does that do for us though? Yes, we could search a rotary. Oh, Ash Blossom Joyous Spring on the cool tune synchro.
Nice. Also, not immediately rushing it on the first thing, but
did we base the Ash here? Are we gonna see tuning? Synchro Overdrive?
Why? No. We just searched for Q-Tune Synchro, and that was Ashed immediately. So I think this is going to stop the entire turn, and it is! A lonely effect Valor, 0 attack points presented. This is not looking good here for Fly2Fly on this table, at least.
Why did we search for cool tune synchro instead of the synchro overdrive? Because that doesn't let us play.
Does it not? We could synchro summon immediately, right?
You have only an effect Veiler on the field. Can you synchro summon with an effect Veiler and a cool tune from hand? I don't think so.
Probably not, yeah, you're right. But let's see. We are going into the turn here of Rebby, who has been successful before. We had them on feature right at the beginning of the day. We saw them winning there, and they kept on winning a lot here, so that they are currently already in that comfortable position to be locked up for top 4, and that is the normal summon of Zodiac Red Pier, a familiar face from the other feature match.
Are we playing into the Harmonia? Are we going to activate it and send a Ram? No, we are not. We're playing it safe. We're all the way back in 2016 with the normal summon Red Pier. We're not even going for our big combo.
Leo, there's an Nibiru, the Primal Being, in Duel B. I haven't seen this card all day.
Finally, this card is so underrated right now because for some reason, in the last 2 years, nobody has played Nibiru anymore.
Yeah, it's completely out of the format, but it's only out of the format until someone brings it back in, and that decision was made by Team B2Beat here, and that decision so far apparently paying off. There comes Broad Bull here in our main feature in Duel A again, and there is a response window, so it could be the Fudralis Harmonia that you were thinking of. It could be just an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring as well, of course. It is the latter. It is the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, which is able to stop the Broad Bull, but not necessarily stopping everything here.
Yeah, that's true, but denying the access to the Radiant Typhoon engine, perhaps. I mean, there's still 4 cards in hand, you know.
True. Okay, so which effect did we, Ash? Yeah, the search effect. Okay, so the special summon effect through the Zodiac Red Pier still available, and that could lead to just what we need here, to that Draco future.
So the question is, I think you can very easily still get that search through, right? You just go into a Trident, detach the Broad Bull, destroy the Veiler, and then you go Shakenine, and then you go Tiger Mortar on the other one, give the material to the Broad Bull again that you summoned off with the Shakenine, and then you still get the search, no?
Broad Bull ain't once per turn, you're right. But it seems like we are more so just heading into the direction of Utopic Future, which is making space for Draco Future momentarily, probably signalizing, if I would have to guess, that there already is Radiant Typhoon cards in their hand. And there is the Sven, of course. No need to search it when you already have it. So with the Broad Bull, honestly, we were so happy that they ashed it. They were completely cool with it.
Did not need to do all that. That was way too much. Also would play into Droll Lockbird then. Which is another thing that, since the Red Pier is at 2, it's a little bit tougher to play around that.
Yeah, that's true. Here comes Eldam, and without any kind of response, but Eldam is going to fetch, if I would have to bet, a Crusea from the deck, and there it is. I won my bet.
There we go. Congratulations, my friend. But Vision is now being activated as well, and Rebby is just trying to secure that win here. It's already 3-2-3 in the last set, and those almost free victories, let's be completely honest here, you take those.
For sure. And here comes the Crusea. We draw 2 cards with the Vision, and now we get 2 cards from our deck just simply with Crusea 2. That's just so much card advantage created.
And it's not only so much card advantage, that's 8,100 attack points on the field.
Very right.
I think.
And Phonics still is even there. Yeah, if we would be in the client, we could just be left-clicking or clicking on the middle button, and then we would see how much attack points it would be. Oh, we go battle. I mean, we have the Phonics in hand, Leo.
Yeah.
Phonics in hand. If this isn't 8,000, we could still just do it.
And there we go.
It is exactly. No, it's 100 over.
That's 8,100, exactly. So we are taking this game as Rabi Rebi. Let's see how it looks on the other tables. Is Fly to Fly having to hope for a good tiebreaker, or can they also with 4-1 try to make it into the top 4 faster?
Ooh, that's an interesting game state, as we do see that there is Crusea next to 4 set cards. I'm wondering how we got to that, but actually now seeing that this is turn 3 of the duel, that gotta mean that we broke the Draco Tail field, and now it's only going back to the Draco Tail player of the team here.
And that is always so hard when you're looking at the resources of Draco Tail right now. It's 5 cards in hand. We are currently trying to resolve our Verte Anaconda. We have the Cartesia on the field as well. There's just so much going on at the same time.
It's game though. I think beat to beat, attacking for game and duel C. They are not able to be defeated here this weekend. Another 5-0 performance from both groups. We will have teams advancing completely undefeated, meaning that they will also avoid each other, of course, in the semifinals.
Oh man, that is so crazy here. Now let's see at the look at the last game, because I think for Fly to Fly, they are at 3-2 now in the total record. Every single game counts just so much. Oh, Infinite Impermanence onto the Cartesia. Chained here. Chaining the Cartesia to your own Verte Anaconda. Oh, are we negating the Verte? No, we're negating the Blazing Cartesia.
We are. Rabi Rabi there giving instructions to his teammates. Mystical Space Typhoon on our own Infinite Impermanence. There gotta be a mandate down there as well, because otherwise there would be no reason to do so. And that mandate able to now not only negate the Cartesia with the Infinite Impermanence, but also make sure that the classic Mystical Space Typhoon negate comes in to take care of the Anaconda as well.
So good. But the thing is, now you've used basically all of your cards. There's still 5 cards in hand. Varuron is going to be summoned too, so we have 1 more interaction and a set card, which hopefully for them is a Mystical Space Typhoon.
For sure. And I'm trying to figure out here whether there is a way that Fly to Fly is not advancing, because I think the closest to them in their group is Called by Army, which also is on a 2-2 score. But they're currently also in a super close match against Scheiber Corp in the 3rd set, where it is 3-3. So both matches very competitive and close. So if Fly to Fly was ahead before this round, I would be inclined to believe that they are still going to be ahead after the round as well. But of course, the nitty-gritties of that need to be still figured out.
It's an end phase. The Varuron put an end to this turn. Yes, if you have so many cards in hand, that's still all very nice. But if your only push is perhaps a 5 mana from hand and the Varuron is just sitting there, there's not a lot you can do. However, now on the opposing turn, Cartesia becomes an interruption again. Or at least a starter for some Fusion Summon shenanigans. And honestly, Varuron, once a Fusion Summon has happened versus Draco Tail branded, is not the most useful card at all. You can just layer your effects like you want. You can say, you know what, Arthalion is definitely going to be my Chainlink 1, then possibly a Pan that is going to be Chainlink 2, and then some Lucia's effect is going to be Chainlink 3. But we are using the Sting first.
Oh, Dominus Purge everywhere. It is, of course, in all of those Radiant decks, but has found home in some of the other decks as well, making sure that this Sting ain't doing anything. Was it targeting a Mystical Space Typhoon? Surely it was, right? We were trying to make sure that the Varuron couldn't activate. And I mean, when we just have Varuron for the 5 mana, that seems really strong.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we have Cartesia as well on there, right? So.
But Cartesia we can check with a possible Mystical Space Typhoon. Oh, we go Battle Phase, so Cartesia no longer a factor, as we will just attack over it here.
But that's also meaning that we get another turn.
Yeah, interesting situation here. fly to fly. They need to win this game somehow to make sure their tiebreaker is as fast as possible.
And now Duelist Yamano is really crushing it here on the Draco tail. And now we're looking at two very, very weakened attack points. Link 2 monsters staring each other down.
But there is Megala, and with the Surged Mystical Space Typhoon, that is able to get us going completely here again. We can chain block it, even prevent it from being answered by Ash Blossom and Joy Spring by also activating the effect of our Link 2 Marine Eidolon here. And there even is, of course, the just linked off Vibrant Vortex Varun coming back to the field as well. Furthermore, also chain blocking the entire former chain.
But the field just gets stronger and stronger. However, the Verta Anaconda stuck.
Yeah.
that is something noteworthy.
Is it that bad? I mean, we probably used it to pay cost with the Branded Fusion on the previous turn. And as far as I remember, but let me not tell any lies here.
Branded Fusion is at 1.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So that Anaconda really not that scary anymore.
That is true, unless you have Super Polymerization in the deck.
Ooh.
That you can send with Verta Anaconda very easily, and that really helps dismantling some fields. You also don't need to discard a card anymore then.
Fair,
because it just copies the effect, it does not copy the cost.
That's actually, that would be crazy.
The question is, in your extra deck, the extra deck is super tight. Sometimes you, first of all, don't have space for Super Polymerization in the main deck because you want to draw all of the monsters.
Yep.
So your 5 mana is always live. Your extra deck is super tight. And there is no Fallen of Outers on the field, so it is not looking like that's even a possibility. Also, I don't think I would play Super Polymerization in Draco Tail Brand. I've tried it, and I've had so many 5 mana +1 monster hands.
Leo, you tried everything. Come on.
Nothing works.
None of it worked. But I'm sure they knew exactly how to prepare for this. And that Anaconda is now not even a factor at all anymore, as we have just made sure to put it into the spell and trap zone, where it at least in this matchup belongs, I guess.
Yeah, it's just there. It's chilling. But beware of the Snake Eyes Doom Dragon.
Yeah.
That one could surprise you. But of course, we are just popping off now. We're continuing. Vision adds back the Mystical Space Typhoon. There is a lot of stuff, and also having these monsters in the spell trap zone, guaranteeing that you always have a not necessarily useful target for your Mystical Space Typhoon, but at least saying, you know what, I don't have to destroy my own cards.
That's true. So 5 cards in hand is plenty though here. So it is still definitely not over. I like how we also, we put the headphones now on into cool mode, as we are certainly advancing into the semi-finals. So we're just playing this game out with swag.
That's true. While they are still chilling, they know they are going to be in the top 4 of the WCS 2026 in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Their opponent's life is on the line, and talking about the tournament, of course. That's not a shadow duel, I think, but
maybe you agreed on it. No, I don't think so. Okay, Lucius shall not resolve. Only 1 Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard, meaning that we cannot destroy it, but we can immediately head into the battle phase, trying to also work around the Megala, but no, it will be protected by the ulti raratory. Seems like a rather low value raratory, but as long as it is protecting our Megala, it still seems very fine.
Raratory is so funny in other decks other than Ritual Beast, because it's just such a big body monster. You think this is so valuable, and they just banish it for a Lucius, and it never comes back.
It's gone.
Forever.
No longer around. And now, is there any way to keep on going on? Normal Summon was used in the battle phase, but we're considering options. What could this be? Maybe Fawn and the Virtuous right here, right now, on the Megala? But then they
on
could
your
just
own Verte, and then you evenly.
Oh, okay. Keep talking. I like that.
I would like that to fall
into
okay. Is this
on.
happening? Is this happening? I don't think that it's happening necessarily.
It gotta be on the Megala, I believe.
The Titanic Led in the end phase could potentially already be dangerous.
Yep. But there is, of course, the Mystical Space Typhoon. That's why I thought maybe Fallen the Virtuous would be good as an answer to that, actually. But maybe there's something else we can use here. Oh, the mandate. Is it able to negate? It should probably be, because I don't think there's many more options to counter the mandate here. So Fallen Individuous not resolving Mystical Space Typhoon, destroying our own Eldam and destroying the resolution hopes of the Fallen Individuous.
And now the Megala can set up either a Phoenix or another Crusade, of course, that can just search us a Phoenix and get us another Mystical Space Typhoon, of course, as well. So this card... Oh, we're actually just taking Eldam for follow-up. That is also very, very nice. I mean, we're already in battle phase. We know that we're not going to lose this turn. So very much chilling.
Yeah. I talked to Suizokaku, who's still playing here for Team Fly to Fly after round number 3, where they were 3-0, and he was already quite happy that they could kind of redeem themselves after not performing too well at previous World Championships. Now losing round 4, and also with the loss here in round 5, they should probably still be able to advance, but of course not the progress of the tournament that they imagined.
Has Varurum been used already this turn? Oh, another Mystical Space Typhoon is chained.
On the Lucius.
Yeah, and now we are going to be able to take care of the Fallen of Albas, unless there is something you can chain to that, but I wouldn't even know what it could be. So we are not going to be able to take care of those cards as well. Fallen of Albas is just sitting there rather sad.
And we have our turn coming again here. So, as I just mentioned, Suizokaku with a marvelous win rate, as most of those Radiant Typhoon duelists here in the tournament, is looking to add another W to the resume here.
And you as a Radiant Typhoon enjoyer, you must love that, right?
Yeah, I like it. I saw it coming a little bit, and I'm glad to be proven right that this is one of the best performing decks here at the WCS in Tokyo, and that all of those high-level top players do agree on this deck just having such a high ceiling next to a really, really decent consistency with the ability to bridge between the two engines.
And once you have access to your engine going first, it's so hard to hand trap the deck. It's basically impossible. As soon as there's a Zodiac Red Pair on the field, there's like 3 cards you need to interact with at all, and that's just one card.
Your Great Fly is such a funny card. The fact that you play a card that is just simply there to boost your own monsters, that's just so funny. But here, it is going to boost all of those monsters by 500 each, so we don't even need Mandate to boost our monsters here right now, as they are really, really, really big enough, even over this Fallen of Albas, able to definitely close out this game here already.
I do love that Great Fly too. The usage of this card is way cooler than the Doolittle Chimera back in the day in those Fire King Snake Eye decks. This is superior use of the attribute Link. 2 monsters Crusade attacks over the Fallen of Albas in case Dark Honest happens, even though it can be destroyed by battle. But now Phoenix attacks 3,500, closes out this game. It's going to be a 4-5, but B2B still goes undefeated through the round-robin group stage. And Fly to Fly, with a 3-2 record, still should have very, very decent chances.
Apparently, when you made a reference to the back-to-back of the Q-Tune deck, you were able to perform well in this tournament, as both Fly to Fly and also B2B are in marvelous shape right now, looking like they are, I mean, one of them, obviously, for sure advancing to top 4, but from how the group stages are looking like, how the standings are looking, it does look like both of them, even though they faced each other in the last round, and of course, the one team coming short, both of them should be able to secure that ticket into top 4.
And I'm quite curious to see if in the top 4 are both teams that are undefeated so far, if they are going to win, and we're going to guarantee this undefeated winner of the WCS Master Duel for the first time, or if the curse strikes again. You know, the Curse of Anubis is a kind of a community term for going undefeated through group stages or Swiss, and then the first round of the top cut, you are going to be eliminated. It has happened so many times already, but honestly, the trend is going down. For example, at the TCG, we had the first after Swiss also winning the entire tournament, Tim Gräfe.
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, we also got to say, in this group, most likely these 2 teams advancing, but then in the other group, who's behind Ruination? I think Glorious Future actually has a really good shot, so maybe finally it is also time for Tusk to make his statement as becoming the world champion, as he has tried 3 years in a row and came short every single time.
Another top 4, the third top 4 in 4 years is crazy.
It is for sure, but can he make it happen this year? Still very strong teams to overcome, as we see two of them being completely undefeated. But I'm sure we will have marvelously exciting matches still remaining. So if you enjoyed the broadcast so far, you should absolutely be sticking around, as we have both semi-finals, both top 4 matches still playing out here today. So stay with us, as we will be back with you for top 4 very shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, finally to the top 4 of the WCS Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel 2026 here in Tokyo, Ariake. My name is Leonard König, and I'm, of course, joined by a prestigious team of co-casters. We have Jean-Alexis Rousseau, Sebastian Lemke, and Dr. Tom Payne. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling fantastic. I'm so excited to get into the semi-final. I mean, you called us prestigious commentators, but there's nothing compared to the players we have here. We have decorated players who have just taken down some of the other best players in the world. So we have on one side Glory Future. What do you think about them, Basti?
Glory Future. I mean, it is the Tusk team, and Tusk by many referred as Mr. Master Duel, winning all kind of duelist cups left and right throughout his career, basically since the beginning introduction of Master Duel. And every single World Championship, his team name included Future, because he wanted to be the future world champion. Is now the time to make it presence. It is possible, as he is in the top 4 with his team now.
Yeah, absolutely. But I just wanted to say the fact that he's in the top 4, but now starts the real stuff. I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult because, of course, everybody in there was very strong. But now we have the semi-final going on. It will start right now. Who will be able to get to the final? That is the question.
I mean, we've talked about Tusk Team, Glory Future, of course, back-to-back, basically. But B2 Beat, they have been undefeated in the group stages.
Yet to be beaten.
Phenomenal team. They've
Maxi right here.
And the set 4. What's going on? Okay, so Rabi has been the Zodiac Radiant Typhoon player all day long and has been so successful with it. And maybe this Maxi was just what he needed here, as maybe there was no play around. Oh, reinforcement of the army. Tusk has been playing Sky Striker.
Purge.
Oh.
Maybe.
That could be an answer. It's
Maybe.
dangerous. Wait, no, it's not reinforcement of the army. It's Radiant Typhoon Vision. Almost looking the very same.
I was wondering which table you were watching for a second there. I was like, are we on table B? But that is the Purge.
It is the Purge, in fact.
But still, this is one card from another card, and I think that it still is pretty good. You have 4 more cards, so we can just start your combos.
There's the reinforcement of the army. I smell
You
it.
had the vision, Basti. You had the vision.
I can see. I was thinking of the old art, so I was like wondering how you got them confused. But the new art of reinforcement of the army is a lot more similar to Vision.
There
especially,
you go.
Yeah, when it's upside down.
That's what I thought.
Pretty good. That's pretty good because you can get access to your Ray right now and start all the combos. And we know that Ray is pretty good now that you have the 0, which will get you access to that engage.
Also, if you know that you're playing versus the Radiant Typhoon deck, those set cards don't look too threatening at all. Maybe Infinite Impermanence could be in there, because the Dominus Purge, that was a tell, right? You can't have too many decks that run Dominus Purge, so it's very likely going to be Radiant Typhoon. So one Ray might as well just try to go for a game shot here.
Absolutely. The only problem is that maybe you can be a little bit concerned about the trap card, because maybe you just bricked on this trap card and you have the trap card and a Mystical Space Typhoon, which can be a problem if you go for the end of game right now and you don't do your card advantage, you know? So
I mean, you still get the card advantage just simply along the way, right? Like one Ray is giving you so much. I feel like even if there is the Mandate, even if there's Mystical Space Typhoon, we're not as worried.
Is there gonna be linkage?
Yeah,
If you have linkage, you send Rose here.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of just going Hayate, because if you go for Ray straight into 0 and it gets negated, you can't link it off anymore. So this way, it's a little less high upside, but the floor, if you get hit with an Infinite Impermanence, you're going to make Kagari next. And then you can still make Shizuku, so you can still play a little bit more. So I really like this, much more conservative than just trying to go for 8,000 damage into 3 face downs.
I agree.
I mean, if we have linkage in our hand, we could try to go for that damage. If we send Rose here, we're going to have Light and Darkness, which gives linkage the extra 1,000 attack boost, and then you could go Kagari into 0. That would, however, likely be answered by either Infinite Impermanence, of course, to stop it immediately, or called by the Grave onto one of the Ray or Rose to remove basically the light darkness
Just
attribute.
one thing I want to say about Duel B, we see Yummy once again here in top 4. That deck has been in a lot of lineups all of a sudden, and we also saw a Q-Tune playlist being activated there by the Q-Tune players, so some innovation going on here in the semifinals, some things that people may have not expected necessarily.
Yeah, Cool Tune Playlist, a super cool card, an extra search target in the Cool Tune deck when you are missing one extra copy of Cool Tune Synchro that you might have run, except for the Forbidden Limited list. But we're having a big, long think here about what we're sending off Hayate right now.
Yeah, and in Duel B, we see the Call by the Grave. That could be a good card in the Duel A as well. In Duel A, though, we're still thinking about what we are going to send with the Hayate. Are we thinking about if we are going for game or not? That might be the point here.
I think trying to go for a game here versus 3 sets, it's very tempting, but I also think if your opponent didn't really play, I mean, it was max seed, right? So there is a chance that they just set some bluffs. However, I think it's a little bit too risky. I don't know, you don't really want to set up too much versus the Radiant Typhoon deck, because if it's a bunch of Mystical Space Typhoons, they just need one play.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we chose to send Engage. We're going to main phase 2, so this is a very conservative play, and I really like this one. You know, the fact that you are able to do your card advantage, and then all of a sudden, you know, slowly, little by little, trying to get the game going for you. And I think this is pretty safe, but this is the best thing to do.
Songs of the Dominators is something new that we haven't seen, and that one also is supported by a trap card that we have in the graveyard. So let me tell you, this is going to have some impact here on this game.
Yeah, this is super impactful. We were talking about Infinite Impermanence, but this is Infinite Impermanence plus a Search of Dominus Purge for next turn.
There was actually the linkage, yeah, and we're going to activate it right now, sending the Kagari and special summoning probably something like the 0, I guess.
But that's the advantage of Songs of the Dominators. In effect, Veiler and Infinite Impermanence could have completely been dodged by this linkage. Songs of the Dominators doesn't care where the card is going. Ooh, but the Mystical Space Typhoon, there gotta be the mandate now, right?
I think so, yeah. It should be the next card being activated. Yeah, it is, of course. Setting 4 cards, you can... I mean, you can imagine that there is this mandate right now.
Fallen.
It could be the case.
It's a Fallen moment.
No answer. That linkage is negated.
Oh wait, but that's not too bad, right? You can just go Shizuku, and then in the end phase you are searching. Oh no, you have just used the linkage in the
graveyard. Yeah. That ain't working, so that is just a regular link 1 into Shizuku. Will this be a slow game? It will be, as we only are able to set 2 more cards. And I think there is an Engage in the graveyard as well, so the only thing worth searching here is the Hornet Drones.
But we're still looking for some follow-up as well as 2 set cards, and those 2 set cards might as well be some Widow Encore, which can have a huge impact considering the fact that you were not able to play during the last turn.
And Mandate checked for a bunch of cards, right? So Mandate checked for another linkage. It checked for basically Fallen and the Virtuous, so you know those are not going to be those cards. So Widow Anchor, very high likelihood there. You know,
I think he checked for Widow Anchor as well, because you would chain the Widow Anchor to Mystical Space Typhoon and prevent Mandate from being activated.
Probably.
So
that's true, yeah.
If you're very hot on it, you would probably rule out Widow Anchor too. So it starts to wonder what that could even be at this point.
It can be a droplet as well.
Might be, you're right. But Duel B almost finished there. 500 life points remaining though, meaning that there is going to be another turn still for Team Glory Future. But here, I mean, we gotta face it. Yes, there was Max C, but all cards activated there were not necessarily anything that could have done something. Ooh. Oh, this needs to resolve.
It will not resolve, right?
I mean, it might resolve, but then we could answer it with a Lemnis Gate. That's one of the cards that could happen, because Droplet doesn't do anything versus Zodiacs.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we don't need to use Droplet on this. We could just save it for whatever they put on top. But as you say, the Zodiac cards, they are so redundant. And what they do for Forbidden Crown is much better than Droplet, because that stops it, but also stops it from being used as Exceed material for another Zodiac here. Massively important Forbidden Crown.
And now we know that Rabi Rabi has a Dominus Purge in hand. Maybe it's set now, probably it's set now.
Most likely.
So I think if we use Kagari now, I think we're going straight into that linkage that we have already in the graveyard, because there is no way we're going to add back the Engage and try to activate that right now.
Feels unnecessary.
If you have enough stuff, yeah, you've already got one engaged, so why not have a go? Draw engage off the top.
Sweet.
Now, yeah,
Pretty
that's
cool.
Yeah.
Leo knows that feeling, huh?
Oh yeah, top deck engage is the funniest one. Dominance Purge, of course, the immediate answer onto that. But I mean, now that there's a good Sky Striker ace Kagari that could follow this up.
Exactly, it opens up the space for another follow-up, and we know that the Sky Striker strategy in that situation is very, very good. Only one set card that we don't know, it might be something like Mystical Space Typhoon that could make the mandate a card. We will see that right now, because of course you will activate it.
There's a response, another song of
Another
the
one?
Dominators. We drew all of our trap cards, and also, I mean, we didn't have many plays on our opening turn. There was just so many trap cards that we have picked up here in our opening hand. Another Purge being picked up. But those ratios are crazy. We're running multiple songs of the Dominators in this Radiant Typhoon Zodiac deck.
This is almost like an archetype.
Yes!
Honestly, we could have played around that. We have Hornet Drones in hand, no? So Hornet Drones could have just been summoned. We go into Amatsu, and then those go into Azalea to check the last back row card.
Yeah, Hornet Drones now, though, you can still just turn into a 0, and I think you're very, very happy. I mean, maybe you're calculating now how much damage you can do. You only need to do 6,500, so is it just...
Yeah, for sure you can make this happen. You know the last card remaining in hand. This is an opening. Mr. Master Duel, Mr. Tezuku is playing Sky Striker, one of the most favorite decks of the entire community, and he's trying to make it a world champion deck here this weekend.
If you just go into a 0 with the token together, then you can just attack over the red pier for 2,000, 4,500, tribute it, summon Ray and Rose, put them down to 1,500, and then you should have Amatsu in the extra deck for Ray effect.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that he's just going for display, to be honest. You have every single card which is known, and therefore he's gonna special summon the 0 and probably just end a battle phase without activating the effect on summon. So that should be a 1 game here in Duel A. Yeah, we're going to battle phase. This is a done game.
Yep, this looks very, very good. But still, you can tell by just looking at the face cam there from Task how much it means to them. He wants to finally get into the finals. He wants that title so badly. Has been working for it since the introduction of Master Duel entirely. And maybe this is the weekend to make that dream come true.
Starting off with a big win in such a difficult to play matchup, of course with the help of Maxi and a rather bricky hand of his opponent, playing through basically 3 purges at this point, winning the game on the spot after the Hayate damage in the first turn with 6,500 damage off of that 0 summon. Well played. But how are the other games looking? Harmonia is now being summoned.
Wow, it is a big, big comeback that we are witnessing here. We brought the Q-Tune player down to only 500 life points, but we are now turning possibly things around. But the Snatchy is also chaining, so maybe it's not going to be enough.
This is looking like, very complicated chain going on right now, but if we see a Q about to resolve, you've got to think that the Q-Tune player is going to be in the driver's seat. I'm not seeing any cards in hand and much going on the field on the side of Yummy.
That's true.
I mean, still there are 2 bodies that will come back on the field, which could possibly do something.
Q resolving though. That's never good news.
You're gonna get the Cupsy Yummy Way effect as well, because in the next chain we're gonna have probably a Rekko or a Mix or something like that, and you have also sent the Malong. So Malong is also probably gonna want to activate. If not, you could, I don't think you need to activate everything here, right? Oh, you don't have the field spell JJ Q-Tune, so if you were to make a Loudness War, then that would not be of much help.
Yeah. Very, very true. So this is the last game remaining. If we can take this down in the shoes of Glory Future, they would be sweeping this first set, which would be a crazy introduction into this first semi-final, almost giving them a huge lead, which could almost never be overtaken.
But Yummy is so resilient. It's basically incredible. You get more and more interruptions out of this one.
Yeah, here comes what's going to be a cookie.
Yeah, this is a cookie, of course.
Oh, yeah.
dynamite against synchro-based decks because you're going to set 2 monsters, which against a lot of decks is almost better than destroying them because there's no real way to make use of them anymore. And Cookie's going to come back, so both the Cookie and the Cookie Way going to clear this entire field.
Yep,
Yeah.
destroy one, and you also have Snatchy.
Exactly, exactly. So we are going to be able to activate the effect, get rid of the bodies, which will be face down, and on top of that you have the Snatchy, which will also be able to synchro summon. So that's a pretty good spot in my opinion. Like, you have so many interruptions. You have the feeling that there's nothing left on the field, and all of a sudden all those small bodies, and they are boosted by the field spell as well. I mean, that's a really good one. And the Rotary in hand, the problem is that it's not able to do anything because there are no other cards.
Yeah. I mean, you get the feeling that Yummy is one of the top decks now.
All
I
of
mean,
it,
it's
yeah.
been played so much this tournament already.
Totally.
Maybe it's because we played the video throughout the day and our broadcast here so much, because that is a huge performance. Even here in the first game of that very important semi-final, immediately we made that decision from Yamano to pick the Yummy deck, which is not necessarily their first deck, but still the desired deck for this matchup here against Qtune.
It's going so well. Just look at that. The Lollipop is going to be discarded. There's so many resources, and you know your opponent doesn't have a lot. So I think closing out this game is not going to be the toughest of tasks.
Yeah, not a lot. I mean, literally nothing. Basically, just a monster in defense position. So we are going to just get the combo and probably get the win right there, which will make B2Beat just come back at 2-1 against Glory Future.
Very, very, very important game win here, making sure that this set does not go down unmatched. And we are heading into the second set with a 1-2 overall score, still giving the lead to Glory Future.
Yeah, it's such a enormous difference not to go down 0-3 in the first set, especially. I mean, it's even worse if it's a game. And honestly, if you're getting swept in the last set where you do have some hope, or you're even on even points, but that is still, you're so in this matchup, even though if you lose another 1-1, it's really close. I mean, it's always better to win than to lose, right? But what a crazy discussion. That was in-depth analysis.
That was a hot take, to be
Yeah,
honest.
that's the most you're going to get from me this weekend.
Fair enough. But I mean, good for Glory Future is that they have now already made their way through the Radiant Typhoon versus Sky Striker matchup. And a lot of people are saying that this is a very problematic matchup for Sky Striker, meaning that one out of the equation, this is maybe looking good for Tezuko here to get additional wins, as for example, the Sky Striker versus Qtune matchup is way more favorable for the deck. Even though I think every single time we saw Tezuko in featured match this weekend, today, they have played that matchup and they have won it as well.
Yeah. I mean, if some things go for you, it's by no means a 0 versus 100% matchup. It's not like Primite Apophis versus Radiant Typhoon, right? That's a much tougher matchup. But
I've won that one before as well.
especially if you're going second and you get to utilize the battle phase.
Yeah.
It is playable for Sky Striker. If you go first and you end up on some interruptions, but your opponent has a really, really strong hand, honestly, the Mystical Space Typhoons do way too much work.
Yeah, I totally agree. But speaking about those decks, I think that we can also talk about the synchro decks, to be honest, because I thought that the Qtune strategy was about to just take it all and be the most dominant strategy. But for now, what we're seeing right now, we're seeing the Yummy strategy being very, very good indeed. And I think that this strategy, I mean, it's a little bit under the radar. Paired up with some other stuff, it can be very, very good. Will it be here another time? That is the question, because the games are starting right now. 2-1 for Glory Future against B2Beat for a spot in the final. Who will win?
So we do have for our main feature here in Duel A, Rabi, the team captain, going up against... going up against Yuki, of course, but that is another Maxi.
Oh, by the grave!
Ring, ring!
Who's there?
It's the grave calling your Maxi, banishing it from the graveyard. Isn't that nice to see? It's comforting at some point, right?
It is.
Well, Ravi on the wrong side of Maxi, getting Maxi himself and then thinking, okay, that's fair, I get my Maxi now. And then, of course, not today, thanks to Corp.
Oh my! Let's
And
have a
the
look
talent!
together. It is still, of course, the
No.
Radiant Typhoon Zodiac deck for Ravi. But, well, with the trap card in the opener, that is pretty much an easy choice. Just take that Eldom away there, and everything else can possibly be answered easily.
Called by talents, now it's a party. That is so incredibly strong. And of course, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, you can still play the King of the Pharaohs. That is just going to get you that Habakiri. 1,000 years of Habakiri are raining down upon your opponent now.
But everyone, it feels almost like a blast from the past. Yummy making big results here. Now the Mitsurugi Ryzeal deck that was dominating Duelist Cups rather at the end of the last year, they're taking their main spot here again in the World Championship, closing out the season, it seems like.
Well, this is the fantastic thing about the format of having to bring 6 different decks almost from the team. You have to come up with new decks. You're not just going to take the top 3 performing decks. You've got to come up with 3, but maybe even more because of the shared cards. If there's popular cards like Fallen and Virtuous or something like that, you've got to come up with completely new strategies.
And I want to also say this deck is important to them because they have gotten triple tactic talents in this deck. That is a card that has not really been shared by anyone as far as I'm aware of. So they must have said, okay, this deck deserves some love, right? We don't want to play it in any other deck, but this goes into the Mitsurugi Ryzeal.
I mean, it's a free off, so you can still like just give one there, give one there, give one there.
Yeah, but why not give it to the main decks, you know?
Have you played triple tactic talents in your decks lately?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Played a lot of Sky Striker.
Okay. I get that, but here comes Mitsurugi Ritual. We do not have to fear anything in Ravi's hand, as we do have all informations available due to that triple tactic talents. And I think down there we saw another reinforcement of the army for task fetching the good old beloved Ray.
I thought it was a Radiant Typhoon Vision.
Same card, honestly. To me, they're all the same. But here comes Mitsurugi Ritual now in our main feature in Duel A, bringing out good old Murakumo. Oh, I mean, Murakumo is making plays for another Murakumo. There you go.
Yeah, it's very trendy now. People just summon like all the Murakumos they can. What's the point in summoning Habakiri when you could just summon 2 or 3 Murakumos instead? Get them on the field, make it harder to interrupt, because if you're against Mitsurugi, one of the good strategies, if they've only got one properly summoned Murakumo, is to get rid of it. Maybe banish it with Caught by the Grave, banish it with a Bestial, somehow prevent it from getting onto the field. So, but if you ritual summon 2, it's just that much harder.
Yeah, absolutely. You're just securing your spot with 2 Murakumos, and for now it looks like a very basic combo. We are just getting those monsters from the extra deck, and especially the Dragduction over here, which will be able to activate its effect, get the 7 Stackion, and get back to the Ryzeal stuff that we've got in there. And I mean, Ravi cannot do anything about that. He's gonna have a single draw to try to change the fate that he's gonna have to face. It's gonna be very hard, but I still believe that it's possible if he gets a good draw. I mean, a draw that can add some unexpected stuff.
Hold on, that was a weird Mitsurugi mirror there, because we used 2 level 4 monsters from our field in a Ryzeal themed deck. That doesn't seem like a good investment of cards, but we still have more Ryzeals to follow it up, so it may just be fine.
And we also searched the 7th Tachyon, right? So we had the follow-up from the Dragduction. So I think that it's honestly fine to just summon Futsu, one of the best ritual monsters in the game, to our side. Now your Nibiru Proof, which apparently is still relevant. You have your Detonator, you have your Hope Harbinger. This is so good.
I mean, this is scary.
And Trap Card.
And 2 trap cards. Yeah,
because
this
why
is
not?
Crazy. I mean, it feels like once you've seen the hand as well, there are no spells that we know about in the hand, but Hope Harbinger gonna check any top decked spell cards. This is, yeah, a very tough situation to get out of.
What can you draw to just try to break the field?
Evenly.
Which card?
No. Not even
The
evenly.
Dark Ruler no more can just be negated as well. Yeah, it's really not that easy to find a card that turns this thing around here. Not Droplet. Oh, wait, Droplet can be sending a trap card though, possibly. So we could at least work around that, but then we're just missing resources overall.
Yeah,
You need a spell though to get around the Hope Harbinger, or a monster as well. Okay, we're good. You got me.
I think if you want to negate everything, you just need to discard all your other cards. That's the main issue. So I think there's no single card in the game that can get you out of this pickle.
We shall see that very soon, while on the other tables, the duels are still running and...
Oh, immediate Mitsurugi prayers here. The Futsu can't activate on normal summon, but with the prayers we just make sure to get that Murakumo back from the graveyard anyways, so we can immediately destroy the Ram that was normal summoned.
Especially before there's other Zodiac cards in the graveyard, because then Ram can just get those cards back. We're not having any of that. And I mean, also with the Murakumo and the Detonator and the Hope Harbinger and your Trap, the Purification against 3 cards, of which 2 are rather useless. No, completely useless in this situation. I think that's gonna be a tough one.
Nibiru the Primal being in Duel B. This card really is back and it's being used against Sky Striker here. That is something you don't see every day.
Nope.
But with the new Sky Striker cards, it does at least come up as you're summoning quite a lot. And that is the new card, right? That's the card we picked up for turn, the Mystical Space Typhoon.
Yeah.
And as it is the only card we could negate with Hope Harbinger, we do so.
Yeah, and insult to injury there, the Mystical Space Typhoon doesn't even go to the graveyard. It goes under that Hope Harbinger, so you cannot even try and summon any Radiant Typhoons, and you're staring down, what is it, like 11,000 damage?
Yeah, speaking about hope, I think there is not a lot of hope on the side of Rabi. So he's gonna have to rely on his teammates to just hold on and try to stay in this duel.
Yeah, because that's not gonna cut it. One set card of which we know it is ready at Typhoon Mandate. But on the other side, in Duel B and Duel C, it is looking a little bit more promising. Yes, we've just seen a Nibiru, the Primal Being.
I think it might be it on Duel C.
Yes, it is. So even before this game can be closed out, the equalizer was secured for Team B to beat. Yeah, it's going to be changing very, very soon, but just for the moment, we are on even terms here.
I love how we're just not finishing this. Yeah. We're just waiting a little bit more, just enjoying success. Really.
No. We have to talk to our teammates. We have to make sure that the other game, which is much more competitive, is really decide. This game, we can take all of our time. We know we are winning, and that is what we are securing here now. The battle phase is where we belong, and that is, again, that 3-2 lead. But overall, we are going to have a third set for sure, as this second set will not give us an overall winner just yet, and I'm always happy when that is the case.
And we'll go to Duel B, where the Nibiru Primal Being was activated against Sky Striker, which is always funny. The Crown being activated as well on the Albaz, and we've got a pretty beefy token right there with 5,000 defense points.
But I think in the next turn it's gonna be pretty easy to get rid of it, because the Mirror Jade has been sent to the graveyard by the Nibiru, so we are going to be able to trigger our graveyard effects.
Ooh.
Or Azalea can pop the Nibiru.
It can. I mean, it's funny. We gave our opponent the token, but it is a light attribute token. Oh, and it also still is engaged. Maybe this is the deck that the main character of Master Duel needed. The main character energy with the main character deck here.
I love seeing an engage resolving, so we are going to pick up another card to get probably a draw. I think that there are 3 spell cards in the graveyard right now, and I think there will be another engage, right? It must be the case.
Depending on the graveyard of Yamano, it's still not over. If he actually gets like a Cartesia bat, an Ecclesia back, or perhaps even the Ecclesia of the Black Dragon, I think that maybe has been somewhere on the field before as well. Honestly,
we're looking for the rolls as well as the draw.
I think we're activating Desires now too.
I think so as well. That's often a tell if you are searching for Rose and you are scared of banishing it with Pot of Desires. You want to make sure to get it out of your deck before, using the Rose here. So don't think the Shizuku is going to stay around until the end phase, as we're linking it off together with the Rose, signalizing on that term now that there must be also a Lemnis Gate, because we're just trying to get as many Sky Striker monsters into the graveyard as possible.
I mean, we needed to summon 1 monster just to get the Rose in. So you had to waste some cards, and Engage is going to be resolved again. It is so good. Of course, you can't take care of this Fallen of Albaz in the main monster zone because you have Forbidden Crowned it. Great support for the deck, honestly.
And to be honest, this is the kind of situations you like to be in. You're just making so much advantage. I mean, you know that, Leo, yourself, as master of the deck. You just activate all the cards. And another engage being activated right now. Like, it starts being very, very promising for the Sky Striker player. Activating this engage, getting the linkage, getting another draw. Now, 6 cards in hand, and we are keeping the pace right now.
When does it stop?
Insane! That's insane! We can draw 2 more cards. So now 7 cards in hand. Like, this is almost game.
You see Tezuku still completely locked in there, but his teammates just starting to smile with every card that he's resolving there. But game not just yet, because we are in main phase 2, of course. So we will have to just set a couple of cards.
One more.
No, do all of them. Do 5. Come on.
Yeah, do 5. Set 5 pass, full combo. But what's going to be very interesting is to see what's going to be activated on the side of your opponent. As you just said, Leo, you can activate like the Cartesia, for example, the Ecclesia. The Cartesia is right there.
Will there be any branded effects in the end phase as well?
That's
Will
very
we see an Albion? Will we see a Dogmatica, Titaniclad? A lot
very
could
likely
be coming back. This is one of those games that takes a lot to grind out sometimes. Both decks have access to a lot of resources.
I think no more, though. I think there's no more effects.
Do you think so? No.
He's still choosing which ones to do.
Okay,
He had Mirror Jade at the beginning of his turn.
True.
So there has probably been an activation of that Mirror Jade before he started to use Nibiru, the Primal Being.
And I think there might be something like Titaniclad or Albion. Oh, nothing!
Well, if we're playing Sleuth, that Albaz was probably brought back with the Rinbrum. So maybe the Rinbrum was...
True that.
This is a fun little puzzle game. You have to figure out what happened before by what's happening now.
True.
But yeah, this is tough. We can special summon Ecclesia, and there's Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon in the grave. Do you just pick a random back row?
Surely you do.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think you want to target the 0. I think that's...
it's Chaining Vision, though.
Well, I mean, if it's the card that was targeted, right? That's
gotta be
free real estate at this
point. And of course, this is not the card that you want to target at first, but...
This guy's Lemnis Gate, which is another useful card in the graveyard, of course. Here comes Cartesia.
And Cartesia always makes it difficult for Sky Striker to interact with this deck. I wonder if you just try to activate 0 as fast as possible when the Cartesia...
the Ash Blossom on the K2, that is actually insane. We drew so many cards that of course we have some hand interactions, and this one is insane because it forces the Dracotel player to use the Cartesia effect, but we might have of course the response right now with the Widow Encore. Will there be something?
Yeah, this is looking very tough.
I mean, we still...
Just resolves.
Yeah. You're so surprised about it.
Ecclesia can now be special summoned because he actually took the card and therefore has 2 monsters end phase.
We don't even bother. It doesn't look like this game is winnable anymore. So in the end phase, we do see Tezuku deciding to use V0. It will not be stopped. We bring out Ray, we bring out Rose, and we might even just destroy the Cartesia, I would imagine, before it can be taken back over.
I think that's a very, very solid point. Otherwise, you could also destroy this and trigger the Lemnis Gate in your graveyard to link off the Cartesia to make something like a Camellia or... Yep, that's what we're doing as well, removing this card in a smoother way.
Yeah, no graveyard fusions sent this turn, so you're not even going to get the Cartesia back to the hand. This is looking very, very tough. And yeah, not famous for having loads of hand interactions, the branded Dracotel deck.
Tusk is so good at this game. All of those difficult matchups, Sky Striker in those 3v3 formats. It is not known as the strongest deck of all of them because it's rather easy to counter them. The matchups sometimes are difficult as well. But he's just overcoming everything. One of the most difficult decks in the format. And Tusk is just piloting it masterfully. Game after game. Radiant Typhoon, no problem. Branded, who cares? We have Ray and Gage and Linkage.
Leo, it's not the deck, it's him. You have to say, of course, one of the most prolific players in all of Master Duel, showcasing it once again. And that is a big Kagari. signalizing already that this is going to be the last battle phase of this game, bringing Glory Future into such a favorable situation. Oh, hold on, not too quick, once more.
It's still enough because you have the linkage still. You can still... Oh, wow. Lemniscate to just shuffle back your own card from the graveyard, not even letting that Magnamo touch the field for a little bit. Just take out those targets.
Yeah, Lemniscate, such a versatile card. A non-target bounce basically outs everything in the game, and then you can also do these little tricks to play around Bestial Magnet and cards like Called by the Grave, and shuffle every card that you could possibly need back into your own deck. Does anything you could want.
Yeah, this is actually a very, very good card, and seeing the Sky Striker strategy being that good in that situation feels great, to be honest.
We took our own card back there,
great.
which is hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to give your opponent the information where the card that survived the last turn was, right? So that's just, it just does make sense, even though you're gonna finish that game. 0 attack, hit him with it.
0 chance in this game for Team B to beat. And Tazuku stays undefeated here as the team captain in this first semi-final that we're witnessing live from the World Championship here in Tokyo. And that is going to lead us to a third set where everything is still possible, everything is still on the line. Are we going to see some more different decks? Because there is some more spies actually in both of those teams, which which we will hopefully be able to see, because we're not going to spoil it just yet, as it might still be secret information, and they're just waiting for the right moment to unwrap the surprise with their second deck.
Well, if there is a time for it, it's now. B2B 4-2 down. They haven't yet lost a match, but losing the first one now, you'd still be out. You don't get any extra lives going into the semi-final for going 5-0. So any secret tricks, they've got to bring them out now. They've got to go 3-0 in this last set.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very hard, to be honest, but I think that they can do it. If a team can do it, it's them. They were undefeated, 5-0. You just stated that very convincingly. I mean, they were the best team right now, so they might, even backs against the wall, be able to just get all the wins and get the 3-0.
And I don't even think they need to change everything necessarily or bring out the spice necessarily, try to cheese their opponents. I honestly, if you go 5-0 through Swiss, I think you can just count on the old reliable and just say, you know what, we're gonna play our main decks. Maybe we were a little bit unlucky in the first 2 sets, and the third one is ours.
Is it Yummy time? Yummy worked pretty well for them on the first set, so maybe going back to that could be the way to go. Was one of their 2 decks that they could win with, but of course now with the matchups working out differently, maybe that just being a counter pick deck. Do you think he's bringing it?
It's tough to say. He's probably going to have this already planned out. Maybe you're not coming up with it on the fly. You're going to go through, and as everyone can do at home, I'm sure these players are looking through. They're going, okay, what did my opponents play in the last 4 rounds? Maybe I have a plan. I'm going to play deck 1, deck 2, deck 1 again. Yeah, these players, they're going to be locked in and prepared.
Absolutely, and this is where the strategy is really important, the preparation, so that you can just have the best chances to try to win the games. Yes, there are 2 games down, and they have to win every single game, but they are prepared for that. So we will see what their plan is and if they switch strategies.
But preparation has changed from last year, right? Because there on the day 1, you played only the group stages and you only had to prepare for those group stage matches, not for the other group. Now this time is different. But we are going into the last set of the first semi-final of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel WCS 2026.
All right, and we do see Yamano going second here in the main feature. They need to win every single game. And there's Branded Fusion resolving on the opposing end for Yuki here. So Glory Future off to a good start.
Yeah, these are 2 of the most powerful spells that Branded has available to them. Branded in High Spirits and then Branded Fusion. No responses yet.
Hold on, 5 mana getting activated right here. So we might have something to try to stop our opponent from simply just playing the game, because the set card, if we move the set card, then we will maybe not have access to the Dracotol cards.
Mululu Urgula? Anyone? Oh, what?
That's more than that, actually. 3 cards.
Urgula and Pan, both of them. But
this is incredible. Yeah, you can destroy both of them. Neither of them target, so you going to get around the targeting protection that Albion has. This is crazy.
It's so hard to deal with Sanctifier Dragon normally, but that card is the perfect answer to it, and you can even do it on their very first turn.
And you've just set up Rahu and Ketu and maybe even a... Or
this
maybe
is one of
even
the
a trip
best
card.
openers going second you could hope for.
But this is also very risky because if you have an extender on the opponent's side, it might be very hard because he's just gonna get all your cards out of the equation and you have nothing left.
And he's just set Ketu. Is that maybe a signal that the one of Rahu is in hand already? Because Ketu is not normally the card that I would set in this situation when I'm playing versus empty field.
That's fair. Also, one thing I want to note, Tazuko, even though he was so successful with his Sky Striker deck in the first 2 games, he has switched over to Malice, and he has been stopped very, very hardly, as he only has passed on that white binder. So Duel C possibly also a possible outcome for B2B that is successful.
And we have an extender. We actually have the Mulu right there, which is able to activate its effect. So we will be able to keep playing, to keep getting those cards, those spell cards, to try to be able to fuse. And on top of that, there is an Arsalion on the opponent's field, so we will be able to resolve a full K2.
Oh, that is going to be so strong. You could also destroy it with the Pan and set up a Rahu to fuse the Urgula from the deck. You're going to be able to add back Fallen of the White Dragon. So even though that was a jump scare by Mena there, that might still not be a good position.
Yeah, this
for
is going to
Yamano.
be tough, yeah, because we're going to maybe see a Gulamel come down before you use the Fallen and White Dragon. And then between Gulamel and Urgula, you can go after both of those face downs. So all of the resources that we thought we were going to get back might be destroyed because they're vulnerable right now on the field.
Wow, and in Duel C we see a Dimension Fissure being activated.
From Tazuko, so apparently his deck is just a hard counter. Malice with Dimensional Fissure, that is some choices. But the Elf Node strategy presented by his opponent might be struggling against that.
Yeah, but there's only Fissure. There's no other card in hand or on the field. It's
You
just,
can't have it all.
it was basically just left arm offering into Dimensional Fissure.
Oh,
basically.
normal summon Maxi and Duel C is crazy work.
Wow, that is a crazy... All of those games are incredible all of a sudden. I can't even speak anymore.
Ooh, there even is Earthbounds now, but that is the Stone Sweeper grabbing us another starter in the Q-Tune strategy. So all of the games are very much competitive here. There is K2 now here in the main featured match. This is all still open. Can we get rid of those 2 set cards? We need to, because we know they're also powerful. But Lucias will be fused away. Oh,
there's so much going on right now. Secretarian Dragon going to come down.
Duel C is over though. First step is done. B2B has won the first game in this third set.
1 out of 3. We need 2 more games right now, and we'll see if in Duel B we can still get the victory. It's going to be very hard though, because I mean there's Secretarian, there is the follow-up from Lucias, there's almost everything, even if we had such a great hand.
Tusk put himself in this situation to get himself into the final, but now it's on his teammates. He couldn't make it there. The Malice strategy not performing too well for him, but on the other end, his teammate is just summoning card after card. Gulamel, as you predicted, Tom.
Yeah, here we are. This is just classic Dracotel mirror match gameplay. This is going to look really tough because of that Secretarian Dragon. Going to stop you from using dragons or spellcasters. It's one of the cards that mirror matches often hinge on because, yeah, preventing your opponent from using spellcasters or dragons while it's on the field. Going to do so much. Got rid of those spells and traps now. Only thing to watch out for with your Secretarian Dragon is not to leave it on the field next to a Fallen of Albaz.
Well,
but there's a Fallen of the White Dragon.
How do we get rid of the Fallen of Albaz, though?
Maybe you can bounce it with your own horn.
Or you can destroy it with Gulamel. Yeah. Worst case scenario, I guess.
Yeah, but you've got to be quick then.
Or you can fuse it off yourself with the opponent's
oh, yeah, true. Yeah, you can make your own Albalanas. That is a very
He can make his own Mirror Jade right now as well, if that's the plan.
Oh,
no, okay.
Another Fallen of the White Dragon. So are we just fusing all of those away now? We gotta, right?
Yeah, I think we should make Duo Drive.
Yeah,
we're just fusing both of them away, okay. Here comes Albalanatus.
Yeah, this is a common thing. You don't want to let those cards on your field. and you're getting the 5 mana back. That's a very good situation to be in.
But why are we leaving the Arthalion on the opposing side of
That's
the
what
field?
I was wondering. That would have been a dragon we could have easily used for that contact fusion there as well. But no, the Fallen of the Virtuous now being set. This is looking like a real solid setup. And Fallen of the Virtuous in there as well. Okay, interesting to see.
It almost looks like Yamano shouldn't have activated that huge 5 mana that brought him so much, because that seems a little bit worse with some more resources in your graveyard. Absolutely wasted the K2 and the Sting not available anymore. It's going to be a while before a Sting resolves for Yamano. So can he get out of that sticky situation? We know half of the hand. We know a Pan, and I think we know a 5 mana.
5 mana, yeah, as well. But it's still going to be very hard, to be honest. First of all, we've got to get rid of the Secretarian, which is really, really hard to deal with as Dracotel player. And this is going to be the first step. After that, we can get rid of the auto cards. But, I mean, this is very hard.
I mean, we have a Pan, right? So we can 5 mana, Pan, summon maybe a Gulamil or something. But then again, there's Fallen and the Virtuous, and I think there should still be an Ecclesia in the graveyard.
There is.
And then you can just summon it back, which sounds nasty.
You got to watch out though, because Secretarian Dragon only has its effect when it's been fusion summoned.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is an absolute classic. I've played against many people where they take your Secretarian Dragon from your grave and I say, I'll still activate my effect, thank you.
Appreciate that, very well done. But I'm still in the lead
It's
here.
a nice Secretarian Dragon you have there.
Duel A is also looking like an incredible grind game already. A B2B and 1 set card facing 3 cards in hand. That also, all of those games are still so incredibly open.
Special summoning Ecclesia in attack mode here, making a bit of a statement. Oh, that must have been a normal summon. That's why we're allowed to activate the effect.
Yeah, I think so. So we'll see if there is something as a response.
Okay. Fallen of the White Dragon. Immediately we are going to respect this now with the Dracotail Sting. And I think the banishing part here, not as important as the chance to possibly chain the Gulamel here right away.
Now, is there even an interruption for Yamano? No! Gulamel immediately is going to be able to target that Fallen of the White Dragon.
You chain the 5 mana, of course. Yeah, you have to chain the 5 mana right here and try to get the effect off.
But you haven't activated the effect. You were not allowed. That was Secretarian Dragon on there.
Yeah.
So that really just takes away your option to Alba Lenatus, the Secretarian Dragon.
Yeah, this is very tough. Well, you have to, because otherwise your Outbows is about to die here. So you got to come up with something. But what even is there to summon? Anything you summon has to be a dragon or a spellcaster, but that's exactly what Secretarian's going to prevent you from doing anything with. So maybe it's just time for a Secretarian Dragon of your own.
It might be. And in Duel A, we saw that there only was a Typhon summoned by the player from B to beat. And now it's back to the Q-Tune player. So this could be Glory Future's time already in a good-looking Duel B here. But before that, we could wrap up Game A even.
Quite curious as to how soon these games are going to end, because there's a lot of resources on both sides, even though Yamano not really allowed to activate effects. Yes, Pan can take care of the Secretarian Dragon, but how far behind are you going to be by that point? You know that there is a Flame in the Fallen and the Virtuous. That Flame, honestly, in this game state, could also be incredibly painful. Fallen?
That's a whole lot. We are going to target here the monster to try to destroy it. Star Source is going to leave the field real soon.
And I think once again, it's not about the card that we're dealing here with right now, as it was earlier with the Sting as well, but it is more so about the card we get into the graveyard in that process, as we have sent Rindbram there into the graveyard through the Fallen of the Witchers, which now will be able to bring our Fallen and the Witchers back from the graveyard. Oh no, Fallen and of Albas.
Yeah,
all those
absolutely. And all of a sudden, you can just bring back these Fallen of the White Dragon on the field, activate this effect, special summon your Ecclesia on the field, and there is another interaction.
Wait, but if we go into Fallen of Albas and we fuse away the Arthalion, then you can Alba Lenatus with all of the other monsters there. Then you still have Rahu. If that is another last useful card in hand that works with Rahu, we might have a game on our hands.
Or maybe if your heads up here,
oh
you
wow,
just...
no.
Okay, I was going to say you could banish your own Mirror Jade, but this works too... But yeah, no, he's left an Albaz and a Secretarion, which is a cardinal sin in the in the matchup here. So are we going to see a potential punishment for this?
That is going to be 3 material.
Is the extra deck glowing right now? Is it glowing yellow? And then you click in there. Oh, Albal and Albus, even though I have no monsters, let's make all of your monsters into one of mine now. But in the game A, it seems like we already are finding a decision to this overall match, as it looks like Glory Future is attacking there multiple times due to the ability of the back-to-back for a game here and for the finals for Team Glory Future. And you can see them already celebrating, even though this game is still here ongoing. They have secured their spot in the finals.
Yeah, Glory Future might just be the present and might just be able to reach the final and to get the title. I mean, that's actually insane. Look at how happy they are. That's so good. That's so cool to see them being that happy, being that relieved that they finally won this duel and went into the final.
But we're playing for the stats, right? We still gotta keep this one going. Even though this game is all of a sudden, after this big Alvalinato swing, not looking so good anymore.
Yeah.
Yes, you got rid of that Rahu, and that is a big push. However, the last card in hand, being a Ketu, is actually quite powerful, especially after you have taken away the Secretarian Dragon. So you can go for your own Arthalion to bounce one more card. You have it. I don't think that's enough to out-resource your opponent, though.
Exactly, that's the problem, because we are not going to have enough interaction after that. The Albalinatus doesn't bring a whole lot to the table. Same for the Arthalion. And yeah, the Ketu is going to bring a little bit, but not that much on the opponent's turn. He's going to have a whole lot of resources to just get back into the game, and you're going to be out here. You can just do the Secretarian, your
on
own
that end as well. And it's so funny to see the emotions here from Team Glory Future. Both of his teammates already celebrating and incredibly happy. Himself already, you can see him smiling every couple of seconds, but still ready to play this out, ready to make this a good stat line for himself as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is so many resources. When you get the Secretarion Dragon to resolve, you're shutting off any potential counterplay from your opponent. You can get back this Albaz, which hasn't used its effect yet. I don't think we've even used Rahu, so we still have Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon available to us. There's quite a lot still left in this match. There's going to be quite a lot of resources still going.
Yeah, it kind of looks like Yuki is getting cooked here a little bit. I wonder if he cares. Honestly, I mean, we're playing this out for the stats. Of course, you want to win your game as well, but still, I think if you know that you are in the finals of WCS, if you're losing this one...
I mean, you still want to win, right?
Sure.
You want to win all the games.
Winning feels always good. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Whatever is at stake, just winning a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! You want to do.
Does that Cartesia do anything?
You can just summon regular Fallen of Albaz.
Oh, that's true. Oh, my
We haven't done that yet, yep. We have been doing a lot of fusion summoning, but that route, we have not gone down just yet.
I mean, you would give up on the 5 mana in your hand, but I guess that's something that you have to accept at some point.
Yeah, I think that's not that much of a problem. You just special summon the Mirror Jades, it's another layer of interaction, you get rid of the opponent's field, and on top of that, I mean, your opponent just have to go through the Mirror Jade, which might be a problem.
But you're not...
We're protecting one of our
Oh, that is so good!
here.
That is so good, because the Alvalinatos can't be used as fusion material, so that is just gonna do nothing. That Fallen of Albaz was negated by the Horn, but not how you think it did it.
That worked out really funny.
Oh my goodness, Yuki! You demon.
That was very well played, actually. And now we are going to go into the Link Summon.
How are we not locked at this point? After that,
that's the magic of this deck, literally. That's crazy. We're going to play the Branded Fusion, and that's the right timing to activate a 5 mana and to try to just stop the opponent into his tracks.
That's insane.
Okay, Yuki hasn't even used 5 mana yet. All right, we are chill.
Not that good.
Yeah, that's true.
Is there a second Secretarian? No, it's Gulamal coming back right now.
And now we're resolving the Verta Anaconda using itself and also the Fallen of the White Dragon. So immediate access to Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. So yeah, we're using Lucias, we're using 5 mana, but I'm not necessarily sure why we had to chain this to the activation of Anaconda, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm a little confused as well. This Gulamau has already been used this turn?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
has,
has.
very
It
early,
has.
actually.
Yeah.
So here we go. This is probably the longest Draco Tail turn I've seen for a while. Normally it does a lot very efficiently, but yeah, some games you just keep pushing and pushing and pushing.
You attack for 500 damage over in Inatos, and that is going to actually even give us a Brand Fusion in the end. Oh no, we've started with Brand Fusion, right?
Oh, what a... Is that the in-game timer? Because that was, as you mentioned,
Yeah.
time limit was a very, very, very long-winded turn there. We played for a lot of things, but no timer left. Luckily, this one doesn't matter as much as the outcome of the match was already decided with Team Glory Future. Yeah, they're having their future on the horizon now for Sunday because they will be participating in the finals of the WCS here in Tokyo.
Finally, they can live in the now. What an absolute blast, a masterpiece of Yu-Gi-Oh! Especially that last set. In the first ones, you had the idea that some of these games were decided by who goes first, no interactions, full combos. Not in this one. It was an absolute... yeah, faster Yu-Gi-Oh!
I mean, yeah, I really like the games. This last round was absolutely amazing with back and forth, you know, every single time during this duel, during this Draco Tail mirror. But I also liked the Sky Striker. The fact that this strategy was still very good. You know, all these grind games, I really love them. In general, that's totally deserved, and I hope that they're going to do a great final tomorrow.
I mean, they are going to be the day after tomorrow, but they're going to be in the finals with the Sky Striker deck. But one thing also very noteworthy, finally the Japanese region has made it into the finals of the Master Duel category because they have been really having some good performances, but they were lacking that big breakthrough performance all the way into the finals. I mean, it was sure to be before the semi-final even started because both of them came from Japan, but with one of them now in the finals, that is very cool to see.
And I mean, nobody deserves more than Tusk, right? Mr. Master Duel Suzuki, incredible player, has won more DC Cups than any other person on the planet by a landslide. And they are qualified for Sunday for the big show. We're going to see a glorious final there as well. But of course, we're not finished for the day.
We are not indeed. So we've seen a Japanese team go through. Who will be the other contestant? On the one hand, we're going to have Team Ruination, and on the other hand, we're going to have Team Called by Army. So Team Ruination with the team that took down their own group 5-0 and 1. And we're going to see the challengers who came second in the other group. A great match.
We are going to see that after a very short break, so stay tuned and we will be right back. One last time today, it is time to welcome you back to the second semi-final of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Championship live here from Tokyo in Japan. We have just made sure in the first semi-final that there is Glory Future advancing into the final, but there's still one more spot in that desired final. And the four of us are excited to find out who that is going to, as we have which matchup?
We have the Called by Army versus Ruination.
We do.
And those teams are insane. I mean, we even saw the Called by Army in the first match of the day, and they lost hard, but they came back. Mentality monsters versus the so far undefeated team, Ruination.
Yeah, absolutely, but we've seen that before. Being undefeated doesn't mean that you are, sure to win, basically. So, well, Called by Army, it is their time to shine. It is their time to show that they have what it takes to just reach the final and win this semi-final. 5 games to win, to be there, and to be able to face the other team in the final. For now, we're going to main phase 1. And it starts pretty well because we get access to Rico.
Draw check. No draw.
Yeah. But there is Dominus Purge here on the Rico's effect. We are going to chain the Cool Tune Synchro though and be able to just Synchro Summon afterwards. Adding the Rotary, using the 2 monsters and being able to Special Summon the Track Maker.
This is the pro Droll moment. You didn't use Droll the first time, just specifically for this interaction. You can change Droll to Rotary and Track Maker. This is next level Yu-Gi-Oh!
Just imagine. But for now, no, we are going to be able to look for this wonderful field spell and we'll take information. And that's pretty interesting.
That's a huge hand against the Q-Tune deck.
Exactly, because we have access to the quick play spell, which will allow us to just add some unknown cards, which is so important against the Cool Tune strategy. You want to remove the knowledge that they have on your hand and on your top deck. And
also Book of Eclipse. That is a card that is not great into many decks of the format, but against this deck, being able to just set the monster that they want to synchro summon with further on your turn is just so incredibly strong.
Yeah, that is an absolutely terrifying hand if you're Cool Tune. Like, Cool Tune is very good if your opponent has a slightly subpar hand. You see it, you know exactly what to play around. Maybe you give them a slightly worse card on the top of the deck. But when you see a hand that is all gas, 4 live cards, 1 very powerful field breaker, this is going to be a really tough battle. When
I started playing versus Cool Tune, I asked Triff, how do you beat this deck? And he just said, dude, show him some spells. And that's exactly what Abdullah just did. 4 spells in hand, nothing else. That is already going to be a tough ask for the deck. And this is one of the moments where you would want to have an Elf Node part in the deck to really up that ceiling.
Exactly. You want to have more ceiling because we know that the Cool Tune strategy sometimes is a bit in trouble when you see those cards in hand, and that's why historically the Branded strategy, for example, but also the Sky Striker strategy were pretty good at dealing with the Cool Tune strategy. So how are we gonna play our turn? We want this Zelin, of course, but we also want some other cards to add. For example, some non-engine cards which would be able to try to prevent Abdullah from extending.
But you mentioned that the Elf Node cards would be good here. I think with the Earthbound Stone Sweeper starting off our turn, that is kind of a signal already that this ain't the combination of the 2 Synchro archetypes, but rather a more pure version of the Q-Tune deck.
Yeah, this is where you're really tested as a Cool Tune player. You've seen the hand. Most players can play it when they see a weak hand. You put a weak card on top with Q, but when you see a hand there's a field breaker, how much do you commit to the field? How can you organize your field so that you've got as much interaction coming from the hand rather than from the field? This is going to be a really tough puzzle.
Just to chime in on the other 2 games, I think in Duel C we're going to see some Cool Tune versus the Branded deck, and that looks rather even right now. It's not too impressive field versus a special summon Ecclesia, but on the other side, on Duel B, this is full Fairy Tail Magistus combo. That is huge. That's going to be hard to answer.
Yes, it's interesting because Abo actually was known for playing this Branded Draco Tail deck, and it feels like more so the success in his tournament run so far came from the Magistus Fairy Tail deck that he brought as a second option, and once again, even here in the first game, decided to bring it right away.
Actually, yeah, this is very interesting because in Duel A, we saw that there was the Ash Blossom, which was brought by the Kultun Q, and that's very, very interesting because we said that we wanted some hand interaction, and the fact that the remix will be able to add back the Ash is, of course, very good.
Draw phase priority, Book of Eclipse.
There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
Remix can't activate yet. You can't add that Ash Blossom back to it. If you use the Remix now, yes, you are going to get your Ash Blossom to your hand, but the monster you're summoning is going to be put face down immediately, and it has never the time to activate. So Book of Eclipse in this one, massive.
But I think that is still very well played. I mean, you want to do that play. You want to add back that Ash, because otherwise the Book of Eclipse would just have nullified your field. So that's the most that you can do out of what you have.
I'm just curious why we didn't end on the Zalen if we see the Book of Eclipse.
Because you have the ability to change something else, so it will not have the effect to negate the Book of Eclipse.
But then at least the Zalen
true,
gets some value, I guess, because they will always chain something to the thing you are responding with. So, I mean, that requires you to sort of waste the Q2 in Synchro, though, right?
The thing
Which is a little annoying.
You get the Ash Blossom, and the Ash Blossom will be able to negate whatever you want, while the Zelen, you can chain the card that you don't care about, and after that, you don't want to negate
summoning
that.
here.
Yeah, you're still going to get the Rotary and the Clips. You can see whatever was drawn for turn, because we didn't actually Synchro Summon with Q last turn, so we don't know what it is. And then Rotary, I suppose it could put something back. I don't really see the point of that.
Oh, the Crocea being chained! That's actually insane, because we're gonna get back 2 more cards after that. Oh, that's so scary. That's so scary. For the Kultun player, I mean, I wouldn't like to be in this situation.
Is there a way to make this Crocea not get Ash Blossomed?
It's rough, right?
Do you want it to get Ash Blossom so you still have access to the Zodiac combo?
Maybe. There's arguments for that, for sure.
You can change something like Mystical Space Typhoon, but it depends on what you have in hand.
I mean, we know his hand entirely, right? There is a Tanky in there.
Yeah,
and
because
then there is
there.
a Radiant Typhoon Chant, and I don't think we have Mystical Space Typhoon, so I think it's going to be hard to get this resolving, and the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring will most certainly stop it at some point.
Yeah, Crocea is almost certainly the highest value target to negate. Maybe we're fishing. Oh, we are. There is a way to stop this Crocea getting Ash Blossom. You can chain the Vision, you can chain the MST to set. So when the Crocea is summoned, there'll be a new chain. Chaining, you can do chaining 1 Crocea, chaining 2 Vision to set itself. The risk is, though...
There is no Mystical Space Typhoon. Oh, there is Mystical Space Typhoon. Okay.
The risk is that you don't draw a Quick Play or another Radiant Typhoon card, and you just have to discard the Crocea. Always a possibility. But you could just add Mystical Space Typhoon with Vision anyway. So quite a lot of options.
We do. We do it the same way, yes.
We don't risk it.
Space Typhoon.
That is so well played by Abdullah. What a big sequence to ensure that this Crocea might just be met with an Effect Veiler or an Infinite Impermanence. But I'm quite curious to see. We have played around the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. I think I know what stays on top.
But what if one of the set cards is just simply Infinite Impermanence to still deal with this Crocea here? Could very well happen. It is an Infinite Impermanence from Sana, just shutting down all the effort that Abdullah was putting up here.
And the Ash Blossom is still such a threat now in hand. We have, I think, another Mystical Space Typhoon in hand. How are we even playing through this?
Yeah, that's pretty hard, to be honest.
Tanky still, right?
We have Tanky,
Ooh, by the way, we have the first game being done, and Toast just keeps on toasting his opponents here with his Q-Tune deck and is bringing Ruination into the lead. Ash Blossom now on the Tanky as expected.
So that's kind of a problem, yeah, of course. We try to play around all the interactions, but the fact that we have Infinite Impermanence in front of us, I mean, it nullifies everything that we did before, and now we have not greatest follow-up. We are actually going to attack with the Crocea.
It's important, because otherwise you get a draw on the end phase.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
But the downside of this now, if there's a Kultun Synchro face down, we have access to a Synchro, because you have the hand effect. This is really tough, because Abdullah, it was a very cool play, but it was very much all in to try and resolve that Crocea, and when it didn't resolve, all of a sudden, it feels like the game has just completely stalled for him.
I mean, you said the downside of this, but I don't think there's any upsides anymore in this game for Abdullah at all, because, well, that's just Crocea. His opponent has 100% of the knowledge. There's a Vision set, and the other card should be an Mystical Space Typhoon. And, I mean, here's everything.
this is the kind of situations where, you know, the cooltune strategy when it's played pure, you need to have all those hand interactions, all those non-engine, otherwise, I mean, you can't do anything. We were wondering what you can do against this type of hand, and I mean, this is how you solve the problem, basically. Infinite Impermanence, Ash Blossom, and that's it. But, I mean, that was still very well played from Abdullah.
Duel B though, I think even though Abdullah is struggling, Team Ruination is going into a 2-0 lead here due to Abu Amud just closing out this game there with his Magister's Fairy Tail deck, giving the thumbs up as well to his friends in his team.
Now a Reco extra normal summon. I think that Sana is just going to, as he is the captain, close this out rather quickly in this turn. Reco, of course, being able to recover the Rotary from the graveyard.
Yeah, in this kind of situation, like, cooltune is just insane. You literally have all these follow-up, you can just keep synchro summoning, you get to the B2B, and after that, I mean, it's just a matter of time before you just win the game. The Zaleen is there as well to try to prevent your opponent from activating anything. We are still going to activate the Mystical Space Typhoon, but I'm not even sure it's going to resolve.
Yeah, you can Zaleen it easy. Oh, you can just also cooltune synchro to chain to that. That also does work.
Yeah, no need to throw away the sail, and you can just keep it until your opponent tries to interact with you. You don't need to worry about this Mystical Space Typhoon. Just don't lose to some random Nibiru or Sheena or something coming from Abdullah.
Certainly, that Mystical Space Typhoon now gone. And looking like Sana is just able to cruise home. Abdullah, so far, the most successful team captain out of all of the participating teams. 12-3 was his score in the group stages, which is outrageous to even imagine. But this might be another loss added here to his overall stat line, as it looks like in the duel of the captains here, Sana is probably going to take this one down.
That is just RS B2B Pop the Corsair, right? That is just the easiest game that you could ever imagine, because B2B does not only attack twice, it makes every one of your tuners attack twice in one battle phase. And if you have an RS that has 4,700 attack points, I'm sure you're getting game there.
Yeah, it's going to be game, of course, here. So it's going to be a 2-1, but still very convincing way to play, in my opinion. We see another Chami, by the way, on the top of the deck. Still the same chart.
Probably the same one, yeah.
Yeah, the same one. He's going to stay on the top of the deck.
Maybe until the very next game. And look at the emotions there. Toast already almost celebrating a little bit there. If you ask me, it's a bit too early. Honestly, maybe they should keep their composure a little more.
I think he was just celebrating that he gets to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Again now, because he was just watching this game that was so lost for like 2 minutes already. And he was like, okay, finally it's over. We can play again. I want to toast some more opponents.
Certainly so. And yeah, it feels like every single team member there is fulfilling a role. Like Toast just completely being in the zone with his Q-Tune deck there. It feels like he just knows exactly what he's doing, because we see Toast leaning over to his other teammates, oftentimes giving them advice, but it seems like Toast always totally in control of his own game, and then being the reliable source to also teach the others. And then Abo, Fusion Summoning, as long as Fusion Summoning is around, he will be happy too. So both of his decks, of course, working mainly with that strategy, are going to be a huge, huge factor in his hands.
Yeah, absolutely. But you stated something which is very important. You know, the fact that the team members, they have some different ways to approach the game. Some of them, we've seen that before with, for example, Jesse Cotton, who was very focused on his game.
Yeah.
He wasn't talking a whole lot. He was very, like, in the zone, basically, while some other players, they were always talking, exchanging about the game. Even when their own game was there, they wanted to help their teammates. This is some different approach, and there is not a better approach, in my opinion. You just have to find your own way to manage to win the game, because it is all it is about, winning the game. For now, 2-1, but it's not won yet. We've seen some relief on some faces, but we've seen before that you can just get the comeback. It's all about winning the 5 games to be able to be in the finals. The pressure must be insane on the shoulders. How will they deal with that? That's the question.
both teams qualifying through the regional qualifiers not that long ago. One from the Asian region, one from the European, African and Oceanian region. But only one of them also able to go into the World Championship finals here. Let's find out whether that is already going to be decided here in the second set, as Sabadak here in our main feature in Duel C will be able to go first against Abo Hamoud.
But Hammoud also has some interactions, does play the Fuwalos, and is of course
by the grave.
most of the time on that Draco Tail branded strategy, and a 5 mana is a good going second, let me tell you.
Insane, because we see the double draw Lockbird on Duel A, chained to the Cool Tune Synchro, and that's actually very, very good.
Sabadak doesn't commit into the Fuwalos that hard with his own Radiant Typhoon deck. Notoriously known to be a deck that can play into Fuwa decently well. With the Zodiac cards in your deck as well, of course, you are losing out on access to that, but just the regular Radiant Typhoon Crit can oftentimes be enough.
The trick is just don't draw the Zodiac cards, you know? Just if your opponent Fuwas you, just leave the Zodiac cards in the deck, and then you can just play with your standard Radiant Typhoon line. You don't really need to make anything apart from the Link 2, so giving your opponent one draw I think you're very happy with, but he's going in the tank a bit here. Maybe he has a Zodiac card, how many cards to give your opponent, all these things quite complicated to figure out.
Tell that to Abdullah. Abdullah just keeps on opening his Zodiac cards and did so once again here with the Red Pier that he started off with.
That is an Ash Blossom on the Broad Bull. Let's see how that is going to affect the end board of Abdullah. But now Sabadak is going to summon out the Sven. Going to see if he's going to end up for a slightly bigger field.
Okay, we go Vision. Maybe the approach is simply easier to go Vision, try to draw into non-engine, not commit into the Fuwalos as much, and just hope that we have, with the opponent being down one card, enough interruptions for their lowered amount of pushes.
In this situation, it can be a little bit tricky sometimes, because you want to make your opponent not draw a lot of cards, but first you have to see what you have in your own hand. If you have some hand interactions, then you can end up on a pretty decent field and not make him draw too many cards. But if you don't have a whole lot, you are kind of forced to go into the XYZ plays, for example.
Oh! Well.
Well, now there is called by the grave. I'm certain this card was not in the opening hand, or maybe they contemplated a long time whether they need to negate the Fuwalos. But now, with the two cards drawn off of the Radiant Typhoon Vision, surely we need to stop this Maxi, as not only the Cresea wants to be summoned, but most likely also that Link 2.
Yeah, let's stop that Maxi right now. Yeah, you would really stop the Link 2 in its tracks if you had the Maxi. It is one of those hands, actually, where you could feasibly not make the Link 2, because you can just pick up the trap with Cresea instead. When you have access to enough Radiant Typhoon cards, you don't actually need to make the Link 2, but it does add 2 more, so you really want to.
I think in this position, when you're playing versus Draco Tail branded, if it is Draco Tail branded, I think you really want to add the trap here, because the deck is notoriously hard to play on low cards in hand, right?
Yeah, I like it. But I mean, this card provides you with another good interruption, though, adding that there. And after seeing Abo Hamoud on the first set playing his Magister's Fairy Tail deck, now we see that there also is that deck on the lineup for Called by Army in Duel B. So that deck all of a sudden making waves here, being represented in multiple top 14 lineups.
Called by Army living up to their name with Called by the Grave. Do you think there's just like an aura thing? Like if we call ourselves Called by Army, we're just going to draw Called by the Grave?
Maybe it works.
On the round 1 feature, actually, it was some karma, because they kept on getting called by there in that one. But here, it looks like it's working out a lot more into their favor. We see one of the very first super polymerizations there in Duel B, and it's a big one, I think. Oh my.
We're gonna see Trident and Artemis together for Azora.
That's
haven't
crazy.
seen that all the time.
Yeah.
But we see multiple Fairy Tail duelists in this matchup. That is really, really interesting to see.
Yeah, this is kind of a very good scenario for Radiant Typhoon here. You really don't need to play into Fuwalos that much. And maybe that's the reason why we haven't seen as many copies of Fuwalos as we might have expected, because a lot of decks can play very efficiently into it.
That's such a strong field versus a Fuwalos, versus just 5 cards in hand now. Abuhamot has to find a way to play through this. Do you play Fairy Tail or do you play the Draco Tail branded strategy?
Yeah.
To be fair, the Draco Tail branded deck doesn't have that great of a matchup into the Radiant Typhoon deck either, so there is definitely argument to be made that this could just be the Fairy Tail deck again.
We're gonna see that real soon, but to be honest, Subara played it very, very well. He played right into the Fuvalos, and he just gave one draw, which is pretty good, considering the fact that he got access to the trap card, he got access to the monster negate as well, and now I think that we hope for Abuhamot that he's just playing the Fairy Tail strategy. Otherwise, it's gonna be very hard to go through this field.
It is Draco Tail. If somebody can do it on this deck, it may as well be Abuhamot.
And that's already a critical point, right? If this Rahu does not resolve, it's gonna be super tough. But if it does resolve, the Mystical Space Typhoons aren't too incredible here against this. Okay, do we have a response?
Yeah, we have some ways to play around that.
Oh,
we
no
definitely have some.
But maybe there could still be Fallen and the Virtuous from Abuhamot's side. And there is Fallen and the Virtuous! So this Rahu Draco Tail most likely going to resolve.
Targeting the mandate as well is so strong here. Of course, the Varuron can just reactivate it from the graveyard because a quick play spell was activated. We're gonna get an extra draw in here as well, but that was so strong. Everyone is going to get this Rahu off and is going to get some more resources for the end phase.
So that's a first step, which is of course very, very good. We had to get this Rahu to resolve, and the Fallen and the Virtuous was of course critical right here. Now we have to get some more fusion monsters right away, because I mean there are still some things on the field that you want to get rid of. It's not going to be that easy still.
Draco Tail is one of those decks where it's so powerful if you can get that first fusion summon off. If you don't get the first fusion summon off, the deck falls over very, very quickly. But once you get that first fusion summon, all of a sudden you're getting non-target pops, non-target negates. It's very hard to interact because all of the cards go on the same chain. So Abuhamot's probably got to be feeling pretty happy here that he did actually manage to get the fusion summon. If there had just been an Ash in hand or something like that for Subaduk, this game could look very, very different right now.
But still, we have access to some Mystical Space Typhoon if we want to, so we might be able to get rid of the K2, for example, which could be set. That's a good point for the Radiant Typhoon strategy, and we are going to have to find a solution for that.
If you're looking at A and B, both of those duels are heavily in favor of the called by army, so you definitely do not want to lose all of your momentum immediately. From a 2-1 lead to a 4-2 deficit would be crazy bad for you, so you kind of really want to get at least one game. But
if after that you win 5-4, that's a statement.
That's true.
It is. Some celebrations there from Cute Snail, but he's making the gesture. He has to stay quiet, he has to stay calm. Not celebrating too much just yet, but after Abdullah being so successful in the group stages, he has now lost both of his games, and it is on Abuhamot to sort of save this second set here, but there is the Vibrant Vortex ready to negate that graveyard effect of Urgula here.
Yeah, we had the choice. Do you want to put Arthalion as Chailing 1 or do you want to put Urgula as Chailing 1? Which one is more important to resolve? And we've chosen to resolve Arthalion instead.
Ooh, here comes Radiant Typhoon Ascendance. We're going to bring back what would always be the Crusea. There it is. And I think this will be our access point to the second big main deck monster of the Radiant Typhoon deck, which would be the Phoenix.
I don't think that one does too much anymore here, because you need to activate a quick play spell to get it out of the hand into the field. And you only have one more.
Fair.
So getting to trigger it is really hard, because the only quick play spell that Abuhamot is playing is probably...
You're right.
Another, the Fallen and the Virtues that he has already used. Purge is being used on K2, and that is so hard. The thing is, he does have Cartesia in hand. He added this card back, so maybe there is a chance that there's a Fallen of the White Dragon in hand. Something to get Fallen of Albus into play.
Yeah, Fallen of the White Dragon feels like the only card that can save Abuhamot right now, or maybe a way to get into it like branded in high spirits, discarding the Cartesia. Let's see how he can carry on, but there's still cards in hand. Can't really use a quick play spell, otherwise that Ponix is going to make a fast appearance.
You see the motions shifting here. All of a sudden, the team of Called by Army is much more active in their chairs. They have woken up. They see that this may be their match to be won. And they are all of a sudden in total control of this. And on the other end, you can tell that Ruination isn't as happy with their situation anymore.
Absolutely, we are going to enter battle phase, which means that we don't have a whole lot. We talked about the Fallen of the White Dragon, which would have been a fantastic card to play, but there is no Fallen of the White Dragon. We are just going to set a card, and it's surely not going to be enough, even if we can activate the Titanic Lad in the end phase to get some more resources during the opponent's turn.
Well, I mean, we can possibly summon out the
Fallen of Albus.
OG Fallen of Albus, discard the Cartesia, get that one back perhaps as well, because you can make a Mirror Jade, activate that Mirror Jade immediately.
This is big.
Take care of the Varuron.
This ain't over at all. It's still a winnable game, but there's another Mystical Space Typhoon, of course. And we have recycled the mandate in the meantime, so we can negate the Fallen
This
of
is
Albus.
massive, actually, because not only we get rid of the set cards, we also remove the effect of the Fallen of Albaz, and all of a sudden we have nothing left on the field. Abomod will surely lose this one, and on top of that, we'll be able to recycle 3 more cards into our deck and be able to draw 1 more card. It looks very promising for team Called by the Army, to be honest.
Yeah, this is looking very tough. I think we can pretty much guarantee no interaction going to come from Abomod here, so it's just a matter of putting 8,000 damage on the table. But when you have a Ponix in hand that's going to clear up these 2 monsters on the field, it looks like just a formality at this point.
That is Radiant Typhoon Chant. Semi-limited, but still often accessed by basically almost any card in the deck. It's so easy. The deck still seems so consistent. You rarely see it bricking, and it certainly did not do so here for Sabadak.
Especially since you added the Zodiac cards into it, right? Broad Bolt just makes this deck so incredibly consistent, but you don't even need consistency anymore. You have so much, you just need to win, and that is going to be fairly easy from that point on. So the last European team is now down 2-4 in just a second versus the last Korean team.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can see on their faces that they are just waiting for the game to end. They are probably already thinking about the last games that they are going to have to win. The Great Fly being summoned, of course, you want to end the game. And yeah, it's just a matter of minutes of actions to just end this. Now, what are you gonna do, Team Ruination? Because you look literally disappointed. You have to get back on track. You have to get that mental up and to win those 3 games if you wanna just see the finals.
Yeah, this is tough for them. They've been coasting in that last round. Obviously, they were 5-0. They must have been on top of the world. And now, in the matter of minutes, it must have been going from 2-1 up to 4-2 down, really going to have their backs against the wall. They're going to have to lock in to see if they can steal it back and go 5-4. That's their only chance to go into the finals.
Style with the Great Fly and Called by Army, all of a sudden down 2-1, being now up 4-2. Team Ruination, it's gonna be very, very hard, but I've got the feeling that they can do it. They've got what it takes to just win it all. We've got some very good players. This is literally one of the best team of the world, literally. They can do it. They just have to focus and to remove everything from the mind.
In fact, they have done it before in this very tournament.
True.
They have been down this very 4-2 in previous round matches, and therefore they have that ability in their mind. And I think the pressure may be a little higher now, but if they can just replicate that from previous rounds, there is still a chance.
Yep, just win some coin tosses and draw well, right? I think that is just what you need to do here. Easy peasy, just 3 coin toss wins here and not getting max seed. That would be something. Or having max seed and not getting called by the grave. That is also something that you can do. It's an option.
Or maybe even if you go second, if you do not manage to win the coin toss, we saw multiple of them having Molchami Fuvolos in their deck, meaning some teams have decided not to share that card, but it looks very much like that team has decided to share them. So even going second, that's additional options and opportunities for them.
Yeah, we've seen them get out of a lot of scrapes, obviously going 5-0, but they are against the Called By army. So if you go second, you know, you're going to face an army of Called By the Graves. Leo's going to make his fantastic joke again. It's just going to be a tough time.
It's going to happen.
It's funny, when with the team name, they already gave away one of their shared cards, right?
Yeah.
Is that a mind game? Is that a meta game? I don't know.
I think it's a threat that you're telling your opponents, like,
Be careful. Hey,
try
we've
it
got a
with
lot
us,
of Called
Andrews.
By the Grave.
Yeah.
We will find out, though, who is going to make their way into the finals, as that will be decided in this third set. The stakes have never been higher for any of those players. The biggest match of their lifetime on the line, and Toast for Team Ruination will be able to go first here. Oh, and we have switched over to our second deck, which is in fact the Dark Magician Malice deck.
That is so cool that we're going to see that one right now. Toast says, let's switch things up. Our opponents are very much prepared for the cool tune strategy, so let's bring in some Malice. And I like those decks paired together, because some of the counter decks, they try to rely on cards like Dimensional Fissure, but this is so painful for the Malice strategy to get Droll and Lockbirded.
That's rough indeed. Okay, there is the White Rabbit, that could still work, but back in the day, Droll and Lockbird was one of the most measliest cards you could have against the Malice deck, but the modern version, the time-by-time hit Malice deck that it is nowadays, it really struggles against Droll and Lockbird, especially when it comes on something that is not even a Malice card here in the very beginning.
Yeah, Malice, one of those decks now, rather than setting up the most imposing field, instead you just draw so many cards, you set up a couple of negates, but the strength really comes from all the interaction you're going to have in the hand and all the follow-up you're going to have on the next turn. But Droll and Lockbird going to put a stop to most of that.
Yeah, actually, you will be able to build a field, but you will not have all this follow-up, which scares a lot of players. And all of a sudden, your field becomes a lot less scary. We will see on which deck is Cutsnail. But yeah, it's kind of a problem. The Drown Lockbird, not as bad as before.
Speaking of a field that is not very impressive, in Duel C, Abdullah really not having the time of his life here in this entire set, in this entire match, as I think we have passed on only what looks like a Phoenix Bear on his side.
Oh, and Sabadak is just going crazy right there. He is starting to link up some monsters, but has also resolved the Crusade already, so low chances of Zodiacs happening, but I still think he has to be very, very happy of that situation. How is Abomot, or how is Toast going to handle this Drone Lockbird situation as well?
Yeah.
He's right now checking his mate's computer.
And on top of that, there was the Ash Blossom activated on the TB11, which is of course very, very hard. You don't get the special summon from the deck, which removes you one body. And I mean, Drone Lockbird, and on top of that, the Ash Blossom, that starts being difficult to just build your field.
Yeah, and no card drawn here. Luckily, you often wonder, you look at a card like the Malice Link and say, why would I want to maybe draw a card? But under Drawn Lockbird, it's actually fantastic that you don't have to draw a card if you don't want to, because it allows you to activate the effect and bring it back. Is there going to be any more follow-up from Toast, or is this just going to be it?
But Duel C, just to go back on that, Sabadak may have not a big field to face, but he also didn't produce anything necessarily there with only 3 cards.
There's a Mystical Space Typhoon happening
Trap
immediately.
Zone.
Oh, and it just pops a droplet.
Okay.
Oh, Crusade is being summoned as well.
That's way better all
we're
of a
on
sudden.
9. That is good.
But Toast is still debating. I think he's not even playing, he's just watching right now.
And yeah, and speaking about Drone Lockbird and Ash Blossom, we still have this combination on Duel A. The Drone Lockbird was being activated, Chain with a cool tune synchro, but there was the Ash Blossom. Very good
Duel
combination.
C sees a Dominus Purge onto that last card in hand, Crusade. So that's still not great for Abdullah.
Turnover in draw phase basically already, punching for some damage, 2,200 with the Crusade, and probably just passing afterwards. But Toast is still just meditating over the game state, has the white binder there. Perhaps, maybe there's somehow the chance to produce another body, go into a splash. He just needs 2 more bodies to go into a Heart Scripter. Has banished the TB11 previously.
Is there any chance that Cute Snail is thinking right now? Maybe about an end of main phase? Oh no, it's not, right? End of main phase, 5 mana or something like that?
I mean, we are seeing the animation in the spell trap zone that shows that it's Toast's priority to do something.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
He doesn't have all the time in the world, right? You don't want to just use up all your time. I mean, maybe this is some sort of tactic to maybe get your opponent to lose concentration on the game.
Abo, you saw that gesture? He's like, no, this ain't over just yet. So he's trying. This is the deciding set of the match. And it is called by Army only in need of one game. And they are producing monster after monster after monster in Duel A and Duel C. And they're not facing many monsters here in Duel A, Duel B either. Oh, quick GWC here. Ooh, so that was what we were thinking about. We could have used GWC on our own turn, but we decided not to. And instead, Sana though, attacking for game, making sure that Called by Army is advancing to the finals.
That is crazy. So well played. We were focusing on Duel B and Duel C, but in the meantime, Duel A was already decided by Sana, by the team captain, getting his team into the finals of the WCS 2026.
This is it actually, and we see that Sana was really happy after his win. That's so cool to see. Like, being able to reach the finals must mean a lot, of course. We still have 2 more duels, so this will be the last dance for Team Ruination. They must want to win this game, because I mean, you're not gonna have any more games on this stage.
That's true. We are revealing the Spanta for Regulus. So Cute Snail wants to distribute his own share here in this third set, wants to make sure that his own statistics stay superb, as he has once again decided to bring that cool Magister's Fairy Tail deck, which now in fact is going to be represented in the finals of this tournament.
Yeah, it's such a cool deck, and it's so much fun to see all these spellcasters, which haven't really been so popular in previous years, but now we've got a good Fairy Tail deck to kind of base it off. All of the powerful spellcaster support that's been released is just finding a home. It's so cool to see all of these different strategies come together.
Absolutely true.
Summon the big boss monster Zora, and that one can also work as an extender because you haven't used the Artemis effect, so you are just having a negation here and a pop as well in one effect. With the Artemis that searches you, the Zora that can also still perhaps be normal summoned. I don't know if we still have the normal summon open. I don't think we have used anything yet.
I think we've started out with a normal. Oh wait, there you go. Normal summon happening right there with the Zora. You gotta say though, still insanely strong performance by Ruination, but that will mean that both first place teams in the group stages, both undefeated 5-0 teams, are going to be eliminated from the tournament. And instead, the 2 teams that came second will be meeting in the finals.
The curse hit again, and I can't feel like I've jinxed it a little bit, but
this is literally the worst moment to lose.
Yeah. You could have lost so many times in the group stages already, but sometimes that's not how it goes. But of course, Called by Army and Glory Future, they are going to bring us a worthy finals. I cannot wait for the Sunday where both of these teams clash against each other. They have been the ones to defeat the undefeatables of the other groups, and they are the ones who are going to, my goodness! Chill!
Yeah. Okay.
It's over already, chill!
Sabadog is winning Duel C. So this might just be another sweep.
Wow.
After being down 2-1, this could be a 6-0 afterwards. We're playing out every single one of those 6 games. But you see there, Abo is basically saying to Abdullah, bro, we did so well. There is no need to be unhappy right now, and I can only agree with that. They did such a crazy job. Nobody had them on the radar as it's the first time appearance of them at the World Championship, and still, they, from the very beginning, were ruling their strong group, and now they were putting up a fight here as well against Called by Army.
And Abdullah with an insane performance in the group stages, 12-3 in games. Now, of course, 12-6, but that is the finishing blast here. Called by Army defeats Ruination, crushes them in an immense 7-2 victory. And Called by Army is going to meet Glory Future in the finals of the WCS 2026.
I mean, that's actually insane. What a statement, being down 2-1 and winning the entire series 7-2, which means that they just won 6 games in a row without being defeated. They are so happy and they deserve to be happy. They're gonna have to prepare the finals well, but for now, they can just relax, enjoy, and just be happy to be in the finals. That was actually insane to watch.
Yeah, we were focused on Ruination saying, oh, they need the 3-0 comeback, but Called by Army were just like, you're not going to 3-0 us.
There was a 3-0.
We're going to 3-0 you.
I mean, honestly, what an amazing performance, and it's so beautiful to see an Asian team, 2 Asian teams indeed, in the finals of the Masters Duel WCS. Finally, it has never happened before. It was always EU versus NA, and now we have Japan versus Korea. That is absolutely beautiful.
I can't wait to see how that one will play out. 2 of the strongest performing teams overall. I mean, yes, we saw that the Called by Army was only 3-2 in the group stages, but the way and the scores they put up when they won, there was an 8-1, there was another 8-1. When they won in style, and that was another theme here for the semifinals as well, as they had that 6-0 streak there to make sure that they are advancing into the finals.
I mean, we've seen that being 5 or being 3-2 doesn't matter. Once you're in the semifinals, you just have to lock in and to win those games. You just remove what was before and you start over again from scratch. They won this one, they are in the final, and now they just have 5 remaining games to try to win the title.
Definitely true. So is it now time to just, is it celebration time, or do you just go slow and just wait until Sunday and still stay in the zone? What's best right now to prepare?
I mean, I think these players, first of all, yeah, they have to congratulate themselves. They're going to go have a great meal, maybe hang out together. They must be the best of friends. And then you're going to get to go and watch every single match that the other team has played. Probably go and watch your own matches as well, maybe see what you've revealed too.
True.
But yeah, what do you think, Jean-Alexis?
I mean, I would probably celebrate a little bit, as I would be happy to be there. And to celebrate, there might be something that would be really, really cool, as we might have an announcement real soon that could be very, very cool. Because, yeah, we have one more announcement for you. If you're looking for a great way to get more gems, we can introduce you the Dakota Web Store. If you haven't checked it out yet, this is an online store which is operated by an official sales partner for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. And right now, as part of the 100 million download celebration campaign, you can literally purchase the 2100 gem pack up to 3 times. Yeah, not 1, not 2, but 3 times, and receive 100 extra gems. And we are also running a WCS celebration gem sale, so you can get the 2100 gem pack with 100 bonus gems once. In addition, there is an exclusive 1000 gem pack which is available only through the web store. So if you're looking to get more gems for your money, be sure to visit the Dakota Web Store to celebrate.
I'm going in. I am going in. That's settled. So tonight we are spending some, and we're gonna get some gems.
Woo!
Can't wait for that. But what a fantastic day, isn't that right?
Oh, I totally agree. I've really enjoyed today. I hope everyone at home has really enjoyed today. We have locked in the finals. We've had 2 fantastic teams. We're going to see Called by Army on the one hand, and we're going to see Glory Future on the other. So be sure to check us out. We'll see the finals on Sunday, along with the finals of the TCG, OCG, Rush Duel, Speed Duel. Sunday is going to be a fantastic day. There's going to be a celebration of all different types of Yu-Gi-Oh! And of course, tomorrow we will see on Saturday the TCG, OCG. So I hope everyone today's had a fantastic day. Tune in tomorrow, tune in Sunday, and we'll see you then.